Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important.
Hello and welcome. You are watching CNN News 18 and I want to start with this bulletin by thanking you all for tuning into CNN News 18 during your election week. Now we have lots lined up for you in this bulletin, but first up, the top headlines. NIA gets 10-day custody of 6 accused in Delhi blast case. NIA likely to confront them together. Letter war breaks out in Bengal. After Mamta, now Suvendu Adhikari writes to EC, accuses CM of attempting to intimidate BLOs. Another BLO dies this time in Rajasthan. Family blames SIR-related stress. Opposition questions Election Commission. ED files charge sheet against Robert Vadra, alleges PMLA links to UK-based defence dealer Sanjay Bhandari. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues. Now 3 MLAs from DK Shivakumar camp reach Delhi to meet the High Command. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla takes a jibe at Karnataka government, says Bengaluru traffic harder than space travel. Priyank Khadge says will resolve the issue soon. PM Modi embarks on a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the G20 summit to outline India's views on growth, terror, climate and artificial intelligence. Teachers and headmistress among 4 suspended for abetting Delhi students' suicide. Now, CNN News 18's report on SIR sparks a political storm in Bengal. BJP lashes out at the TMC government for sheltering Bangladeshis and creating fake voters, while the ruling TMC has hit back, accusing the BJP of failing to acknowledge lapses by Border Security Force, which it says has allowed infiltration along the state's border. The exchange of accusations has intensified following the death of BLOs, with the BJP writing to the state chief electoral officer claiming that district magistrates and sub-divisional magistrates pressured BLOs to share OTPs. Meanwhile, preparations for the upcoming elections continue. The first level checking of EVMs is scheduled today. All 24 district election officers are expected to be present to supervise the process, ensuring that the machines are verified and ready for use.
अगर यहाँ पर है तो जेन्युइन नहीं होगा, क्योंकि अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं होता तो बीएसएफ घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अगर जेन्युइन नहीं हुआ तो बीएसएफ घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अभी 2-4 तस्वीर दिखा के क्या साबित करना चाहता है? तो अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं है तो वो इंडिया का धरती में, बंगाल का धरती में घुसा कैसे?
से ही ममता बनर्जी एसआईआर को रोकने के लिए प्रयास कर, जब बिहार में चल रहा था एसआईआर, तब जाके महुआ मोइत्रो ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में याचिका दर्ज किया जो एसआईआर बंद हो। बार बार कोर्ट में गया एसआईआर बंद करने के लिए, और ममता बनर्जी उस समय खुलेआम घोषणा किया था हम एसआईआर होने नहीं देंगे। लेकिन एसआईआर जब चालू हुआ पश्चिम बंगाल में, सबसे पहले टेंट खटा के कुर्सी लेके तृणमूल कांग्रेस का लोग बैठ गया एसआईआर को सहायता देने के लिए। बार बार ये लोग चाहते हैं एसआईआर बंद हो जाए, और इसीलिए मानुष का मौत को इन्होंने साथ में ले लिया और मौत को इन्होंने इशू बना लिया।
Breaking news coming in after Mamata Banerjee, LOP Suvendu Adhikari also writes a letter to CEC. In his letter, the LOP had claimed that Mamata Banerjee's letter to the CEC was a desperate attempt to sabotage the voters list purification drive through the SIR, and the contents of her letter were politically motivated and factually bogus. So that is a very big statement that is coming in from West Bengal, where LOP Suvendu Adhikari has written a letter to CEC, and we'll listen into a reaction coming in from BJP MP Sukanta Majumdar.
कि शुरू से ही ममता बनर्जी एसआईआर की विरोध कर रही थी, उनकी पूरी पार्टी विरोध कर रही थी। पूरे देश में एसआईआर को लेकर कुछ राज्यों में विरोध हुआ जो मूलतः ऑपोजिशन की ऑपोजिशन रूल्ड स्टेट्स है, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी जैसा विगोरस ऑपोजिशन किसी ने नहीं किया। जब एसआईआर चालू हुआ तो धीरे धीरे ऐसे घटनाएं घटने लगी, बहुत सारे कॉलोनीज खाली होने लगे। कल लोगों को पता चला, कल क्या लास्ट 48 आवर्स से चल रहा है कि बशीरहाट में 300 लोग जो खुद क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि हम बांग्लादेशीज हैं, वो बैठे हुए हैं इस आस में कि उन्हें बांग्लादेश जाने का मौका मिला। तो आज मैं ममता बनर्जी से सवाल करना चाहता हूँ, जो लोग वापस जा रहे हैं वो बंगाली है कि बांग्लादेशी है?
And we are joined by Kamalika Singh Gupta on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Kamalika. Kamalika, what do you make of this letter by Suvendu Adhikari to the CAC?
Absolutely, this is quite clear now that as far as SIR is concerned, both the ruling party and the opposition party, they are in loggerheads. The ruling party is trying to force and say that all the BLOs are dying, people are dying because of SIR. This is not a right method and this is done it hurriedly. And that's why Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter. First she tweeted and then yesterday she wrote a letter to none other than the CEC. Counter to that, Suvendu Adhikari, who is the LOP, he wrote a letter same day stating that whatever Mamata Banerjee is claiming, that is fake, that's not right, SIR is needed, there are a lot of fake voters. And countering Mamata Banerjee's letter, Suvendu Adhikari has written a letter. Today around 10 or 10:15, Suvendu Adhikari along with some other members of BJP, other public representatives will be meeting the the Deputy Election Commissioner. That's what we know because from today the training is going to start. So they are all having meeting today in Calcutta from 10:30. So 10:15 around, Suvendu Adhikari will go there and they will, again he will submit that his complaint. So it's clear that there are fight of ruling and opposition. Election is yet to be declared, but the war on SIR in Bengal is very clear. The BJP is saying that more than 1 crore voters will be deleted. BJP is saying that illegal infiltrators are there, and it's a fact to some obviously because Hakimpur border shows it all. Trinamool Congress is saying that who looks after the border? It is BSF who looks after the border. So this war of what the political temperature of Bengal is rising high.
Right, Kamalika. Thank you, Kamalika, for that input. Now, for several days now, reports have circulated across Bengal that illegal infiltrators are trying to return to Bangladesh due to the fear of state infiltration review, the SIR process. To verify the ground reality, News 18 travelled to Hakimpur checkpost in the Basirhat border area. I leave you with this report.
SIR process was introduced, speculation has been rife that undocumented migrants are attempting to leave Bengal voluntarily. At the Hakimpur Bashirhat checkpost, this claim appears to have some visible evidence. For the last 4 days, hundreds of people, mostly from Bangladesh, have been waiting here hoping to cross back.
We are standing in Hakimpur checkpost. This is the checkpost, and 1 kilometer from this is the actual Bangladesh border. And this is where all these people who now wants to go back to Bangladesh are sitting here. Some have come today, but most of them have come last 4 days. Most of them have come for a couple of days. Most of them have come 6 years, 4 years, 5 years back. Some have documents, some does not have documents, and that's why they are waiting. They want to go back. This type of picture definitely shows the why SIR was required.
Several individuals told us they do not have valid documents and going back to Bangladesh feels safer. Most of them said they had come to Bengal during the COVID-19 lockdown or in the years immediately after that. Many worked in areas such as Salt Lake, New Town and Bakra.
আমাদের কাছে জিজ্ঞাসা করলাম বলে আমাদের নেই কিছু তখন নেই তাহলে থাকতে পারবেন না না থাকতে পারলে আর কি করব চলে যাব বেরে আমরা বস্তিতে ছিলাম তাই সেই এখন বাড়িওয়ালারা বলছে কি তোমরা ঘর ছেড়ে চলে যাও এনআরসি হবে তোমাদের জীবন বাঁচাও তাই চলে গেছি
আমি ইসলাম রাত্রেবেলা ছিলাম তো অতবার সঠিকভাবে বলতে পারবো না আমার বাড়ির পাশ থেকে একজন আসছিল তার মাধ্যমে এসেছিলাম আমাদের এখানে কোনো বৈধ কাগজপত্র না থাকার কারণে আমাদের এলাকায় আমরা যেখানে থাকতাম সেখান থেকে আমাদের বলেছে আমাদের বাড়িতে ফিরে যেতে
Among those waiting is Rokeya Begum from Satkira, who came to Bengal during lockdown, and within few years not only does she possess a both voter card and Aadhaar, she is also receiving benefits of government schemes like Lakshmir Bhandar.
আর ভোটার আইডি কার্ড আছে? হ্যাঁ? কতদিন আগে তুমি এসছো এখানে?
লকডাউনের আগে
কোথায় থাকতে এখানে? আধার কার্ড ছিল দিদি?
হ্যাঁ আধার কার্ড ভোটার কার্ড ছিল
ভোট দিয়েছো? হ্যাঁ ভোটও দিয়েছি So this is Rokeya. She is saying that she has come from Satkira before lockdown. She is claiming that she has voter card, she has Aadhaar card, she does not have name in 2002. Most importantly, she is also saying that she has Lakshmir Bhandar. So that, and she has also casted vote. This picture says it all, says everything about infiltration. That is the big question which can be raised from this place. This is Komalika Sengupta with Anshuman Roy reporting for CNN News 18 from Hakimpur Checkpost.
Breaking news coming in, a supervisor engaged in the special intensive revision exercise of electoral rolls in Rajasthan died after complaining of chest pains in Karoli, with family members now alleging that he had been under intense pressure due to the ongoing drive. Politics have now erupted with the opposition slamming EC over deaths. So that is a very major update that we are getting from Rajasthan, where another official has complained of chest pain. He has died, and as we know that one more officer earlier had died due to the intense pressure, and one officer from Kerala also committed suicide because of the pressure that he said that he was facing due to the special intensive revision exercise. So as we know that this death took place in Karoli, with family members alleging he had been under severe pressure due to the ongoing drive. And we are joined by Bhavani Deora. Bhavani, ये पूरा अगर आप हमें सिलसिला समझा सकेंगी, चल क्या रहा है, मतलब इतनी सारी डेथ्स हो चुकी हैं, थोड़ा आप हमें हमारे दर्शकों को एक्सप्लेन कीजिए.
देखिए, ये जो हिंडौन का मामला आया, उससे पहले सवाई माधोपुर आ गया, उससे पहले जयपुर के अंदर एक खुदकुशी का मामला आया बीएलओ का। लगातार जो उनकी फैमिली है, इस हिंडौन के मामले में इस जो फैमिली ने कहा कि तहसीलदार का फोन आया और उसके बाद में प्रेशर आया, वो काम को लेकर काफी प्रेशर में थे, उसके बाद में उनकी मौत हो गई। हार्ट अटैक से हालांकि मौत बताई जा रही है। एसआईआर से कितना संबंधित है या नहीं है, लेकिन क्योंकि सारे 3-4 जो मामले आए हैं, जयपुर में जो जिसने खुदकुशी की उसने तो बाकायदा एक जो लेटर कहा गया कि लेटर, हालांकि पुलिस ने वो लेटर दिया नहीं, लेकिन कहा गया कि उन्होंने सुसाइड लेटर लिखा है उसको लेकर। 3-4 चीजें आ रही है। हमने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से बात की, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि ऐसा बीएलओ पे जिस प्रेशर की बात की जा रही है, ऐसा इतना प्रेशर नहीं, क्योंकि रेगुलर ड्यूटी की तरह उनको ड्यूटी करनी होती है, वो है। और दूसरा, हालांकि ये जरूर है कि कई ऐसे ऑर्डर आए हैं जिसके अंदर नाइट ड्यूटी भी लगाई गई, रात को 10 बजे से 6 बजे भी थी, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट कर्मचारी की 24 घंटे की ड्यूटी सरकार मानती है, हालांकि 6 घंटे की ड्यूटी है, लेकिन एसआईआर के अंदर एक टाइमलाइन जरूर दी हुई है कि इसमें इनको काम करना है। और क्योंकि ऊपर लगातार कि आपने आज का इतना टारगेट है, ज्यादातर जो टीचर्स का आरोप है कि उनको दिया जा रहा है कि आज आपको इतना टारगेट्स पूरा करना, तो जो टारगेट का दबाव बनाया जा रहा है उसकी वजह से वो ये कह रहे हैं, जो शिकायत कर रहे हैं बीएलओ, वो इस तरीके की शिकायत कर रहे हैं कि दबाव है और दबाव की वजह से वो परेशान हो रहे हैं। जी
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भवानी इस जानकारी के लिए। Now we're shifting focus to another breaking news that is coming in from Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanithi Stalin sharpened his attack on the AIDMK, accusing the opposition party of acting as a slave to the BJP by supporting the Election Commission's special intensive revision exercise. Speaking at a book release event in Chennai, Udayanithi said that the BJP had got a slave in AIDMK to file cases in favor of the SIR, escalating the ongoing political confrontation over the voter verification drive. And we'll listen into what Udayanithi Stalin said.
எஸ்ஐஆருக்கு ஆதரவு தெரிவிக்கிறாரு. ஏன்னு கேட்டா திமுக எதிர்க்குது, அதனால நாங்க ஆதரிக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறார். சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட்ல அதற்கு ஆதரவா வழக்கு தொடர்ந்திருக்கிறாரு. பாஜகவுக்கு இன்னைக்கு நாடு முழுக்க பல மாநிலங்கள்ல அடிமைகள் இருக்கலாம், வாய்க்கலாம். ஆனா நம்ம ஊர்ல இருக்கிற மாதிரி அடிமைகள் மாதிரி அதிமுக அடிமைகள் மாதிரி ஒரு கடைஞ்செடுத்த அடிமைகள் அவங்களுக்கு எந்த மாநிலத்திலையும் சிக்க மாட்டாங்க. அதனாலதான் பாஜகவுடைய நம்பர் 1 அடிமைகள் அவங்க தான் நிரூபிக்க திரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு வழக்கு தொடர்ந்திருக்கிறார்.
And we are joined by Purnima Murli on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Purnima. Purnima, what do you make of these remarks by Udayanithi Stalin?
Well, just 1 week left for the enumeration process to be over, and we've seen both the DMK and the AIADMK talking about SIR. The DMK in fact saying that there are challenges that people are facing. It's going to affect the minority, the voters from the minority community, the oppressed community, and they are facing a lot of challenges. So lakhs and lakhs of voters may not be eligible to vote is the allegation that's put forth by the DMK. The AIADMK, however, has in fact staged protest in connection with SIR. Yesterday, the AIADMK cadre in Chennai staged protest, and they have alleged that the DMK workers are reportedly trying to impact trying to impact the entire process. So they are now saying that the DMK is doing this because they are afraid that the bogus voters may not be voting this time around, and it may affect the winning prospects. That's the allegation put forth by the AIADMK. So back and forth it's happening, and Udayanithi Stalin yesterday at an event in Chennai had in fact made a statement that the AIADMK is a slave to the BJP, and that's why they are trying to support the BJP when it comes to issues like the SIR.
Right, Purnima. Many thanks, Purnima, for gathering all that. Now we are shifting focus to another breaking news. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla added a dose of humor to the Bengaluru Tech Summit, drawing laughs from the audience as he took a friendly jab at the city's notorious traffic. Shukla quipped that his travel from Marthahali to the summit venue took 3 times longer than the duration of his scheduled speech. Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge, speaking after Shukla, said he is working to resolve the issue. So we'll listen into what Shubhanshu Shukla said.
Way from the other side of the Bangalore, Marathalli, So I've spent thrice the time that I'm going to be spending on this presentation with you. So you have to look at the commitment that I have.
Like Mr. Shubham Shukla said, it was easier for him to get from space to Bangalore, but from Marthalli to here was a little difficult. So we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
And we are joined by Afreen Hussain on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Afreen. Afreen, it seems like the Bengaluru traffic is indifferent to anyone, whether you are a minister or India's star, Shubhanshu Shukla. What do you make of the comment made by Shubhanshu Shukla?
Well, absolutely, Harsh. You know, astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla made a very humorous remark at the Bengaluru traffic, which is very, very infamous. And the city's traffic problems is something that, you know, probably the world knows about. So he went on to say that, you know, it took him 3 times more time to travel from Marathalli to the place where the Bengaluru Tech Summit was held, more than, you know, the time he would take to present his presentation. So that's something that, you know, Shubhanshu Shukla went on and said at the Bengaluru Tech Summit. Now, quickly responding to that remark, Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge said that, you know, we are making sure, we are ensuring that this does not happen again. We are working towards it. Now, that's the surety that the Karnataka minister has given on his part.
Right, Afreen. Many thanks, Afreen, for that crucial input. Now we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al-Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al-Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al-Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al-Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al-Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al-Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al-Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al-Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al-Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem.
They spark conversations, shape opinions. But who will stand invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 influencer are Raj Shamani, Kamya Jani, Khan Sir, Parul Gulati, Revant Himat Singh, Who will be the influencer of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Welcome back. You are watching CNN News 18 with me, Harshtat. Before we get into the updates from Karnataka, our whole team at CNN News 18 wants to thank our viewers for trusting CNN News 18 as your number one election coverage destination. Now, shifting focus, a political churn is brewing in Karnataka. A Congress delegation led by Minister Cheluvarayaswamy along with MLAs Iqbal Hussain, M. Shivanna, H. Srinivas and Ranganath has left Bengaluru for Delhi to meet the party high command, pushing for a possible transfer of power to Shiva Kumar. They are seeking a leadership change even as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah firmly rules out any November revolution. He says he himself has asked the High Command to consider a cabinet reshuffle at the 2.5-year mark of his government. Marking that milestone, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar added fuel to the speculation, stating he cannot continue as Karnataka Congress chief forever and that others must also get the opportunity, remarks that have triggered a fresh chatter about a shift in leadership. The BJP, meanwhile, has pounced on the movement, alleging that the Congress is consumed by infighting instead of governance, accusing the government of failing on issues like potholes, roads and infrastructure.
ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕ್ದವ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಚುನಾವಣೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವೇ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕವಾದಂಥ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದವು. 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ರೀಸಫಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಗೊಂದಲ? ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊಂದಲ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭಾರತ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ. ಅವರ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಈ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಗ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರು MLAಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೆಲವರು ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಚೇರಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾವು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 5.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ 6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್. ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ.
Breaking news coming in, a group of Karnataka Congress lawmakers, some of whom have publicly backed D.K. Shivakumar in his tug of war with Siddaramaiah over the Chief Minister's post, reached Delhi on Thursday night. So that is a very major update when it comes to the whole Karnataka tussle. And we are joined by Rohini Swamy on this broadcast. Rohini, now clearly a political tussle is happening in Karnataka, but if you could tell our viewers what is expected from the Congress High Command in the coming days?
See, all this that we are seeing now, if the delegation, there is a group of DK supporters and the DK's camp who are looking and seeking an appointment with Mallikarjun Kharge, who will be in Bangalore for the next 2 days. Now, the point is, this is all muscle flexing, and this is also pressure tactics that is coming from the DK's camp. I had spoken to several people even close to DK's and said that this is the strategy by the supporters who say that this entire rotational discussion that had happened in the beginning of this entire setting up of the government, well, it is time for that, the High Command to look into it. But this is all pressure tactics on the High Command. A similar meeting also was held by supporters of Siddaramaiah. Now, they are also discussing how to counter such kind of muscle flexing and such kind of a power tussle. Because the point remains that Siddaramaiah has very clearly said, which DK Shivakumar also has endorsed, that any decision of any kind, be it of a cabinet reshuffle or be it of the change of leadership, will come from the High Command or from Delhi. Number two, the point also remains that on one hand, Siddaramaiah has made it very clear yesterday, even when he spoke in Chamarajnagar, that a completion of full 5-year term is what he expects to have. Number two, the fact that he said he doesn't know who these MLAs are or who are the people who are going into Delhi. Chellarayaswamy is the minister from Karnataka, is in Delhi to meet the Union Agricultural Minister. But there is one thing that is very clear. The two camps now are muscle flexing. One of them saying that the entire term, which now, because things have changed ever since the elections were held in 23. So the point is that whether the Congress High Command right now wants a shake-up. They have also very clearly said, concentrate on development programs, deliver those guarantees, the SIR is in place, ensure that the SIR is being executed. And also, more importantly, let's not have all these discussions about change of leadership. Even when I spoke to some of my sources, they said that the cabinet reshuffle may even take place somewhere in January. There's too short a time to even go ahead because Karnataka Assembly is expected, the winter session is expected in next month, mid next month. There's not much time. The parliament session also will begin. So there is no time for a reshuffle at this point. So with all this happening, it's only pure muscle flexing that we're seeing. But clearly, one hand, you have the Siddaramaiah camp also strategizing and telling the leader and also sending out a message saying the entire Ahinda bloc, who Siddaramaiah is known to be the tallest leader of, is backing him, while DK Shivakumar's camp also is trying to say that it's possibly time to hand over power. But this conversation that we saw in terms of how DK was addressing the congressmen and talking about re-energizing the volunteers, saying, I will be here, I've been here for 5.5 years, well, that is also an indication saying, well, it's time.
Right, Rohini. Rohini, I would request you to stay on with us as we are getting another breaking news. DK Shivakumar's cryptic tweet amid the power tussle that is going on. Where there is effort, there is fruit. He said, where there is devotion, there is the Lord. So that is a very twisted statement that is coming in from DK Shivakumar. And let me go across to Rohini for this. Rohini, help our viewers decode this cryptic tweet from DK Shivakumar.
Well, this is something that DK Shivakumar has been saying for a very long time. And in this particular tweet, and this is a poster that he has tweeted, is from his speech where he was addressing the congressmen at the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee gathering celebrating Indira Gandhi's birth anniversary. He was also asking the Congress workers not to lose faith, to remain energized, to continue having confidence, and that the Congress will come back to power in 28 also. He also makes a statement as he continues saying that, don't worry, I will be there in the front line. I will be part of the leadership as well. And he goes on to talk about how it is important that every congressman comes and together, and they have a plan of building 100 Congress offices in Karnataka. The Congress headquarters is a temple of the congressmen. Many have forgotten that. They need to understand that they will now have to work towards building the party. This is the way of the DK Shivakumar, not as only as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, but as the Congress state chief, talking to the Congress workers saying, let's get our act together, let's be a united front, and let's go ahead and get the Congress to win again. Now, but this also means that we have seen DK Shivakumar n number of times making statements. He landed from Delhi after a meeting, and the first question when he was about change of leadership, he said, go ask an astrologer. There are other times also he has said that only God knows when, if there is a change of guard. Right. So this kind of reactions has been coming from DK Shivakumar quite a bit. Right, Rohini. Rohini, I would again request you to stay on with us as we are getting another breaking news. As DK Shivakumar camp is in Delhi, a dinner meeting of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's close aides was held at Satish Jarkiholi's residence. Let me go across to Rohini. Rohini, what is happening in the Siddaramaiah camp right now? Well, these are the usual supporters and this is the usual camp that we know of, people who have always backed Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now, Satish Jarkoli also is a very strong Dalit leader as well. Somebody who, if you remember, was also referred to by Siddaramaiah's son, who's an MLA, Yatindra, about how they're talking about change of leadership. He's also one strong leader who can take over the mantle of the values that the Congress and Siddaramaiah and the Karnataka Congress stand for. Now, H.C. Mahadevappa, K.N. Rajanna, these are all people who are known to be the close group, Dinesh Gundrao, all close group of Siddaramaiah. One is the fact that they will back Siddaramaiah and the Ahinda entire bloc is with them. Number two, how to counter the muscle flexing and power tussle that the conversations happen, and whether when these supporters of DK Shivkumar rush to the High Command, how to counter that. There's also one point that was made that with Mallikarjun Kharge, the AICC chief, even in Karnataka, there is nothing wrong even in the Siddaramaiah camp reaching out to the High Command and trying to impress upon them that there is a need for the clarity in how things are working out in Karnataka for now, because as of now we understand that Siddaramaiah will continue for the next 5 years, is whatever decision, if there has to be a change, will happen only when the High Command decides. So right now they want to show stability, and they want the High Command also to come out with a clear indication that things are going well and it's in a united front, and such kind of fissures will only affect the governance in Karnataka.
Right, Rohini. Many thanks, Rohini, for gathering all that. Now we are shifting focus to another breaking news. Top Congress sources reveal to CNN News 18 that no leadership change will take place. This has been conveyed to all having asked to focus on the special intensive revision issue. So that is a major update that we are getting from Congress sources. And we are joined by Pallavi Ghosh on this broadcast. Pallavi, when DK Shivkumar said that he can't continue as Congress chief forever, Karnataka Congress chief forever, in a way he is hinting that he is not happy with what he has right now.
See, I think the two things which the top Congress source told me and the central leadership essentially urged. One is that we are indulgent, but we are firm. They say that this is a time when a cabinet reshuffle, whenever it has to take place, those backdoor negotiations have begun. Siddaramaiah obviously has his camp of supporters to look to. Similarly, DK Shivkumar also has to placate. And obviously, both the camps will try and ensure that maximum leaders from their camp become the minister in the new cabinet reshuffle. And that is a kind of muscle flexing. That is a kind of statement which is coming in from DK Shivkumar. We also have to understand, Harsh, that DK is someone who has shared a very, very close bond with the Gandhis. He has often been patient. He's been one person who has been flaunted by Rahul Gandhi, even in private meetings, that look, he didn't buckle under pressure and quit the Congress to join the BJP, despite the fact that he was arrested. Now, Karnataka is also one of the states where the SIR exercise has become a big issue. They all have been told that put your heads together. First week of December is when a big rally is going to take place on the issue at the Ramlila Maidan in Delhi. So all of you really have to focus on that. But we also understand that your concerns, your ambitions, your desire to kind of accommodate people from your own camps, and the central leadership does understand, Harsh. But I think it's been made very clear to them umpteen number of times, we just don't want to rock the boat. The CM continues, the deputy CM continues, and these backroom maneuverings is something which is going to be accommodated as much as possible by the central leadership by way of the cabinet reshuffle.
Right, Pallavi. Many thanks, Pallavi, for that crucial input. Now we're shifting focus to the national capital. As the investigation into the Delhi blast case intensifies, the National Investigation Agency has arrested 4 more prime accused, bringing the total number of arrests in the case to 6. The 4, Dr. Muzammil, Shakil Ganai, Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar, Dr. Shaheen Saeed and Mufti Irfan Ahmed have been sent to 10-day NIA custody. According to investigations, all played key roles in the terror attack that killed several innocent people and injured many others. Moving swiftly in its probe, the NIA had arrested Amir Rashid Ali, in whose name the blast car was registered, and Jasir Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support to the terrorists. The agency continues to probe networks and accomplices involved in the attack.
इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि जो दिल्ली में हुआ वो काबिल मजम्मत है और उसकी वजह से पूरे मुल्क के अंदर लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है और बहुत खौफ भी है। तो मगर उसका ये कतई मतलब नहीं कि जो हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो मुल्क के अंदर उसको अपना मुल्क जो उनका समझ के वहाँ मजदूरी के लिए जाते हैं, पढ़ने लिखने के लिए जाते हैं, मुझे लगता है उन पे गुस्सा नहीं उतारा जाना चाहिए। ऐसे में मुझे लगता है जो हमारे उलमा है, जो हमारे मजहबी लीडर हैं, जैसे मीरवाइज साहब हैं, जैसे रहमतुल्लाह साहब हैं, और भी जितने लीडर, मैं कितनों का नाम लूँ, उनको सामने आके इस पे बात करनी चाहिए कि हमारे नौजवानों को ये रास्ता नहीं इख्तियार करना चाहिए।
And we are joined by Anvit Srivastava on this broadcast, who's live from New, Haryana. Anvit, if you could tell our viewers, why would Dr. Umar visit New in Haryana before the blast? And we are getting to know that 10 families have temporarily abandoned their homes in New. If you could tell us more.
See, we are right now in New in Hidayat colony, and this is the house, main house where Umar Nabi is said to have been living right before the blast, and it is said that from November 1st to November 9th, this was his hideout probably, and this the brown gate that you see that is locked. We are told that it has been locked by the agencies, and this is the place where the NIA teams and Delhi police teams and teams from Faridabad had visited just a short while ago. And Umar used to live inside this house. The owner of the house is a lady who works as an Anganwadi worker, and her husband works as a driver. She has told the law enforcement agencies who had visited here that Umar Nabi would not step out of the house. He would not use the washroom as well. And on the 9th of November, he abruptly left in his I-20 car, the same I-20 car that was detonated outside the Red Fort, and he was shy in nature, is what she has told, and he would not interact with anyone. And this is the house he lived in, and he did not talk much to people around. And when agencies visited, this lane was heavily cordoned just a few days back. The cordon has been now lifted on November 14th. Also, we are being told by the locals the teams had visited. But you can see some of the houses are still locked. This black gate, as you see, even the gate ahead of that is still locked. We are told that because cops and agency sleuths had visited, they've been questioning people here. So people have temporarily left the area. There are many other houses, and at the corner of this lane is a masjid that also is locked. We are being told that people have temporarily shifted out because the agencies were coming in here, and the entire lane was barricaded and it was blocked. The entry to this lane also was blocked. So people have temporarily shifted out, but yes, we are being told that they will be coming back because they all have houses there, and most of the people who live on rent, they however are still here. When we tried to speak of them, they were not willing to speak on this, and most of them have said that they have nothing to do with Umar, as they did not even speak with him, and they have said that they did not spot his I-20 car either in this area.
Right, Anvit. Anvit, if you could also tell our viewers that if you know the distance between New and the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, do we know the exact distance, and for how much time did Dr. Umar stay there?
See, Al-Falah certainly is in the center of this investigation, and we are right now in New, and Al-Falah get connected. Al-Falah lies in Mewat region also. We are in New. New is also in Mewat region, and this there's not much difference, and this is the one reason why Umar Nabi had been staying here. What we are also being told that it was one of the peons in Al-Falah University who had helped him get this house on rent. The house was of peon's relatives who worked at Al-Falah, and that is how he managed to get this house, even though the PN had suggested that the house is not of a standard of an assistant professor who had been Umar Nabi had been working at Al-Falah, but he still agreed, probably because of the deserted area it is, and it is not well connected with the main city. Probably that was the reason, and that is why he thought it could be a good hideout just ahead of the blast. And November 1 to November 9, for 10 days, Umar Nabi stayed here, and now the owner of the house, a lady and her husband who used to live here, her husband worked as a driver, the lady we are being told has worked as an Anganwadi worker. They have also been detained for questioning, and many other people who are living in this area have previously been questioned by the agency. They are trying to understand that what did he do mostly when he used to live here. We are also being told that the room he lived in was not in a very good condition, and that was one reason also why the owners, used to not like Umar's presence here, but they are all being questioned. Even the neighbors who had anything, who had interacted or seen him come in and go out, they have also told police that he did not step out much and he did not speak to the locals. However, they're all being questioned so that the police can find out even the minus of the details possible in this case.
Right, Anvit. Many thanks, Anvit, for gathering all that. Now we'll listen into some political reactions. And we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
India's young athletes inspire, but only one rising star can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Rising Sports Star are Suruchi Bhogat, Kush Maini, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Pooja Singh, Divya Deshmukh. Who will be the Rising Sports Star of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al-Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al-Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al-Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al-Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al-Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it, a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye? Something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al-Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al-Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations.
They reinvent the rules and inspire the next generation. But only one youth icon can stand invincible. And the nominations for the youth icon are Ananya Pandey, Rishabh Sharma, Ishan Khattar, Zakir Khan, Lieutenant Commander Rupa A and Lieutenant Commander Dilna K. Who will be the youth icon of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Hello, Navai. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Walia. We first up get started with the day's top headlines. Take a look. NI gets 10-day custody of 6 accused in Delhi blast case. NI likely to confront them together. Letter war breaks out in West Bengal after Mamata Banerjee, now Suvendu Adhikari, writes to Election Commission, accuses the Chief Minister of attempting to intimidate booth-level officers. Another BLO dies, this time in Rajasthan. Family pins the blame on SIR-related stress. Opposition questions Election Commission. Enforcement Directorate files charge sheet against Robert Vadra, alleges PMLA linked to UK-based defence dealer Sanjay Bhandari. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues. Now 3 MLAs from DK Shiv Kumar camp reach Delhi to meet the High Command. Star astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla takes a jibe at Karnataka government, says Bengaluru traffic harder than space travel. Priyank Kharge says will resolve the issue soon. Prime Minister Modi embarks on 3-day visit to South Africa to attend G20 summit to outline India's views on growth, terror, climate and AI. Teachers and headmistress among 4 suspended for betting Delhi students' suicide. First up, we start with the breaking news response that's come in from RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat. He's spoken on the Manipur situation, addressing civil society members and Sangh volunteers in Manipur. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat said, whether the government knows or not, the Sangh knows we are concerned about Manipur. Also said the Sangh cares for every part of the country. Our ground network is everywhere we exist, he said, because of you, the Swayam Sevaks. He then added, the Sangh does not stand on the strength of any government. We exist because of your commitment. Let's first up put this in perspective and play out this reaction that's come in. Chief, listen in.
संघ इसमें जितना कर सकता है वो सब करेगा और कर रहा है, किया है पिछले 3 साल में भी, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट को मालूम हो ना मालूम, वी आर कंसर्न्ड अबाउट ईच एंड एवरी पार्ट ऑफ भारत, और सब जगह हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आप लोगों के कारण है. हम किसी गवर्नमेंट के बलबूते नहीं है, आप लोगों के, उसके लिए जितना करना है वो सब हम करते. वी डोंट लीव एनी स्टोन अनटर्न, ये पक्का है. Destruction is a matter of 2 minutes, but construction takes 2 years. So we are at it, we are going to do it. So we'll definitely do it and we'll take everybody along, or those who are working, we will be along with them. But it is our intention that minds, they should be again fused into one without destroying anything, identity, etc., etc., etc. This peace in material matters will come early, but internal peace will take some time.
So yes, this is the first meeting by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat since violence broke out 2 years ago in the state of Manipur, and he'd last visited the state in 2022. But he has now spoken of how the RSS is concerned about the situation in Manipur, and the RSS does not stand on the strength of any government. It stands because of the strength of the people, the Swayam Sevaks, as he highlighted. But this is RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's visit to Manipur for the first time since ethnic violence broke out 2 years ago. It's going to be a 3-day visit in total, and he's going to be interacting with citizens, with entrepreneurs, representatives of the tribal community. And he has now spoken of how the RSS is concerned about the situation in Manipur. And you heard him there say verbatim that the Sangh cares for every part of the country, that our ground network is everywhere and we exist because of you, the people. He also called people in Manipur the Swayam Sevaks as much. He spoke of how the Sangh doesn't stand on the strength of any government and we exist because of your commitment. It's interesting that this comment is coming from the RSS chief. He's spoken of how the RSS doesn't directly link itself or its work to that of any governments. Going across to Madhuparna, who joins us with more details. Madhuparna, how do you look at this comment that's coming from the RSS chief overall? The timing is extremely crucial. For the first time, a first such visit by Mohan Bhagwat since ethnic violence first broke out 2 years ago. But tell us what you make of this and whether this is some sort of signaling that's going out.
Yes, this is nothing routine. This is very significant. In fact, I will say that this is deeply significant. Mohan Bhagwat's visit to Manipur, this came after at least 3-4 years. So last time he visited Manipur, that was in 2022, before the conflict broke out. So this is very, very significant. This is a crucial visit, and this is also about the Sangh's work, how they function on the ground. So they always want to listen to the people, the people who are living there, and that is how and why Mohan Bhagwat is kind of holding interactions with the civil society, the intellectuals there. And also, Christine, you just see what he exactly said. He said that Sangh is very concerned. He said that Sangh cares about each and every part of India. He also said that he doesn't know if government knows or not, but Sangh is concerned. And he also reiterated Sangh's resolve to Manipur, saying that Sangh is at it, Sangh is working among the people, Sangh is trying to make the process smooth. And he also said that Sangh is willing to work alongside the people who are working to get people together.
He seems to be attempting here to, in a sense, bridge that gap that perhaps exists on ground. He's really trying to establish that connection with the people in Manipur. It's a 3-day visit in total. So we'll keep coming back to you, Madhuparna. Thank you so much for joining us in the meanwhile. Shifting our focus to more news coming in, let's talk about ED searches that are underway in West Bengal. Recoveries made by ED from West Bengal in the coal mining investigations case. The Enforcement Directorate continues raids in Bengal and Jharkhand over the coal scam money laundering case. Enforcement Directorate, of course, has ensured that more than 100 ED officials and staff are carrying out these searches. Let's give you a quick update on what's happening as far as these searches go. ED conducting searches at 24 premises in Durgapur, in Purulia, Havda, Kolkata districts. All of this in the illegal coal mining, illegal transportation and storage of coal. The persons whose premises are being covered includes a few, namely Narendra Khadka, also Yudhishthar Ghosh, Krishna Murari Kayal and Chinmay Mondal. A few others, their premises are also being searched as we speak. More than 100 ED officials, like I said, and staff are carrying out these searches against coal mafia, and the search operation began early this morning, close to 6 a.m. The premises covered includes residential areas, properties, offices, coke plants, and illegal toll collection booth and checkposts as well. So this is where searches are currently underway. I do want to go across to Anshul Singh and Kamalika Sen-Gupta who join us with more details. Anshul, first up, give us a broader overview on what these investigations are all about and why the Enforcement Directorate has landed up with 100-odd officials in multiple locations to carry out these searches.
Well, this is a large investigation that is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, the predicate offence of PMLA that was registered by the Enforcement Directorate was based on an FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, ECL, the Eastern Coal Limited, one of the companies who was responsible for transporting and coal mining in the Asansol area of West Bengal, is being looked as an accused in this accused company in this entire matter, because what has happened that during the time period while this coal mining block was in fact given to them, the manner in which the mining happened and then eventually it was transported, it is being alleged that there was a large nexus of mafias that was operating this entire coal block, and then eventually the manner in which this mining and transportation was happening and eventually distribution was happening eventually carried out a massive loss to the exchequer. It is such a big loss that the exact magnitude of the said loss has still not been quantified at this point in time. ED says that this could actually run into thousands of crores, and this case was in fact registered last year itself, and since then there have been several raids that have been conducted. But this morning the Enforcement Directorate have yet again gone ahead and hit the ground running, and they have gone ahead and carried out search operations both in Kolkata and Ranchi at this point in time. More than 100 ED officials are on the ground, and at this point in time the recoveries are still happening. One of the main accused, Mr. Anuj, who is being said to be linked to the ECL, is his house and his premises are also being raided at this point in time, and several recoveries are still being made. So definitely this was a large nexus that was underway, a large nexus of mafia that was operating under the garb of official coal mining, but the manner in which the entire operations were being conducted and eventually the transportations and distribution that happened of coal, that is something that has created a lot of issues and has gone ahead and created a loss of hundreds of crores to the exchequer due to this illegal mafia that was running in West Bengal and parts of Jharkhand as well.
Okay, West Bengal and parts of Jharkhand. Stay on with us. It's a big crackdown in a multi-crore coal smuggling scam. Kamalika Sen-Gupta is with us to put out a picture on what's happening in West Bengal. Anshul, stay on with us. Kamalika, several districts being raided, searches being carried out in parts of Bengal. More than 100 ED officials and staff are carrying out these searches. Tell us about what's happening in Durgapur, Purulia, Howrah, Kolkata districts. Tell us all about it.
Basically, the main raids which are taking place, that's in Durgapur and Purulia, because these are the two places where most of this illegal mining takes place, illegal coal mining used to take place, and that is the reason for which Durgapur and Purulia, couple of places, as Anshul also pointed out, couple of places in Durgapur, couple of places in Purulia, the raids are going on, and in the houses of all these accused in Howrah and in other places, near about 24 places, that's what we are coming to know, is being raided in Howrah, in Durgapur, in Durgapur, in Purulia, in Howrah, in Kolkata. Specifically, most of the raids, the focus is Durgapur, because that is the hub of all these things, and also Purulia. These are the two coal belts of the entire Bengal. And this is what we are coming to know also from our sources, that in one side ED is raiding, but also on the other side the CBI is also has taken interest in it, because this is also a CBI part. So the CBI is also carrying it out in several places, though there is no official confirmation on the CBI part. But definitely the ED is raiding in various places, and we know that there has been arrests and there has been a lot of investigations are going on regarding this illegal coal scam.
Okay, Anshul, now this is no new investigation. The investigations have been ongoing on multiple levels in different parts of the country for a while now. If we just look at these pockets in Jharkhand and West Bengal that are being searched, are they all linked to one case alone or one set of coal mafias that are being investigated as we speak?
So yes, this is a part of the of a similar nexus that was operating that included a few government officials and a few private individuals, along with several coal mafias, is what the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation believes at this point in time. The initial cases and the FIRs that was registered initially based on the complaints of illegal transportation of coal from the Asansol region of West Bengal to different parts of Jharkhand, because that is one area which is very rich in the coal mineral, and hence that as Kamalika just pointed out as well, that is one of the locations from where a lot of illegal coal mining happens. Now this company that we are talking about, or the Eastern Coal Limited Company, was one of the companies who was given this government contract of going ahead and carry out mining in the Asansol region. But what eventually happened, the company who was given the responsible of carrying out the coal mining legally and to benefit the exchequer or to benefit the country, they eventually transpired with other coal mafias and made sure that that a lot of amount of coal that was being extradited from those regions was actually illegally transported to the coal mafias, and then eventually hit the black market across the country. Remember, these raids that are happening are not only happening at the residences of the proprietors of these companies, but also the routes that were taken, the toll plazas that they had crossed, because all these people were also somewhere or the other involved in taking bribes and letting those illegal coal logistically move from one location to the other. So there was a large nexus that not only included government officials, private officials, mafias, but also toll booth workers as well. So this was a massive nexus that was running. But now, since the investigation has already been done over the last 1 year. Several arrests have also been made, and today it is expected that more arrests would be made because the manner in which these recoveries have happened, we have shown those visuals to our viewers as well, that crores of cash has already been found. Gold jewelries have also been recovered from the raids that have been carried out in West Bengal, whereas separate raids at least 16 different locations are also being carried out in Jharkhand as well. So definitely a big operation. The people who were involved in this entire nexus, the mafia who were involved in this entire nexus, is slowly being investigated and is slowly being brought to the books. Once these raids come to an end, which could take a long time at this point in time, it remains to be seen what kind of fresh recoveries that has been made, and if at all there are any new arrests that have been made, that can be made, because at this point in time it is seeming very likely that a few people can be arrested by the Enforcement Directorate today itself.
Okay, many thanks Anshul and Kamalika for joining us with all those important details. It's a story that's developing still, so we will keep coming back to you for more. For now, shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in from Maharashtra. BJP leader Ashish Shelar said the party will not ally with the NCP in Mumbai as long as Nawab Malik, accused in a money laundering case linked to Dawood Ibrahim's network, is leading the campaign. So this is a comment that's coming from a BJP leader. Do remember, Ajit Pawar's NCP is currently part of the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra. So this is going to be interesting if the Bharatiya Janata Party decides to step away from NCP for civic elections. But let's listen in to what the BJP leaders said verbatim.
आमची भूमिका पहिली तीच होती, आजही तीच आहे, उद्याही तीच राहील. विधानसभा निवडणुकांच्या वेळेला पण आम्ही ही भूमिका घेतली होती की नवाब मलिक हे आमचे समर्थनीय उमेदवार असू शकत नाहीत. हा विषय व्यक्तीपेक्षा त्यांच्यावर असलेल्या आरोपाचा आहे. हा विषय त्यांच्या पक्षाचं नेतृत्व नवाब मलिक यांच्याकडे असेल तर त्यांच्यावर असलेले आरोप, हसीना पारकर आणि अशा सगळ्या आरोपांच्या संदर्भामध्ये भारतीय जनता पक्ष तडजोड करू शकत नाही. मुंबईमध्ये नवाब मलिक यांच्याकडे नेतृत्व असेल तर सर्वसामान्य कार्यकर्त्यांची आमची भूमिका आहे की या महायुतीमध्ये राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस, अजितदादा पवार, नवाब मलिक यांच्या नेतृत्वातली नसावी, असू नये, हीच आमची भूमिका आहे.
विवेक गुप्ता joins us with more details. विवेक, इस बयान के बारे में थोड़ी और जानकारी दीजिए, और ये अलायंस के बारे में क्या बताती है हमें, स्पेशली अगर हम सिविक पोल्स को देखें, क्योंकि खास तौर पे आशीष शेलार ने कई दाऊद गैंग के मेंबर्स का नाम लिया है और जो एजेंसीज ने डिटेल्स शेयर की हैं कि नवाब मलिक का इनके साथ कुछ लेना देना था, उस बात पे आशीष शेलार कह रहे हैं कि हम अलायंस में ये चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते.
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने. देखिए, जिस तरीके से महानगर पालिका के चुनाव जो हैं वो दिसंबर या जनवरी में हो सकते हैं, उसको लेकर अब मुंबई में बीजेपी ने साफ तौर पर यह ऐलान कर दिया है कि वो किसी भी हालात में और किसी भी कीमत पर एनसीपी अजीत पवार फैक्शन के साथ चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे अगर नवाब मलिक मुंबई एनसीपी पार्टी को लीड करेंगे. आशीष शेलार सीनियर लीडर है बीजेपी के और साथ ही महाराष्ट्र सरकार में मंत्री भी हैं. उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि जो भूमिका बीजेपी ने विधानसभा चुनाव और लोकसभा चुनाव में ली थी कि वो किसी भी हालात में नवाब मलिक के साथ नहीं जाएंगे, वही भूमिका वो एक बार फिर से बीएमसी चुनाव में भी ले रहे हैं कि अगर अजीत पवार फैक्शन ने नवाब मलिक को एनसीपी मुंबई हेड बनाया तो बीजेपी किसी भी कीमत पर उनके साथ अलायंस एनसीपी के साथ नहीं करेगी. साथ ही साथ आशीष शेलार ने यह भी कहा है कि नवाब मलिक के ऊपर कई सीरियस एलिगेशंस हैं कि उनके जो कनेक्शंस हैं वो अंडरवर्ल्ड के साथ हैं, हसीना पारकर के साथ हैं. इतने बड़े एलिगेशन के साथ बीजेपी किसी भी हाल में एनसीपी के साथ जो अलायंस है वो नहीं करेगी. और आशीष शेलार ने यह भी कहा है कि इतने बड़े एलिगेशन के बाद जो बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता हैं और बीजेपी पार्टी है, उसने ये तय किया है कि मुंबई में वो एनसीपी अजीत पवार फैक्शन के साथ किसी भी कीमत पर नहीं जाएगी.
जी विवेक, क्या ये सिर्फ आशीष शेलार की राय है या अन्य भाजपा के नेताओं ने भी ऐसा ही कुछ कहा है कुछ लास्ट फ्यू डेज में?
देखिए, अगर आपको बताना चाहेंगे कि जब महाराष्ट्र में विधानसभा चुनाव हुए थे पिछले साल और जब लोकसभा चुनाव हुए थे तो उस समय भी बीजेपी पूरी तरह से महाराष्ट्र की बीजेपी पूरी तरह से नवाब मलिक के अगेंस्ट पे थी. उन्होंने साफ तौर पे कहा कि अगर नवाब मलिक महायुति में आते हैं तो उनको वो बिल्कुल भी सपोर्ट नहीं करेंगे. इसी वजह से नवाब मलिक ने अपनी बेटी को उस कुर्ला से विधानसभा चुनाव लड़वाया था क्योंकि वो खुद नहीं लड़ पा रहे थे, क्योंकि बीजेपी ने काफी ज्यादा अपोज किया था. तो नवाब मलिक के खिलाफ बीजेपी के तमाम नेता, चाहे हम देवेंद्र फडणवीस की बात करें, आशीष शेलार की बात करें, तमाम बड़े नेता नवाब मलिक के खिलाफ हमेशा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो उनके ऊपर आरोप लगे हैं वो काफी सीरियस एलिगेशंस नवाब मलिक के ऊपर लगे हैं कि अंडरवर्ल्ड कनेक्शंस हैं, हसीना पार्टी के साथ उनका कनेक्शंस है और कई ड्रग्स मामले में उनके ऊपर केसेस भी चल रहे हैं। तो इसी बात को लेकर बीजेपी अड़िग है और साफ तौर पर कहना है कि इस तरीके की छवि वाले इंसान के साथ वो किसी भी हाल में अलायंस नहीं करेंगे। और आपको बताना चाहिए आशीष शेलार को बीएमसी चुनाव के लिए मुंबई चीफ बनाया गया है और आशीष शेलार ने साफ तौर पर कह दिया है कि वो किसी भी हालात में नवाब मलिक के साथ अलायंस नहीं करेंगे। अगर
तो विवेक, ऐसा मैसेज है जिसको नहीं नकारा जा सकता, इग्नोर नहीं किया जा सकता। थैंक यू सो मच विवेक फॉर piecing that story for us here on CNN News 18. Shifting our focus now to more breaking news coming in. We continue to talk about what else is happening in Maharashtra. Shiv Sena, BJP are also seen clashing again in Thane. Former BJP cooperator has been accused of assaulting Shiv Sena branch heads in Thane. Shiv Sena and the BJP have once again come face to face. A former BJP cooperator allegedly assaulted a Shiv Sena branch chief. The process of registering a case has begun at Thane's Naupada police station. The assault occurred while Shiv Sena branch heads was celebrating the decision to reduce registration fee for BSUP housing. Former BJP cooperator Narayan Pawar has been accused of carrying out the attack. Shiv Sena branch heads Harish Mahadik and Mahesh Lahane have reached the Naupada police station to file a formal complaint. These are details coming in as we speak. Clashes reported between the BJP and Shiv Sena in Thane, and a formal complaint has been lodged. But this, remember, is not an incident in isolation. We've seen several face-offs such as this take place between the two parties in the recent past. But a former BJP cooperator has now allegedly assaulted a Shiv Sena branch chief. This is what we're learning in the latest, and the process of registering a case has begun already at Thane's Naupada police station is the latest bit of update that's coming in. These are some of the visuals of when the incident first unfolded. So these are visuals coming to light as we speak. We keep up with these visuals. And as far as more details are concerned, the assault occurred while the Shiv Sena branch heads were celebrating. They were celebrating a decision to reduce registration fee for BSUP housing. And this time, at this point in time, former BJP cooperator Narayan Pawar carried out the alleged attack. I do want to go across to Preeti Sompura, joins us with more details. Preeti, tell us more about what really happened here, what kind of tussle are we looking at, and more on the formal complaint that's been lodged.
Well, you know that local body election is due on the 2nd of December in various Nagar Palika in the Maharashtra. And even though there are lots of issues going on between the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena and the BJP, seat-sharing ratio has not declared yet. Meanwhile, the clashes start between the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena and the BJP worker in the Thane. As we know that the Thane is very crucial because both the party want their mayor at the Thane. So on the local issue, both the party clash took place at the Thane yesterday night. After this, whatever information we are getting, that BJP workers have been beaten by the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena's party leader. So after that matter went into the local police station, and both the parties volunteers are currently at the local police station, and they are filing a complaint against each other.
Okay, Preeti, we're also putting out these visuals. Tell us what we can see here. There are people who are standing in a queue almost. They're grouped together. Are these visuals from late last night? When is the incident said to have happened, and how much did it go out of hand really? Give us more sense of what transpired.
This incident took place yesterday night when both the parties worker clashed between each other, because as per the information which we are getting, the BJP worker was doing some work at the Thane area. During that time, Eknath Shinde's party workers has clashed between the BJP people, and now the matter is in the police station. Both the party volunteers already reached the local police station. And as we know that 3 days ago, the Eknath Shinde party minister has boycotted the cabinet meeting, and after that, Eknath Shinde went to the Delhi, and he already talked to the senior most leader of the BJP, and they already said that the clash will not take place, and what the party will not take claim unless and until the seat-sharing ratios will be announced by the High Command. So now we know that lots of clashes going on in the local body election between Shiv Sena and BJP. So now this clash is yesterday night clash took place between the Shiv Sena and BJP worker at Thane.
Okay, many thanks, Preeti, for joining us with all those details. With that, we shift our focus to more breaking news that's just coming. A shocking incident has come to light in the Tisgaon Naka area of Kalyan, Eastern Mumbai. 19-year-old boy was beaten for not speaking in Marathi and then committed suicide. A college student named Arnav Khere has committed suicide. He was pushed on a train while traveling to college in Mulund, and this incident led to a dispute over the Hindi-Marathi language. During this dispute, 4 to 5 people brutally thrashed Arnav, and Arnav, while suffering from a certain mental stress, took this unfortunate decision. Tragedy unfolded soon after he returned home and committed suicide. Those are details that we have access so far. I do want to go across to Yasha Kotak, who joins us with more details. Yasha, this is an allegation that's been leveled by the victim's father in this case, Arnav's father in this case. Tell us more, and what about police investigations? Have they solidified what the reason really was of the suicide?
So yes, so far when we speak of this, like you rightly mentioned, that this very instance which has been reported from Kalyan East, it is on the basis of the allegation that has been filed by Arnav's father. In fact, the details also speak about how Arnav's father has gone ahead to file a case at Kalyan East in the Kolsewari police station, giving them the details. So far, what we hear from the authorities is they've not gone further to, in fact, comment or confirm this very incident. They've just said that the investigation is ongoing in this case, but whether the allegations leveled by Arnav's father, whether they are substantiated, is something that we wait to hear from the police. In fact, Arnav's father has, in the information, gone ahead to mention that when he reached home from work in the evening at around 7 p.m., the door was locked from inside of his house, and the help of neighbors, he opened the door, wherein he found 19-year-old Arnav hanging in the bedroom. In fact, after that, Arnav was rushed to the hospital at Kalyan and was declared at around 9:05 p.m. What's important to note is that in his complaint to the cops, they said the father has gone ahead to say that when Arnav was traveling to Mulund to his college via train, he had in fact asked one of the fellow passengers to not push him, but the passengers had argued with him, also hit him on the ear, and verbally threatened him, saying that why couldn't he speak Marathi. So these are the information that's been shared by the father of the victim.
So Arnav was allegedly thrashed, beaten up for not speaking in Marathi while this verbal dispute was underway, as he was pushed on the train while travelling to college. Yasha, these are some shocking details that you're sharing with us. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Heading into a very short breather, but also using this as an opportunity, viewers, to thank you, our viewers, for placing your faith and trust in us, as CNN News 18 remained #1 through the Bihar election week. Also coincided, remember, with the Delhi blast probe. Thank you for choosing us and trusting us. We head into a quick break. We'll be right back.
The entertainment world inspires us, but only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arijit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. A lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature. And that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025.
Welcome back. We return with more breaking news coming in. Mehul Choksi plea challenging extradition will be heard by the top court in Belgium today. Responding to CNN News 18, Advocate General Henry van der Linden confirmed that Mehul Choksi's appeal against extradition will be heard by the top court in Belgium, and this is going to happen today on the 9th of December. I beg your pardon. The court will only examine the legal aspects of the Court of Appeal's verdict, and no new facts or evidence can be presented during the hearing, is what the Advocate General said. Parties must submit their complaints in written when filing the appeal. Also noted, further can be added afterwards. So this is what he has said. But I do want to go across to CNN News 18's Ananya Bhatnagar, who joins us with more on what can be expected legally in this case going forward. 9th of December is the date that's been set, is when this case will come up in Belgium's top court. Ananya, tell us what we're expecting here, because another court earlier did pave the way for Mehul Choksi's extradition, which is what Choksi had challenged, is why we're going to see this development in the top court in Belgium on the 9th of December.
Well, absolutely. In fact, it was the Court of Appeals in Belgium, which is equivalent to a high court in our country. And that had actually turned down the appeal that was filed by Mehul Choksi as far as challenging his extradition is concerned. And now finally it is in fact the Supreme Court of Belgium, or the Court of Cassation that it is generally called in Belgium, that would be hearing his appeal on the 9th of December, is what in fact the Advocate General of the Court of Cassation and also the spokesperson of the Court of Cassation of in fact Belgium has told CNN News 18 in responding to an email query. In fact, they also go on to say that these would be written proceedings mostly, and in fact Mehul Choksi is somebody who has challenged his extradition proceedings and has challenged that particular order of the High Court of the Court of Appeal of Belgium. However, Mr. Advocate General have also very categorically told us that these are proceedings which are written in nature, and the Court of Cassation only goes into whether the Court of Appeal has applied its mind correctly in the legal sense, and it's completely a legal hearing. Not much facts are actually presented in this particular hearing. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out and what whether the Court of Cassation will also pave the way for, in fact, Mr. Mehul Choksi's return back to India, because it is in fact the highest court in Belgium, and if at all it turns down the appeal, then it would be like the last nail in the coffin, and definitely then extradition proceedings could actually begin for Mehul Choksi in this particular case. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out and whether any kind of a relief is granted to Mehul Choksi as far as the Court of Cassation's hearing on the 9th of December is concerned.
Okay, so 9th of December is indeed an important hearing, especially for law enforcement agency officials here in India and seeking Mehul Choksi's extradition. Thank you, Ananya, for joining us with all those details. Heading into a very short break with that. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
They spark conversations, shape opinions. But who will stand invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 influencer are Raj Shamani, Kamya Jani, Khan Sir, Parul Gulati, Revant Himmat Singh. Who will be the influencer of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned, and the Al Falah Trust owner
Welcome back. We return with more breaking news coming in. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has reacted to the Supreme Court judgment on presidential reference. He says, and I quote him here, "Our fight for state rights and true federalism will continue. We will not rest until amending the constitution to fix timelines for governors to clear the bills," which puts our focus back to what has come in from the top court viewers. But this is the reaction to the Supreme Court judgment. On the latest, he has now gone ahead and said that our fight for the states' rights will continue. He says this fight is for true federalism and we will not rest until amending the constitution to fix timelines for governors to clear the bill. Do remember the bench, the Supreme Court bench that heard presidential reference also stated that governors cannot sit on a bill endlessly, but also said that it cannot impose timelines on president and governors. In fact, the Supreme Court did opine that the concept of deemed assent is alien to the Constitution. So that's the sum and substance of what came in from the top court. But this is M.K. Stalin once again laying the order. He says we will not give up just as yet. Our fight for the states' rights will continue. Our fight for true federalism will continue is the word that's come in from Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. And he says we will not rest until amending the constitution to fix timelines for the governors to clear bills. Now, do remember, this is an ongoing tussle between the ruling DMK in the state and the governor of Tamil Nadu, and this has been ongoing for a long time. Clearly no end to this. The matter reached the top court. The Supreme Court has come out with its final word and says that it cannot impose timelines on president and governors, and did clearly opine that the concept of deemed assent, that was the terminology clearly used by the Supreme Court bench. The concept of deemed assent is alien to the Constitution, is what was said as part of the judgment. So this is the latest coming in. The bench that heard the presidential reference, and this is important, did though say that governors cannot sit on a bill endlessly, and in case of prolonged inaction, limited judicial review is permissible, which has allowed several experts to come in and say that this is not all bad news for the DMK in Tamil Nadu that has been fighting this tooth and nail with the governor in the state. This was a 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court that answered the 16th presidential reference the country witnessed by opining that the judiciary cannot fetter governors and the president to one-size-fits-all timetables to dispose of state bills or usurp their functions by assuming deemed consent. That's the order that's come in from the top court, but the court clarifying that the president and the governors cannot resort to prolonged and evasive inaction by sitting endlessly on state bills is what has led now has led to this reaction from Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who says we will not give up just as yet. The Supreme Court said that sitting on a bill for far too long would amount to a deliberate attempt to thwart people's will expressed through proposed welfare laws passed by state legislatures. And that's, in a sense, something which was looked at by experts as a balanced judgment. None of the 5 judges claimed authorship of the 111-page opinion and said that this is the opinion of the court. But M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister, has now come out to react to the Supreme Court judgment and says our fight for state rights and true federalism will continue, and we will not rest until amending the Constitution to fix timelines for governors to clear bills. So that's something that the state government will keep rooting for. That's a fight that the DMK said it will fight till the end and will not stop. They, of course, have gone on to say time and again, not just this time alone in the wake of the Supreme Court judgment, but time and again, the DMK has maintained that they're fighting for true federalism and that they're not going to rest until amending the Constitution. But the Supreme Court made it amply clear on where it stood. The top court categorically stated that it cannot impose timelines on president and governors. It did come with a condition, though, that governors cannot sit on a bill endlessly, and in case of prolonged inaction, limited judicial review is permissible. That's the latest that's come in from Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who says our fight will continue. Now, do remember this was a significant order that's come in from the top court. And while the Chief Minister's reaction has come in, the DMK, remember, has taken this position against the state governor for far too long now. And in that sense, this debate and this heated exchange is unlikely to die down anytime soon. We shift our focus in the moment to more breaking news coming in. We shift our attention to what top sources are sharing with CNN News 18. Pakistan sending a final message to Afghan Taliban, says opt reconciliation or face regime change in Kabul. Pakistan also has asked Afghan Taliban to accept all demands and consider cooperation. Pakistan is now pushing Afghan Taliban for a peace deal. Top sources breaking down these details to CNN News 18. Manoj Gupta sharing this crucial piece of information, this message being sent out by Pakistan through Turkish mediators. Top sources telling us that Pakistan is now realigning ties with Taliban. And this is being looked at as an alternative strategy. Pakistan establishing contacts with anti-Taliban forces in and outside Afghanistan is another additional piece of information that we've just picked up. I do want to go across to Akanksha Swaroop, who joins us with more details. Akanksha, given the host of developments that have taken place in the recent past, how do you look at this message being sent out via Turkish mediators?
Right, these are inputs that have been brought to us by Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta. And Prithvin, what we can tell you is that now there's been a realignment misalignment of sorts by Islamabad when it comes to approaching the Afghan Taliban issue. What are they doing? So they are now approaching the democratic leaders who are also seeking refuge from Islamabad. That includes Ashraf Ghani. You also have Abdullah, Hamid Karzai. These are all democratic leaders of Afghanistan, and they have been also urging for elections. So now Pakistan, after the failed ceasefire talks remain, we all know that the ceasefire is currently in abeyance after 3 talks that failed through Turkish mediators, and we all know that Doha has also been playing a critical role. So over here what we are being told is that they've been trying to send out a very strategic message that either they should choose reconciliation or there is going to be a change of regime in Afghanistan. What are the conditions that they are posing as far as Afghan Taliban is concerned? They want handover of some very key TTP militants. They want the TTP activities to be controlled by Afghan Taliban. Now, Afghan Taliban is of the view that they cannot control TTP activities as long as they are emanating from Pakistan soil. They can only curb what's happening in Afghanistan, and that's what they have been in fact maintaining throughout. Let me quickly take you through the conditions and the demands that have been posed by Pakistan. Remember, the bone of contention was also that Pakistan was demanding written guarantees out of Afghanistan, which is something that Afghan Taliban regime had refused. So Pakistan has been demanding the control over TTP, more importantly create a buffer zone as far as along the line of control is concerned, to be able to control the rising terrorism and militancy, to make Pak-Afghan border safer and no escalation along Durand line. Now, we know that Pakistan's already held 3 talks with Afghan Taliban under Qatar and Turkish mediators. This has not really reached any kind of final agreement, but is Pakistan now going to destabilize the Afghan Taliban government, given that Afghan Taliban is not really aligning with the demands of Pakistan? More importantly, there's a strategic shift in the way Afghan Taliban is approaching New Delhi, and Pakistan is clearly extremely threatened by that. Not only was their foreign minister in the national capital last month, Amir Khan Muttaqi, we've just seen the commerce minister's departure as well, and this seems to have been a very fruitful meeting between Afghanistan and India, given that they've shut down the Torkham border. That's also impacted their trade significantly, and Pakistan is now in fact feeling the brunt. They've been feeling the brunt of the kind of losses in terms of trade and connectivity. Torkham border, remember, is a very key strategic trade route for Pakistan. So after the commerce minister reaching out to New Delhi, and of course the foreign minister as well, they are also trying to diversify their business interests, and Pakistan clearly is threatened by this development.
Okay, Akanksha, now while this message has been sent out by Pakistan to the leadership in Afghan Taliban, how realistic is this threat? Is it limited to posturing alone? Is that the strategy being adopted by Pakistan here? What's your assessment?
It's important to highlight that they are also forming this new axis of resistance when it comes to Qatar, or even say seeking out Islamic support from countries like Turkey. So if that message is being sent via Turkish mediators, that it's of course a veiled threat that you choose reconciliation, and if you do not choose reconciliation, there's going to be a regime change. It's already in the works, given that they are reaching out to the democratic fronts. They also are very willing to host these democratic leaders, as I mentioned, Abdullah, Ashraf Ghani, Hamid Karzai, maybe even give them refuge in Islamabad. Is that a larger sort of preparation for a regime change? Can they in fact displace the Afghan Taliban regime? It doesn't seem so at the moment, but it is indeed a veiled threat. Prithvi.
Many thanks, Akanksha, for joining us with all those details and piecing that entire story for us. Shifting our attention now to the latest we're tracking from the national capital. There are protests that have been scheduled for the day. They've been intensifying over the suicide of a class 10 student from a leading private school in Delhi. There's a shocking incident that's come to light. The 16-year-old jumped to death from an elevated metro station. The teenager left behind a suicide note blaming 3 teachers and the school principal, saying he felt that he had no other choice. In the note, he also requested that his organs be donated if they were in working condition, and his father's filed a case now, has accused the teachers and principal of mentally harassing his son, driving him to take this tragic step. Based on the suicide note, police have registered abetment of suicide charges, and the school has suspended 4 teachers, barring them from campus and student interaction, while a 5-member government probe panel has been formed and is expected to submit its report within 3 days. Let's listen in first up to all the reactions that have come in so far.
मेरा बच्चा स्कूल में है, वो क्लास 6 में पढ़ता है, तो उसने कल घर आके मुझे बताया था कि ऐसा ऐसा मम्मा इंसिडेंट हुआ। तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे बच्चे के साथ भी ये हो सकता है। तो मैं सोच रही हूँ इस बच्चे ने कितना झेला होगा, कितना उसने टॉर्चर सहा होगा कि इसने इतना एक्सट्रीम कदम लिया है। मैं ये भी सोच रही हूँ उस माँ बाप पर क्या गुजर रही होगी जिसका जवान बेटा ऐसे कूदकर उसने जान ले लिया है। और उसने ये भी लिखा है कि लेटर पर हमें मिला है सुसाइड नोट में से ये भी लिखा है कि मैं अपनी जान दे रहा हूँ, ये वेस्ट नहीं जाना चाहता है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो दूसरे बच्चे मेरे पीछे हैं वो ये सब सफर ना करे, दे शुड नॉट गो थ्रू व्हाट आई हैव गॉन थ्रू।
जब हमने ग्रुप में मैसेज पढ़ा कि 10th स्टैंडर्ड के बच्चे सूर्य के साथ ऐसा हुआ है, तो वी बोथ आर वेरी स्कैर्ड, क्योंकि मैम हमारा बेटा भी आके कई बार कंप्लेंट्स करते हैं कि टीचर्स उसको हैरेसमेंट करते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग इग्नोर कर देते हैं कि नहीं चलो बेटे की गलती होगी या फिर कुछ भी करके। हमने कई बार सोचा कि चलो स्कूल में जाके बात करते हैं, लेकिन जब भी हम पीटीएम में आते हैं पेरेंट टीचर्स हमें ऑलरेडी पहले ही बच्चे की कंप्लेंट शुरू कर देते हैं, बेटा ये है, बेटा वो करता है, टॉकेटिव है, शैतानियां करता है, ऐसे करता है। तो हम लोग सोचे चलो हमारा बेटा गलत होगा, लेकिन आज जब कल हमने ये सुना तो मैम उसके बाद हमें ये लगता है कि नहीं, हमें पेरेंट्स की भी गलती है कि हम लोग अपने बच्चों को सीरियस नहीं लेते। हम ये सोचते हैं कि नहीं हमारा बेटा इतने हाई स्टैंडर्ड स्कूल में पढ़ रहा है तो शायद मे बी ही इज रॉन्ग।
I do want to go across to Anshul Singh for more. Anshul, it's a tragic story of a 16-year-old committed suicide, felt mentally harassed. Give us more details on what the parents and the family members of the victim are alleging here.
Well, yes, the parents of other students and the family members have all come on record and have said that the manner in which the school is functioning, they have gone ahead and alleged that their children were also facing some sort of an harassment and the school was not responding to the complaints that were given by them. The school, on the other hand, has gone ahead and taken punitive action against the teachers whose name was mentioned in that suicide note of the 16-year-old child, and they have been suspended till the time the investigation is underway. The Delhi police, on the other hand, has gone ahead and registered an FIR into this entire matter. Investigations have started, but coming from experience, it gets very, very difficult for agencies to actually go ahead and prove any sort of abetment in such cases, because the statements of other students who are yet again juvenile, their statements needs to be recorded according to the law, and if at all any one of them goes ahead and says something that could or provide any sort of an evidence that could go ahead and incarcerate these teachers, then we can expect some punitive action that could be taken against these 4 teachers by the Delhi police as well. At this point in time, the investigation is underway. The Delhi police will try to record the statements of other parents and school staff along with the students who were his classmates and friends as well, and if at all they are able to give any sort of tangible evidence to the police as to how was this harassment being done, was this being done just by the teachers or was something happening outside the school as well. So all these questions needs to be answered before we can expect any sort of an arrest that could be made in this entire matter. But the school, as a precautionary measure, has gone ahead and taken punitive action and have suspended all the 4 teachers who were allegedly accused of this entire
4 teachers suspended till the probe concludes, Anshul, but give us a sense of what's going to transpire in the national capital. Protests have been escalating and there are protests planned for later today as well. What more do we know?
So yes, the parents are still not satisfied with the kind of action that has been taken by school after a student had to lose his life. Also, they are not satisfied with the investigation, and it is very understandable at this point in time as well, because a child has lost his life. He has alleged the harassment that has happened at school, and definitely the parents and the family of the students are also very, very worried at this point in time, and hence they are they are very angry, and today as well it is expected that around 1 p.m. the parents of the other students who are studying in that school will actually also go ahead and carry out a protest march outside the gates of the school as well. So yes, the school has gone on record and said that we are ready for investigation. We are ready to help the authorities to carry out any sort of an investigation. But yes, this is a very difficult investigation, because there needs to be tangible evidence that needs to be with the authorities, and that is what the Delhi police is searching for at this point in time. So expecting any sort of an immediate action as is being demanded by the parents from the side of the police, that is something that is unlikely to happen at this point in time, because there are a lot of statements that needs to be recorded. There are a lot of evidence collection that needs to happen before any sort of a punitive action that could be taken against the offending teachers. But on the other hand, the anger that is perpetuating amongst the parents is just because of the inaction of the school. As we just heard a few bites of the parents of other students who say that their children have also gone ahead and complained that something untoward and harassment is happening with them, but the school authorities never take these allegations seriously and have never taken any action per se to get a hold of things, and that is the reason why this anger that we are seeing is now translating into protest on ground.
Well, the demand for justice growing louder there. Thank you, Anshul, for joining us with all those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more. For now, let's shift our focus to these visuals that have come in from Vantara. Donald Trump Jr. arriving, and you see that in these visuals. Trump Jr. toured Vantara along with Anand Ambani, director of Reliance Industries. And there's more coming in on how Junior Trump was impressed after seeing Vantara. He also paid a visit to Ganpati Temple. There you see him performing on songs there. He's doing Dandiya. Departed from Jamnagar Airport for Vantara late last night, and then was seen leaving the airport for Vantara with a VIP convoy and tight security in place. Earlier, Donald Trump Jr. visited the Taj Mahal in Agra too. So it has really been an action-packed day for Donald Trump Jr. visiting Gujarat as a guest of the Ambani family. Spent his day moving between Jamnagar's wildlife sanctuary, local temples, and also attended a private evening of Dandiya with Anand Ambani, the visuals that we put out just a short while ago. He began his day at Vantara, the sprawling rescue and rehabilitation project built under Anand Ambani's watch, and these are visuals of the rest of his visit. There you see him dancing to music there, performing Dandiya, and you see Anand Ambani in the visuals too. He toured the enclosures in Vantara, met staff, was briefed on the conservation effort there that's become one of Reliance's signature philanthropic ventures. And this is how, all in all, his visit looked like. So we keep up with these visuals that have come in of Donald Trump Jr., who's touring along, and really an action-packed day for him. He also headed to a cluster of temples near the campus, visuals of which we're putting out on our screens as we speak, offered prayers at the Ganpati Shrine and other sites. This was an unplanned stop, and it did draw a huge crowd, as you see in these visuals as well. So there you see him offering prayers at the Ganpati Shrine and other sites. This was unplanned is what we're learning, but certainly impressed on visiting Vantara. And well, that's all we could pack for you in this edition of News. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back after a very quick break. My colleague Akanksha Swaroop joins you next.
They reinvent the rules and inspire the next generation. But only one youth icon can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Youth Icon are Ananya Pandey, Rishabh Sharma, Ishan Khattar, Zakir Khan, Lieutenant Commander Rupa A and Lieutenant Commander Dilna K. Who will be the Youth Icon of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18, India's #1 English news channel. Thank you so much for reposing your faith in us. Let's start with the headlines. We're tracking this up. NIA gets 10-day custody of 6 accused in the Delhi blast case. NIA likely to confront them together. War of letters breaks out in Bengal after Mamata Banerjee, now Suvendu Adhikari, writes to the Election Commission, accuses Chief Minister of attempting to intimidate the BLOs. ED is conducting searches at 24 premises in Durgapur, Purulia, Howrah, Kolkata districts in the illegal coal mining, illegal transportation and storage of coal case. Another BLO dies, this time in Rajasthan. Family blames the SIR-related stress. Opposition questions Election Commission. Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against Robert Vadra, alleges PMLA links to UK-based defence dealer Sanjay Bhandari. And the Karnataka Game of Thrones continues. Now, 3 MLAs from DK Shivakumar's camp have reached Delhi to meet the High Command. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla takes a dive at Karnataka government, says Bengaluru traffic harder than space travel. Priyank Kharge says we'll resolve the issue soon. Prime Minister Modi embarks on a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the G20 summit to outline India's views on growth, terror, climate and AI. Teachers and headmistress among 4 suspended for betting Delhi students' suicide. All right. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has now directed the Police Commissioner and Chief Secretary to undertake a slew of precautionary and preventive measures following the recent Red Fort terror blast. In separate written communications to the CP and CS from the LG Secretariat, elections have been issued to the police to go. And in fact, we're getting in some breaking inputs on that note. Sources, in fact, have informed CNN News 18 that numerous DIY, do-it-yourself IED making videos were sent by the terror handlers. Specific instructions were given to spread the footprint in Indian cities is what we are being told. That's the big breaking input coming in. In fact, now the LG also has directed the Police Commissioner and Chief Secretary to undertake a slew of precautionary and preventive measures following the recent Red Fort terror blast. But remember, it's not the first time that such DIY IED videos have come to the forefront when it comes to the terror blasts. Let's quickly go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Pallavi, we talk about the white collar terror module. Of course, DIY videos have been time and again spoken about. What can you tell us about the preventive and precautionary measures that the LG is talking about?
Cryptic and curt kind of instructions which have come in from the LG's office. It's very interesting because, for example, he talks about the fact that one should track the person who buys the vehicle, the owner of the vehicle and the one who's actually using it. Remember, the car has become the epicenter of that probe in the Red Fort blast. Another important meeting and a consultation to be held with all the digital platforms, social media platform heads and chiefs, and that's the reason because they want to track and trace in case of any kind of a radical content which is actually being given a platform to and a space to. That's also been one more direction. Anyone who is involved in the sale and purchase of ammonium nitrate, it's not going to be an easy task, Akanksha, but that's also one directive which has come in from the LG. So basically what they are doing is learning, mapping from the mistakes or whatever evidence we've got during the probe into a Red Fort blast, that is now being kind of imbibed, collected and put forward by the LG's office, and those instructions have been given to the police commissioners. The instructions have been given to the other state commissioners as well of Delhi to ensure that there is no repeat of what happened. So basically, just to sum up, a tracking of vehicles purchased, the actual owners and the ones who are using it. And second, of course, the social media platforms, doctors also. That's also another important instruction which has gone in. Tracking the work of the doctors, where could they have been involved? Is there any kind of a radical content coming in? So essentially, the LG's office is trying to ensure that it is foolproof. nothing goes wrong in future and a repeat of the Red Fort kind of blast module does not take place again.
All right, stay with me, Pallavi. I'm also joined by Anshul and Arunima on the broadcast. Arunima, when we talk about the white-collar terror module, it's almost becoming cliched, but if one has to, in fact, probe into it, you're looking at the radicalization of educated youth. Reports are indicating that 42 such bomb-making videos were sent by a foreign handler. All right, stay with me. We're getting in breaking inputs. More exclusive scoop now coming out as numerous such DIY IED making videos were sent by the handlers. Specific instructions were given to spread the footprint in Indian cities. Let's quickly take that forward with Arunima. So Arunima, when we talk about these IED videos, DIY videos rather, 42 of them as reports are also indicating, and like I said, this is what the white collar terror module is becoming all about, radicalizing educated youth, educational institutions, especially medical colleges now being used, encrypted apps as well.
So could be more. These 42, DIY videos that we're talking about were just sent to Dr. Muzammil alone.
Right.
He has been in custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. NIA took his custody yesterday. His interrogation has begun. During the course of that interrogation, names of the handlers believed to be Syria-based, believed to be Turkey-based, currently using the name Ukasa. It could maybe just a pseudonym. But there are two other handlers under the scanner as well. And it was these three handlers together who were sending these videos on how to assemble improvised explosive devices and asking them to procure explosives. Now, we have reported earlier that it was not just ammonium nitrate, but TATP as well. To get TATP, it's not easy. So I think some of the videos also told them how from acetone-based compounds, they could extract what was required to put together TATP. Connections are also being seen with Karnataka, the Coimbatore blast module, radicalization that was going on in Karnataka, the modules that NIA has exposed earlier. So looks like, we have been reporting this earlier too, that the footprint was not limited to Faridabad or to Kashmir alone. Saharanpur link has come in. Now focus is also moving down south. Whether there are sleeper cells recruited, just lying underground for the time being, but the investigators are fast zeroing in after looking at the evidence that has already come on record.
That's a very interesting observation that you have just now shared when it comes to, in fact, now security agencies looking down south. So when you're talking about the Coimbatore blast or even say Karnataka, what are the parallels that are now coming to the forefront?
First, the kind of explosive that was used, that is something that if you, for example, go back to Shimoga, in the Shimoga blast also, which had linkages with the Coimbatore blast, it was very commonly available explosive material that was utilized. Again, a vehicle was used. If you remember Coimbatore, what really happened there, the IED was not really put together. The bomber, it seemed, panicked and later when the explosion happened, the bomber too got killed there too. So there is a parallel with Red Fort. The kind of explosive used is one parallel. The kind of people who were recruited, their profile, their background is the other common ground that the investigators are looking at. And third, the fact that they already have in custody 4 members of the module, that's a head start for the investigators. They've managed to pin down the module members. They have details about the work that they were doing. There are diaries that have been seized from Al-Falha. So they already have some material to start working with. And the confrontation that is scheduled, NIA has the custody of the Imam from Jammu and Kashmir and these 3 doctors. They will be at some point confronted with each other to try and understand who the other module members were.
Oh, absolutely. One that's not just spanning all the way from Srinagar to Faridabad. Now investigating agencies also looking down south. Stay with me, Arunima and Anshul. Important to also bring out another angle to the ongoing investigation in the Delhi blast case, which is intensifying by the day. Remember, in the latest, National Investigation Agency has arrested 4 more prime accused, bringing the total number of arrests in the case to 6. The 4, Dr. Muzammil Shakil and Dr. Adil Ahmed, Dr. Shaheen Saeed and Mufti Irfan Ahmed have been sent to 10-day NIA custody. According to investigations, all played key roles in the terror attack that killed several innocent people and injured several others. Moving swiftly in its probe, the NIA also arrested Amir Rashid Ali, in whose name the blast car was registered, and Jasir Bilal Bani, who allegedly provided technical support to the terrorists. The agency continues to probe networks and accomplices involved in the attack. Anvit Srivastav brings you a report.
In Haryana's Nu, and this deserted lane was not as deserted just a few days ago. Heavy barricades police cordons and cops used to be here, but now you can see this entire lane is deserted. The reason is that this house that you see, this is where Umar Nabi, the main conspirator and the person who detonated that I-20 car right outside Red Fort, killing at least 15 people, he used to live here. At least for 10 days he had lived in this house. This brown door that you see, that is locked, that has been locked by the law enforcement agencies now. This is the door that Umar Nabi used to get in the house and get out. The entire house has been sanitized by the police. Police teams and NIA teams had visited here. Multi-agency probe is underway, and what we are being told is that barricades have now been removed. There are no cops as the house has been locked. Umar Nabi lived here from November 9 to November 1 to November 9. On November 9, he abruptly left in his I-20 car, the same car that he later, the next day, in the evening around 6:55 p.m. detonated in front of Red Fort. The locals have also told police and agencies that Umar Nabi did not leave this house at all in the 10 days. He hardly used to come out. He would not interact with anyone. He would keep to himself and maintain a shy behavior. Also, before he left abruptly, he also had a word with the house owner, the lady Afsana, who is we are being told is an Anganwadi worker. Her husband is a driver. She had also objected to the conditions Umar Nabi used to live in. However, the couple has also been detained for questioning. The cops have been frequenting this area, and that is also one reason why you see a number of houses are currently locked. What we are being told by the locals, that people have left this area temporarily. They have gone to their relatives' house. Also, one of the reasons is because cops and agency sleuths have been visiting this area very frequently. Locals are being questioned about how Nabi used to behave, what was his behavior in the 10 days, who all spotted him, if there was anyone he used to meet, and on all other lines, questioning is currently being done. As investigations follow, further details are being procured by the police and agencies to probe this matter in further details.
So Nu happens to be heavily under the scanner, and let's quickly go across to Anshul, who's also on the broadcast. But Anshul, before we deep dive into why Nu is currently being scrutinized so extensively, also take us through the two arrests that have been recently made by NIA and why are they so significant?
Well, yes, the arrest that has been made by the NIA, it is definitely very, very clear that the NIA in their investigation that they are carrying out regarding the bomb blast that happened on 10/11, they have been able to reach this conclusion that all these four people were a very important part of the syndicate that was actually going ahead and trying to plan and carry out attacks across the national capital and parts of northern India as well. So finally, the NIA, remember, two arrests were made from Jammu and Kashmir Police, and these four people were also in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir Police itself since the time the case was being investigated. And now finally the NIA feels that their investigation has reached such a stage where they can go ahead and question all these four accused regarding their involvement and what was their exact sinister plan, who were the people they were in contact with, were there other people who are a part of this entire nexus as well. Remember, there have been several arrests that have been made by agencies of different states themselves, and over the next few days it is expected that all those people who have been arrested and who have any sort of a contact with all these accused of this white collar terror nexus, they can also be arrested and then further interrogated. One thing is for sure, that NIA is now also of the opinion that this was a large nexus that was operating, and hence the number of arrests is definitely going to go up over the next few days itself.
Remember, Anshul, Nu was also the epicenter of communal violence back in July of 2023, when we talk about the communal violence that rocked Haryana. Now, this entire Delhi blast probe has taken NIA back to Nu. What can you tell us when it comes to the kind of communal violence and the role that these families have been playing in sort of, being responsible for the kind of white terror module that we've been seeing?
Well, the name of Nu that has come up at this point in time is because of the main accused, Umar, who detonated himself outside the Red Fort in the 10/11 attack. Now, Umar, in the investigation that has been carried out till now, it has come out that a huge amount of ammonium nitrate was also bought from a shop which was situated in Nu itself, and Umar was the person who was transporting this ammonium nitrate from Nu all the way to Faridabad, where the logistical warehouse was set up. Apart from this, there are evidences that have also come up that Umar in fact, stayed in Nu for at least 8 to 9 days before the blast. In fact, right from the day when the Jammu Kashmir police went ahead and arrested Muzammil, that is on the 29th of October, he knew that the hands of the police would reach very, very close to him, and that could happen very soon. And that is the reason why he probably left from Faridabad, that is from Al Falah University, where he was last spotted on the 29th of October, and then from there he goes to Nu and stays at a house in Nu, from where Anvit has just sent this report. So the name of Nu is continuously coming up, and the direct connection that has been established at this point in time is not only the main accused staying over there for more than a week, but also a large amount of ammonium nitrate was also bought from a fertilizer shop in Nu itself, and from there it was transported out here to Faridabad.
Absolutely. For how long had this been happening is perhaps the NIA would be able to answer in some days from now. Many thanks to you, Anshul and Arunima, for bringing us those latest inputs. Let's also play out some reactions on this news story.
इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि जो दिल्ली में हुआ वो काबिल मजम्मत है, और उसकी वजह से पूरे मुल्क के अंदर लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है और बहुत खौफ भी है। तो मगर उसका ये कतई मतलब नहीं कि जो हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो मुल्क के अंदर उसको अपना मुल्क जो उनका समझ के वहाँ मजदूरी के लिए जाते हैं, पढ़ने लिखने के लिए जाते हैं, मुझे लगता है उन पे गुस्सा नहीं उतारा जाना चाहिए। ऐसे में मुझे लगता है जो हमारे उलमा है, जो हमारे मजहबी लीडर हैं, जैसे मीर वाइस साहब हैं, जैसे रहमतुल्लाह साहब हैं, और भी जितने लीडर, मैं कितनों का नाम लूँ, उनको सामने आके इस पे बात करनी चाहिए कि हमारे नौजवानों को ये रास्ता नहीं इख्तियार करना चाहिए।
मैं कौन सी भी हालत में हिंसा का समर्थन नहीं करता। मुसलमानों के बहुत सारे सवाल हैं और इसके लिए सरकार ने भी उनके साथ बात करके उसमें हल निकालना चाहिए, लेकिन एक यूनिवर्सिटी भी उसमें अगर इन्वॉल्व है तो ये बड़ी सीरियस बात है। बमकांड जब होता है तो उसमें मरते हैं वो बेगुनाह लोग मरते हैं। बेगुनाह लोगों को मारना इस तरह से, ये इस्लाम में इसके बहुत ही खिलाफ बोला गया है।
हर आतंकवादी का, हर आतंकवादी गतिविधियों का मैंने खंडन किया था, करता हूं, करता रहूंगा। आतंकवादियों की, आतंकवादी गतिविधियों की हमारे सभ्य समाज में कोई जगह नहीं है। जो भी इसमें मुब्तला होता है कानूनी तौर से उसको सजा मिलना ही चाहिए। और ये भी मैंने कहा था कि एक जो आतंकवादी होता है ना, तो उसका काम होता है दहशतगर्द फैलाना, अपने मंसूबों को, इरादों में कामयाब होना। वो उसको किसी धर्म जाति के साथ जोड़ना ही गलत चीज़ होती है। मगर सरकार का इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर भी तो दिख रहा है ना कि आप क्या कर रहे थे। इतना टनों के हिसाब से 2900 किलोग्राम अगर अमोनियम नाइट्रेट आ रहा है तो कहाँ था इंटेलिजेंस? गाड़ी में लेके घूम रहे, क्या ये आपका इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर नहीं था? प्रशासन के पास केस पेंडिंग है, इंक्वायरी कर रही है, छानबीन करिए और जो भी गिल्टी है उसको कानूनी तौर से सजा दीजिए। लेकिन पूरी कम्युनिटी को एक साथ कटघरे के अंदर खड़ा कर देना और उनके खिलाफ अनाप शनाप बात करना, मैं समझता हूँ, मेरा मानना है कि सही नहीं है।
All right, shifting focus over to the power tussle in Karnataka. Congress top brass has denied any imminent leadership change in the state, but acknowledging growing muscle flexing by rival camps, this ahead of a possible cabinet reshuffle. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has added intrigue with a cryptic social media post fueling speculation about future leadership moves as well. Meanwhile, MLAs from both camps have left Bengaluru for Delhi to meet Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, signalling active lobbying within the party. The development comes amid ongoing chatter over a potential shift in leadership, though Chief Minister Siddaramaiah himself has ruled out any November revolution or any remote possibility, noting that he requested the High Command to consider a routine shuffle at the 2.5-year mark of his government. The Bharatiya Janata Party has seized on this speculation, alleging Congress infighting has distracted the party from governance, particularly on issues like roads, potholes and even infrastructure. Listen in to what the Karnataka Chief Ministers had to say.
ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಹುಟ್ಟಾಕ್ದವ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು, ಅದರಿಂದ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ, ಚುನಾವಣೆನ ನಾವೇ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕವಾದಂಥ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ರೀಸಬಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊಂದಲ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊಂದಲ
ದೆಹಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭಾರತ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ. ಅವರ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಈ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಗ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು MLAಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೆಲವರು ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಚೇರಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರ, ಬಟ್ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾವು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು, ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 5.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ 6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ.
In fact, DKS loyalist MLA Iqbal Hussain has revealed to CNN News 18 by saying that Siddaramaiah is someone who keeps his word. He will also act according to what he promised regarding power sharing. Tomorrow, Madur MLA Kadalur Uday and I will be going to Delhi. We will meet the high command leaders and request that an opportunity be given to DK Shivkumar. We are going to meet Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. I stand by what I had said earlier as well. DK Shivkumar too is someone who brought the party to power. He must also be given an opportunity. Now remember, a 10-member delegation has arrived in the national capital. This is also being headed by one of the Karnataka ministers who belong to the DKS camp, and today they will be meeting Mallikarjun Kharge as well as the Congress secretary as well, KC Venugopal, and that meeting should be happening soon. But as MLA Iqbal Hussain has already indicated that they will also be looking forward to meeting the top brass, which is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi as well. DKS must also be given an opportunity is their current motto. They do believe that 2.5 years of the Congress government in Karnataka has been completed, and now it is time to hand over the guard to DK Shivkumar. Remember, yesterday also DKS had in fact made that statement that he cannot be the KPCC chief for very long and for life, and that he will continue to be at the helm of affairs, but it is time for him to also vacate the post. Is that an indication that he is hinting that he will be taking over the chief ministerial post, something that's already been contradicted? Siddaramaiah has dismissed the rumors of an internal power tussle, but what is this 10-member delegation doing in the national capital is the key question. Let's also listen in to that phone conversation that Afreen had with the DKS loyalist MLA Iqbal Hussain.
Are you going there to back DK Shivkumar as chief minister?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Are you going tomorrow, sir?
Yeah, tomorrow we are going, ma'am.
Sir, along with you, who else is going?
Other MLAs are also coming. 8 to 10 MLAs also coming.
Okay. Sir, there's also news that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's close aides have met for dinner last night, and they're also strongly backing Siddaramaiah to continue as chief minister. Your thoughts on that?
What is there, ma'am? He is our CM. Huh? We are all in Congress.
Right.
Is it not?
Right.
Siddaramaiah is our chief minister. Now, what is there in having dinner, lunch, other things?
Right. But you stand by your word, sir, that DK Shivkumar should be made chief minister?
Yeah, I always stand with my words.
Yes.
He should get a chance.
Right.
So Siddaramaiah sahab has to give an opportunity for him also
right.
to become a CM. That is our request, that's all. That is our prayer.
Are you also going to meet Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, sir?
Yeah, if possible, ma'am.
Right. Have you
Thank you.
gotten any time from the High Command to meet them? Any
No,
appointment?
no. We didn't get any time at all. We'll try our level best to go there. We'll meet.
All right, let's quickly go across to Afreen Hussain, who's joining me on the phone line. She also had that conversation with the Karnataka Congress MLA. Afreen, important to highlight that there are two different versions coming out. Siddaramaiah yesterday has contradicted the claims that are being made by the DKS camp. What can you tell us about this power tussle, and how is the Congress High Command addressing this?
Well, with the MLA, officially confirming that a delegation of MLAs would be going to Delhi to meet with the High Command to push for DK Shivkumar as Chief Minister is the first official confirmation that we have gotten around this chatter that DK's camp is going to Delhi and, they're pressuring the High Command to meet with them and to, push for DK Shivkumar to become the Chief Minister. Meanwhile, DK Shivkumar, on the other hand, late last night, said that he does not know anything about this. He does not know if MLAs are going to Delhi. He has no idea about it. He's not doing well health-wise, and he says he's unaware of this entirely. But we have to remember that this particular MLA, Iqbal Hussain, who has confirmed to CNN News 18 that, a delegation of MLAs would be going to Delhi tomorrow, is somebody who has backed DK Shivkumar constantly in the past, despite getting a show cause notice from the KPCC as well. He's gone on to say that DK Shivkumar must be given an opportunity. He must be made the chief minister because he's worked for the party. He's brought the party to power in Karnataka.
The Bharatiya Janata Party, interestingly, has given it a different spin, with leaders like R. Ashoka saying that there's bound to be a regime collapse in Karnataka, especially after the Congress debacle in Bihar. Shed more light on that.
Well, absolutely. We saw that a group of ministers who are actively backing Chief Minister Siddaramaiah met late last night for a dinner. And it is being said that, they're working on using the Ahinda card to support Siddaramaiah to continue his leadership. Now, that is one camp, that is Siddaramaiah's camp. And on the other hand, DK Shivkumar's camp is going to Delhi to back him for the Chief Minister's post. Now, two of the camps, the Chief Minister's camp, the Deputy Chief Minister's camp, are, clashing against each other to make their leader the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Now, this is definitely something that the BJP in Karnataka is using as ammunition to hit out at the Congress.
Absolutely. Now, is this also because there was no written guarantee to this change of power, which is also being attributed as one of the reasons why there is no transfer of power?
Well, absolutely. There has been a lot of chatter that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had agreed to, and DK Shivkumar had agreed to, 50-50 chief ministership in Karnataka. And recently we saw that DK Shivkumar's younger brother, DK Suresh, had also said that Siddaramaiah is somebody who keeps his promises, who keeps his words, subtly hinting that, if Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar had this deal of 50-50 chief ministership, then Chief Minister should act accordingly. And, he should deliver what he has promised. Now, that is something that he had subtly hinted to. And we do not have any confirmation about this. But
stay with me, Afreen. We're getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, DK Shivkumar's version now coming to the forefront. DK Shivkumar late last night says that he's not aware about his own MLAs travelling through the national capital to back him for the chief ministerial post. To quote him verbatim, he's gone on to say that I do not know, I do not have much information, I don't know anything about it, I don't know, and my health is not good, so I haven't stepped out of the house. Big statement coming in from DKS over there. Let me quickly take that forward with Afreen Hussain, who continues to stay with us. But before we go to her, let's also listen in to what DK Shivkumar has had to say.
ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಸುಮಾರು 15 ಜನ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಂತ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರ.
ಕೆಲವರು ನಾಳೆನೂ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ
ಸರ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Let's quickly go back to Afreen, who continues to stay with us. But before we do that, important to highlight that DK Shivkumar, feigning ignorance over there, rather he's also gone on to say that he's not keeping very well. Let's quickly go back to Afreen. Afreen, what can you make of his health concerns? Is this something very serious, or is this just a seasonal thing? And this denial, or say the lack of awareness of his own delegation being in the national capital, adds a whole new dimension to this power tussle.
Well, absolutely. Late last night when he was addressing reporters, he said that, he has no idea if his MLAs are going to Delhi to back him for chief minister. He says, I have not asked anybody and I have no information about this. He said that, I have not stepped out of my house the entire day because I've been unwell. Later that night, he's gone on to meet a friend of his who's also unwell and reportedly admitted in the hospital. So he says that I'm not keeping well. I'm not, I have not gotten any information if my MLAs are going to Delhi. I have no information as such. I'm unaware, and I'm now stepping out to meet a friend who's unwell, and I'm going to the hospital to meet him. So this is what DK Shivakumar said late last night.
All right. Also, what are you learning in terms of the Congress High Command's reaction? Reports are also indicating that Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge is also going to be travelling to Karnataka today, perhaps to Bengaluru. What can you tell us?
The Congress High Command has made it very, very clear that if MLAs are going to approach the High Command to talk about lobbying or backing or anything to do with leadership change, they're not going to entertain it. Very clearly, they have made it, they have given this diktat to all Congress leaders that if you are coming to meet us, or if you're coming to Delhi, or, even in Bengaluru, if they're approaching Mallikarjun Kharge, they're not going to be entertained if it has anything to do with leadership change, if it has anything to do with that.
Stay with me, Afreen. We're getting in more breaking inputs, fresh inputs coming in. Karnataka's power tussle getting, in fact, more complicated. Why? Because there's perhaps no possibility of a cabinet reshuffle to be taking place anytime soon. This is an inside scoop that your channel, CNN News 18, is bringing to you. What we're learning is that cabinet reshuffle will not take place till January, at least, in fact, till post Makar Sankranti. Karnataka's assembly session, remember, is taking place between 8th and 19th of December. So it is unlikely for a reshuffle to happen. If there is a cabinet reshuffle, then the concerned ministers will not be able to give any responses about the ministries during the assembly session. We continue to take that forward. In fact, Rohini Swami joins me with the details on that breaking input. Rohini, shed more light on this information.
See, we need to understand a couple of things. One is that there was an attempt that was made where the meeting did take place between Karnataka Chief Minister Mr. Siddaramaiah and the AICC Chief Minister Kharge on the cabinet reshuffle. The point was that if Siddaramaiah was given a green signal and a green go ahead, then the green that Siddaramaiah would have completed would maybe continue to be the CM post the 2.5 years up to the full 5-year term. But then in that meeting, it was said that the discussion with Kharge was that he will discuss with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and then after which Siddaramaiah is expected to meet Rahul Gandhi later and discuss about the reshuffle. But the point remains that the time is very short. And what we are given to understand is that December 8th is when the winter session of the Karnataka Assembly starts, and also the leaders in Delhi are also quite busy with the upcoming parliament session as well. So there is no, as of now, if the present ministers need to give replies in the Assembly as well, it will be difficult for them to do so if there's a cabinet reshuffle, because what Siddaramaiah is pushing for is a complete cabinet reshuffle and change of ministries, which again has its own politics, where DK is against a complete full reshuffle as well. He's saying instead of going for that, just the change of guard is more important.
Okay.
But
many thanks.
Now let's understand this quickly, that by January, if by January is when they're looking at it, because that's possibly when they could obviously look at and sit down with the top leaders, draw out the ministries and discuss with Kharge as well as the top leadership.
All right. So for now, there is going to be a lid on that entire discussion as far as the cabinet reshuffle is concerned. Many thanks to you, Rohini, for bringing us all those latest inputs on that news story. But remember, the opposition in Karnataka continues to capitalize on this entire talk and chatter about the power tussle. Let's listen into the reactions that have come in.
पिछले 2 साल से कर्नाटका में गवर्नेंस की जी भी वहां देखने में नहीं मिल रहा है। रोज सीएम और डीसीएम के बीच में जो फैक्शनल फाइट हो रहा है वो इस हद तक चला है कि विधानसभा में अभी 15-20 दिन पहले सुनने में आ रहा था कि जो अधिकारी है जो इस दोनों कैंप में जुड़े हैं, डिवाइडेड है, वो हाथ मिला रहे थे। ये कर्नाटक की गवर्नेंस की स्थिति है कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर। कर्नाटका इज सफरिंग बिकॉज ऑफ दिस बैड गवर्नेंस।
ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತಂತೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿಯನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೇನು ಮಾತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ಮಾತಿನಂತೆ ನಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋ ವಿಚಾರ. ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಏನಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಪಕ್ಷದ ವರಿಷ್ಠರು ಮತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಪಕ್ಷದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾಳೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನ ಯಾರೇ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಸಿದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕನಸು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತಂತೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾಗಿ ಉಳಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೇ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವೇನು ಜನರಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾತು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಆ ಮಾತಿನಂತೆ ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೊರತು ಅವರು ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾಗಿ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿ ಉಳಿತಾರೆ.
All right, so as the power tussle continues to intensify in Karnataka, it's time for us to slip into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we return with the latest news and updates.
The entertainment world inspires us, but only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arijit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody. As I just told you, the founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody, and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al-Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al-Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al-Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al-Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al-Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it, a university that was fueling terror?
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025.
Welcome back. Getting in breaking inputs from Gujarat. This is with regards to the Gujarat ISIS module. The CCTV footage that has been accessed by probing agencies shows that Hyderabad's Dr. Ahmed Moinuddin Syed was leaving Ahmedabad hotel. New CCTV visuals have emerged in the Gujarat ISIS terror module case showing Hyderabad resident Dr. Ahmed on the evening of 7th of November this year. Remember, he was arrested by Gujarat ATS on 8th of November. He was among the 3 terror suspects which had been arrested by Gujarat ATS. In this video, as you can see on your screens, this is Hotel Grand Ambience. Dr. Syed can be clearly seen walking out of this hotel that has in fact been circled over there. He is exiting the hotel premises. The footage is now part of the overall investigation as agencies are now tracking his movements leading up to the arrests linked to the ISIS module on 3rd. In fact, there were 3 suspects that had been arrested on 8th of November. And this is a very crucial piece of evidence now coming to the forefront. On 7th of November is when Dr. Ahmed was seen exiting one of the hotels in Gujarat. And what we can tell you is that he is also a resident of Hyderabad. All the way from Hyderabad, the probe agencies have now been piecing together the movement of this doctor in Gujarat. It was on 7th of November that you can see in those visuals. In the video, you can see he's exiting Hotel Grand Ambience, and Dr. Syed can be clearly seen walking out of that hotel premises. This footage is now part of the overall investigation. What agencies believe is an ISIS module that was being hatched in the state of Gujarat. Remember, this particular arrest was also made because this doctor has in fact been suspected of also hatching a larger terror conspiracy, also producing ricin, which is a very poisonous chemical substance. Let's quickly go across to Anshul, who brings us those breaking inputs. So Anshul, why is this CCTV footage now so significant, especially when it comes to cracking down on, say, the white collar terror module and connecting the dots with the Delhi car blast probe as well?
Well, yes, at this point in time, there has been no direct connection that has been established between the Faridabad module and, for that matter, the Gujarat module. But yes, the manner in which, yet again, these white-collar terrorists were operating from Gujarat as well, and their module was absolutely different. They did not want to go ahead and carry out any sort of bomb blast or eventually go ahead and take people hostage. But this is a separate ISIS style of module that has now surfaced. In this, the accused, who can be seen in those CCTV footages, were actually present in Hyderabad just a day before they were arrested, and a heavy amount of recoveries of chemicals have been done by the Hyderabad police. Now, this CCTV footage becomes very important for the investigators at this point in time, because through this they are trying to establish the exact locations where the accused Mohammuddin Said could have gone in Hyderabad, who were the other people who were in touch with him, from where he was procuring these chemicals, how much of that was procured from Hyderabad. So all these questions will be answered as they are piecing the footages where he can be seen in Hyderabad. But definitely this is a big module that has been busted, and their intention was to actually go ahead and infiltrate into the water supplies of cities, and for that the recognizance of several important cities out here in northern India and in southern India was also done by all these
stands out, as
accused.
you
So
rightly
definitely,
highlighted, is
there
the
was
timing of this entire investigation, given that the 10-11 probe is also on, and even though no direct linkages have been formed so far, the fact that ricin, this is being labelled as a ricin terror plot, you're also looking at the use of TATP and ammonium nitrate in the Delhi car blast. So are these poisonous chemicals now becoming the new face of sort of a resurgent form of terrorism that India is witnessing?
Well, definitely. In the 80s and 90s, we, for the first time, the world saw, starting from the LTT, that how suicide bombers can be a thing, and how can they actually be so impactful in such a quick time. Now, over the last decade, it has been seen, specifically in the terrorist attack that has been carried out by ISIS or other modules in different parts of the world. The use of readily available chemical is something that has come to the fore. We saw that happening in the London blast as well, and then eventually the blast that happened in several parts of Europe over the last decade and a half. In all these cases, the use of chemicals have come up, and that is something that is now finding its roots out over here in India. And this is a fresh module that can be observed in India as well, because this is for the first time that chemicals are now being used to go ahead and carry out these attacks and carry out a massive impact. So this is something that is definitely very, very serious in nature. In a matter of just 2 weeks, 2 modules have been busted by the agencies of our country. Both these modules were functioning through sophisticated chemicals, were actually educated youths who were trying to have a larger impact instead of the old school type suicide bombing, or for that matter usage of RDX, which is not readily available. So they have now devised this new way through which the readily available material in the markets that are accessible to doctors very easily, how can explosives be formed from that? And that is what was being done by both these modules, be it in Faridabad or for that matter in Gujarat as well.
All right, many thanks to you, Anshul, for bringing us all those latest details to that big breaking input. Let's quickly shift focus over to the special intensive revision exercise as far as Bengal is concerned. The showdown over the SIR has now escalated, with several booth level officers' death across 3 states. While the TMC has lashed out at the Election Commission, calling out the alarming state because of the exercise, the Congress is yet again alleging repercussions due to irregularities. The DMK too JDU continues to voice its dissent, with Stalin's party slamming the Election Commission over alleged neglect and even disenfranchisement. In Kerala, tensions were witnessed after a BLO's death, and the Vijayan government moved the Supreme Court, calling for the exercise to be deferred. The Bharatiya Janata Party stands by its own argument, saying that the SIR revision is just being politicized by the opposition to create confusion and chaos among the people. Sample these reactions.
देखिए, शुरू से ही ममता बनर्जी एसआईआर की विरोध कर रही थी, उनकी पूरी पार्टी विरोध कर रही थी। पूरे देश में एसआईआर को लेकर कुछ राज्यों में विरोध हुआ जो मूलतः ऑपोजिशन की ऑपोजिशन रूल्ड स्टेट्स है, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी जैसा विगोरस ऑपोजिशन किसी ने नहीं किया। जब एसआईआर चालू हुआ तो धीरे धीरे ऐसे घटनाएं घटने लगी, बहुत सारे कॉलोनीज खाली होने लगे। कल लोगों को पता चला, कल क्या लास्ट 48 आवर्स से चल रहा है कि बशीरहाट में 300 लोग जो खुद क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि हम बांग्लादेशीज हैं, वो बैठे हुए हैं इस आस में कि उन्हें बांग्लादेश जाने का मौका मिला। तो आज मैं ममता बनर्जी से सवाल करना चाहता हूँ, जो लोग वापस जा रहे हैं वो बंगाली है कि बांग्लादेशी है?
अगर यहाँ पर है तो जेन्युइन ही होगा, क्योंकि अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं होता तो बीएसएफ घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अगर जेन्युइन नहीं हुआ तो बीएसएफ घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अभी 2-4 तस्वीर दिखा के क्या साबित करना चाहता है? तो अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं है तो वो इंडिया का धरती में, बंगाल का धरती में घुसा कैसे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि बंगाल और बांग्लादेश में यहाँ पर जो भारत बांग्लादेश की बॉर्डर है, अभी भी 450 किलोमीटर अनफेंस्ड एरिया है, जो बार बार पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार को एक्वायर करने के लिए बोला गया था, लेकिन फिर भी वो लैंड एक्वायर करके नहीं दिया गया। जब एसआईआर चालू हो गया है तो आप लोग देख पा रहे हैं कि हाकिमपुर से किस तरह से बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके वो लोग जा रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ हाकिमपुर के चित्र नहीं, बल्कि रात के अंधेरों में अभी जिस तरह से पहले हजारों लाखों की तादाद में यहाँ पर जो है घुसपैठ हुआ था, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ था, उसी तरह से आज जो लोग घुसपैठ किए थे वो लोग खुद ब खुद डर के आज बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके बांग्लादेश वापस भी जा रहे हैं।
All right, staying with the story, getting in breaking inputs coming in as far as the SIR exercise in Bengal is concerned. TMC's big internal meeting, what we are being told, is all set to happen on 24th of November. Abhishek Banerjee will speak to leaders on SIR exercise, and TMC sources are in fact telling CNN News 18, your channel, that there will be thrust areas for this meeting. What are going to be those thrust areas? Many places, districts need improvement as well. Ensure no names are left out. There has to be focus on the Matua areas and North Bengal districts as well. There's going to be a review of leaders and MPs and how they have performed so far as well, and a roadmap of the next course of action is to be undertaken. Let's quickly go across to Kamalika, who brings us those breaking inputs. Kamalika, how is this entire meet going to now sort of tie up with the SIR exercise? Is this also going to indicative of a willingness from the TMC government to cooperate with the SIR exercise?
See, right now, everything is happening, both as far as the ruling party or the opposition, both are concentrating on the SIR. As we are speaking, this is the place where the Election Commission, they are having meeting with all the district magistrates and all the senior officials. The Deputy Election Commissioner has come here, and they are talking, and they are training, giving training today. And a little time from now, the Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, he also came here. He gave his deputation along with other MLAs that the West Bengal government is not at all cooperating in SIR. In this way, BJP is doing their campaign. On the other hand, the Trinamool is concentrating on booths. That's what we are coming to know. And 24th, this meeting will be conducted by National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee. What focus is? The focus is like Matua voters.
Right.
There is a confusion in Matua area. So concentrate on that. They are trying to talk more to the BLAs, that means the booth level agents. None of the voters, none of the voters' name should be out, should be left out. That is the message which they are giving, that come what may, booth by booth, man marking is very much essential. So all these things will come in their meeting. On the other hand, the BJP is also working on the booth. They have also deputed all the BLAs. They are working, monitoring that, and they are coming up that various BLOs are not helping, various DMs are not helping, and they are working on the behest of Mamata Banerjee's ruling government. Also tomorrow, there is a government administration meeting that will take place in Bengal. That is also to review certain things. Definitely the SIR thing will also be mentioned there by the Chief Secretary.
All right, Kamalika, quickly, let's also touch upon the war of letters. There's been a rebuttal letter that's been shot by Suvendu Adhikari where he's accused the TMC government of failing to provide any kind of constructive criticism or sort of suggestions when it comes to conducting the SIR exercise and of undermining the Election Commission's position in the country. Can you share more details about his letter?
Yes, there are two letters. Like first letter yesterday, Mamata Banerjee wrote requesting the CEC to halt the SIR because people are dying and this is not the proper training has not been given and other reasons. To it, she says that she demanded there should be a halt of SIR. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari clearly pointed out that Mamata Banerjee's claims are wrong. In the same day, two letters went, one from Mamata Banerjee, another from the leader of opposition, both of them to the CAC. Mamata Banerjee had her point and Shubhendu Adhikari stated that there is no cooperation from the ruling party. Ruling party in some of the cases he has complained against 3 DMs, East Midnapur, Hooghly and also Bardhaman, where they are pressurizing EROs and pressurizing BLOs to get in OTP, to get in their logins. So where they believe that some misconduct will take place. So they are questioning the internal system of the government, which is now working for the EC. So that complaints are going to EC. And also Shubhendu Adhikari is nullifying the claims of Mamata Banerjee. Shubhendu Adhikari is saying Mamata Banerjee is doing politics with dead bodies, nothing else.
All right, many thanks to you, Kamalika, for bringing us those breaking inputs and for putting that entire story into perspective for us. That's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue with Poonam on the other side.
India's young athletes inspire, but only one rising star can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Rising Sports Star are Suruchi Bhogat, Kush Maini, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Pooja Singh, Divya Deshmukh. Who will be the Rising Sports Star of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the.
They spark conversations, shape opinions. But who will stand invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 influencer are Raj Shamani, Kamya Jani, Khan Sir, Parul Gulati, Revant Himmat Singh. Who will be the influencer of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this edition, but let's get you started with the headlines. Probe into the 10/11 Delhi blast violence. Investigators reveal a handler allegedly shared 42 instructional videos on bomb making with Muzammil via encrypted apps. Letter war breaks out in West Bengal after Mamata Banerjee, now Suvendu Adhikari, writes to the EC, accuses the Chief Minister of Bengal of attempting to intimidate BLOs. Another BLO dies, this time in Rajasthan. Family blames the SIR exercise-related stress. Opposition questions Election Commission. ED files charge sheet against Robert Vadra, alleges PMLA links to UK-based defence dealer Sanjay Bhandari. Vadra alleges witch hunt. Amid crackdown on coal mafia, ED conducts searches in over 40 places in Jharkhand and in West Bengal. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues as both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar lobby for top 4 post. High Command sends a clear message, no change in leadership as of yet. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla takes a jab at the Karnataka government, says Bengaluru traffic harder than space travel. Priyank Kharge says will resolve the issue soon. Teachers and headmistress among 4 suspended for abetting Delhi students' suicide. Outrage grows, demanding justice. Donald Trump Jr. tours Vantara Wildlife Centre in Jamnagar, does Garba Dandiya with Anantamani, Radhika Merchant and Anand Piramal. Let's get started on this edition with some breaking news that's coming in. Pakistan and Bangladesh have established a new knowledge corridor that's aimed at strengthening educational cooperation between the two countries. As part of this initiative, Pakistan will host its first ever Pakistan Education Expo in Dhaka. This is expected to happen in about 3 days from now on the 24th of November, showcasing academic opportunities for Bangladeshi students across various universities. What we're learning is that Pakistan has also announced 500 new fully funded scholarships for Bangladeshi students, and these scholarships will cover major fields including medicine, computer science, business administration and mass communication. Is this a cause for worry? As far as India is concerned, that's something that intelligence agents are now looking at. Akanksha, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details. Akanksha, first take our viewers through what exactly it is that Pakistan and Bangladesh are trying to do with this new venture, and is this a concern? Is this a cause for concern for India?
Right, Poonam, these are inputs that have been shared by Security Affairs Editor Mr. Manoj Gupta, and what we can tell you is that we've seen there's been an increase in the engagement between Dhaka and Islamabad, and because of that engagement, this knowledge corridor that Pakistan is opening out for Bangladesh is also one of the new developments. But as you rightly highlighted, this entire expo that's taking place on 24th of November, also the larger picture of it ensures that 500 fully funded scholarships are provided to Bangladeshi students. What areas is this going to cover? This is going to look at medical science, computers, technical training, and in fact, as we can see the posters that we were flashing of this knowledge corridor that's taking place, they are offering training in business administration and mass communication as well. So Pakistan desperately trying to reach out to Bangladesh to rebuild the trust. Remember, they've also witnessed strained ties in the years gone by, and this is being looked at as a soft power bridge between Pakistan and Bangladesh, and this is the kind of outreach that Pakistan is trying to make. When we talk about medical science or this kind of technical training, it's not rocket science to find out exactly what kind of training we can expect from Pakistan when it comes to these Bangladeshi students, but 500 scholarships spread over a period of 5 years is what we are being told. Reports are also indicating that 100 civil servants will be trained by them, and so Pakistan also trying to make an Islamic outreach. They say that it's a brother-sister relationship that Pakistan and Bangladesh share, and Pakistan is only trying to play the big brother over here to the South Asian country by offering that kind of educational support. More importantly, what will this mean when they are talking about this kind of technical training will be interesting to see. But over a period of 5 years, they are offering those fully funded scholarships to the Bangladeshi students. And as I highlighted, this is also a diplomatic sort of outreach, a soft power bridge, where Pakistan feels that it can help Bangladesh in filling that gap which both the countries are currently suffering from, whether it is technical training or even say department or say areas of health.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for putting that in perspective for us and getting us those details. Shifting focus now to Karnataka, where astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla added a dose of humour to the Bengaluru Tech Summit. He drew laughs from the audience as he took a friendly jab at the city's notorious traffic and congestion. Shubhanshu Shukla quipped that his travel from Marthahalli to the summit venue took 3 times longer than the duration of his scheduled speech. He also spoke about how space travel was much easier. Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge, who spoke right after Shubhanshu Shukla at that event, said that he is working to resolve the issue.
I'm coming all the way from the other side of the Bangalore, Marthahalli. So I've spent thrice the time that I'm going to be spending on this presentation with you. So you have to look at the commitment that I have.
Like Mr. Shubham Shukla said, it was easier for him to get from space to Bangalore, but from Marthalli to here was little difficult. So we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Congress is a curse for Karnataka. Ever since Congress has come to power in Karnataka, the law and order, the roads, potholes, traffic, civic infrastructure of Karnataka, particularly Bengaluru, has been completely destroyed. And now, no less than astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla, group captain, has made a light comment about the state of Bengaluru's traffic by saying that it was easier to navigate space than Bengaluru's traffic. But what to do? Some ministers in the Congress government have actually said that traffic is a good sign because it's a sign of development. And some people have said potholes cannot be fixed even by God. So this is what the Congress party has given to Karnataka. They have ruined the brand image of Karnataka and particularly Bengaluru.
Joins us, getting us more details on this. Afreen, the comment that was made by Shubhanshu Shukla may have been in jest, but it does highlight a larger problem that the city of Bengaluru has been facing for decades together now. Traffic congestion, traffic snarls, pothole-ridden roads, that seems to be routine affair for the IT capital.
Well, Poonam, there is no denying that the traffic in Bengaluru is infamous and, it gets notorious. But we also have to look at the distance that Shubhanshu Shukla has covered. So he's moved from Marathalli to the Bengaluru Tech Summit, which was held near Madhavara. Now it's almost 35 kilometers and it has taken him, like he said, thrice the amount of time to reach the venue from his, starting place. So there's also, you also have to look at the distance that he has covered. Now, quickly, Priyank Kharge, responded to the astronaut on the stage and said that he's working on making sure that this does not happen. So we need to look at if he's, if the minister is hinting at making traveling easier by, is it, reducing traffic congestion, or is it, building any infrastructure that's going to make commuting easier in Bengaluru? Now, that's something that we have to look at. We also have to keep in mind that this is ammunition for the BJP to hit out at the Congress government here in Karnataka, because traffic congestion and potholes have been something that the Congress administration here has been struggling with for the past few months. We've seen that, both the Deputy Chief Minister and Chief Minister have instructed the municipal officials here, to clean up the roads and to, fill the potholes wherever it is, and also lay a single layer of tar so that the roads are smoother and easier for commuting.
Right, Afreen, do stay on with us. BJP's Ashok Gowda is also with us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. How do you respond to what's transpired there with Shubhanshu Shukla there in jest, talking about how this has taken, that space travel was much easier than traveling in Bengaluru, but the state government points to the recent developments that have been undertaken, the recent initiatives that have been undertaken to resolve the issue.
The Congress government's seriousness in developing Bengaluru is not at all seen. Because point one is there is a power tussle between DCM and CM, and the Bangalore Development Minister do not have a time even to sit and talk to the concerned people or the experts and tell them that, what has to be done, and he has to hear them out, what has to be done and how it has to be done. Part one. Part two, he is consulting only with the people who are Congress spokespersons who think that they are the experts and who do not have any qualifications or who do not have any kind of an expertise in anything. So that is where the failure is happening. And with that, what is the effort of the Congress government since 31 months that they have come to power, that they have put in solving the traffic, the potholes, whether it is a heavy vehicles in the peak hour, or whether it is a water tankers and RMC mixers who are occupying the road in the peak hour. These are all the problems. And additionally, they are not making any space for the street vendors or anybody. So that is why, you can see the traffic problem, traffic congestion. And IRC code, that is Indian Road Congress code, is absolutely not followed anywhere in Bengaluru. Whether it comes to bus stops or whether it comes to parking lots, nothing is getting followed. And
but Mr. Gowda, the traffic congestion in Bengaluru or pothole-ridden roads are not something that Bangalore has been facing just for the last 2.5 years.
See, the point is very simple. When the BJP government was there, the ministers used to interact with the experts and try to spring a solution to it, and many times the solutions were bought. But now the point is, whether it is DCM, CM or any other ministers who do not interact with the experts or who do not interact with the people who are actually the stakeholders. So they take decisions by themselves or by the consult of the few people who are their close aides, who do not have expertise. That is the problem. And that is what we have been questioning, that you consult experts or you consult the people who matter a lot. And they don't speak up just like that, like the way Tunnel Road is happening. So these are the problems.
Mr. Gowda, thank you so much for speaking with us. You're on CNN News 18. Afreen, my colleague, continues to be with us. Afreen, the political war of words will continue, but like you were pointing out, that the traffic congestion, the pothole-ridden roads, the urban decay of sorts that Bengaluru faces is not something that it has been facing just in the last 2.5 years of the Congress rule. This is an issue that has been plaguing Bengaluru for decades now.
Well, absolutely. This issue goes back to years ago, and ever since then, Bangalore has been very infamous and very notorious for its traffic. There have been several memes. There are jokes on it. There are serious debates on it. That what is the government, whichever government, be it the BJP or the Congress that comes to power, what are they doing in terms of solving the congestion problems in Bengaluru? What are they doing to make it better for commuters to get on the roads and travel from one point to another without getting stuck in traffic for hours? What are they doing to make the pothole-ridden roads better? White topping is something that the government has come up with, but also, locals have often complained that once the roads are undergoing white topping, it's been shut down for 6 months to 1 year at least. That's the minimum amount of time that roads are shut down. So how is it helping them? Once the roads are shut down, they'll have to take alternative roads, and that in turn increases the traffic congestion on other roads. So how is the government looking at solving the traffic issues and the condition of the roads in Bengaluru is something that we have to look at.
Right, Afreen, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll keep a track of what transpires there in the IT capital. But shifting focus from Karnataka now to Kerala, where fresh breaking inputs are coming in as far as the controversy surrounding the Sabrimala temple is concerned. And political tensions are rising. This is after the arrest of former Travancore Devasam Board president in connection with the alleged Sabrimala gold theft case. The opposition is now mounting pressure on the Pinarayi Vijayan government. Remember, the left government in Kerala has been under serious scrutiny, has been under serious fire from its political rivals, especially since this entire case of gold theft came into being. Now, the arrest of the former Travancore Devasam Board chief is also is giving ammunition to the opposition to mount pressure on the left government. This has now stirred a political face-off, with the opposition now demanding that former minister should also be held accountable. The ministry that looks into all of these temple boards and their functioning, he too should be held responsible. The minister in charge at that period should be held accountable, is the charge or is the demand that the opposition in the state of Kerala is now making.
This chief minister has been claiming and has been saying all these days that there were some lapses of the officials of the Devasam board, and we will rectify all those things. What has come out is it was not limited to only the officials, but the Devasam board itself was party to the crime, and not one but two former presidents of the Devasam board has been found to be involved. Can we come to the conclusion that Devasam board presidents were involved, but the government didn't know anything about that? Nothing happens in Communist Party without the knowledge of the top leadership.
The former Devasam board president, Mr. Padmawar, was arrested. But we are telling that who is behind the curtain? The VIP is behind the curtain. Our feeling is Kadagampalli Surendran is behind the curtain because he was the minister in that time. So he should also be arrested. And the other members also should be arrested. Padmawar is only president, but Devasam administration body means not only president but members also. So they should be arrested. That is our feeling. We are watching the situation. We will intervene. If any wrong things happen, we will intervene this matter.
Neetu Raghukumar, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Neetu, how is the left reacting to this? How is the Pinarayi Vijayan government reacting to all the developments that have taken place? It's not just political rivals that are mounting pressure. The courts are too coming down very heavily on the left government.
The court has come down heavily on the Travancore Devasam board, and the court had actually asked the special investigation team to look into from the top to the bottom, to the ranks down, to see if they have been involved. Now, apart from that, we heard from both the Congress as well as the BJP leaders stating that it's not just the Travancore Devasam board, but the ministry under which the board comes, the minister should also be held responsible. So, Kadagampalli Surendran was the Devasam board minister in 2019. So now all eyes are on the SIT to see whether he will be questioned. So far as this entire incident is concerned, the CPIM stand has been whoever the culprits are, however high they are or whoever they are, they will not be protected. The SIT will continue their investigation and all of them will be brought before the law. So that is what the stand of the CPIM has so far been. Now the defense, though official statements has not come out, the defense when we speak to many of them is that, see, even a Padma Kumar, who was a former CPIM MLA, has been arrested by the SIT. This itself shows that the government is not intervening and the government is standing by what they have said, that whoever it is or whoever the culprits are, the SIT can do their job. They will continue the investigation, and whoever has done the crime will be brought before the law. So this is what the defense that the government is taking. But at the same time, the Congress as well as the BJP raising this, trying to put the LDF government in the defensive, saying that the Devasam board has been ruled by all, and now the Travancore Devasam board president A. Padma Kumar, two former presidents have so far been arrested. But Padma Kumar's arrest is more directly affecting the CPIM and the left front, because he is a senior leader of the CPIM and has been a former CPIM legislator.
Right, Neetu, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. The left government is under fire, politically speaking, not just because of this alleged gold theft at the Sabrimala temple, but also the scenes that we saw the first 2 days, the first 48 hours of this major pilgrimage season. There was complete chaos at the Sabrimala temple. Devotees rushed in. The cap was at 20,000. That cap did not stand true. There was complete mismanagement and chaos on part of the Devasam board and the management there, who have also come out and admitted to these lapses. My colleague Neetu, in fact, was at Pamba, which is the base camp, so to say, from where you begin that particular pilgrimage journey towards the Ayyappa temple. This is what she found out from the devotees there.
Mandalam Magravilaka season, the main pilgrimage season of Sabrimala, has begun on November 16th. But ahead of this pilgrimage season, Sabrimala has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. An SIT investigation monitored by the Devasam bench of the Kerala High Court is ongoing at the moment, related to the gold pilferage. About 4.5 kg of gold is missing from the gold-padded copper plates of the Dwarapalaga idols. 2 cases have been registered in connection with this. One related to the missing gold from the copper plates at the Dwarapalaga idols, and also in the main frames at Sannidhanam. So the 2 FIRs have been registered. Arrests have been made of Travancore Devasam board officials, former Travancore Devasam board officials, including former Travancore Devasam board president N. Vasu, former administrative officer and executive officer of Sabrimala has also been arrested in connection with this case. The main accused, Unikrishnan Poti, who was working as a sponsor as far as these Dwarapalaga idols gold plating is concerned, he has also been arrested by the SIT. The Kerala High Court has asked the SIT to investigate into the criminal conspiracy and look whether any officials right from top to bottom of the Devasam board is involved. called the Prevention of Corruption Act have also been charged against these Travancore Devasam board officials. More arrest and more questioning of the board officials will happen is what we are understanding as far as the investigation goes. The SIT team has also collected samples from Sannidhanam to conduct scientific tests to see if these copper plates have been completely changed. So that is something which the SIT is looking at. On December 3rd, the case is again being considered by the Devasam bench of the Kerala High Court.
Shifting focus now to Maharashtra, where a 19-year-old student died by suicide in Thane. This was after a group of people allegedly assaulted him on a local train following an argument over him not being able to speak in Marathi. His father claimed the mental stress from the incident has pushed him to take the extreme step. Meanwhile, the police have registered an accidental death report and started an investigation. Politics, unfortunately, though, has erupted over this. The BJP has lashed out at the MNS and Raj Thackeray specifically, claiming that these are the consequences that arise from this kind of poison that the MNS seems to be sowing in society. The Marathi man will teach you a lesson for your hypocritical policies, is what the BJP has said. The MNS there coming under fire, but it is a tragic incident that has now come to the fore. An investigation will give out more details as to what exactly transpired, what was the incident that was referred to by this 19-year-old who committed suicide, what those people will be held responsible for, what comes out of the investigation. All of that we still have to wait and watch out for. Yasha, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this as well. Yasha, as far as the investigation in this case goes, what more can you tell us? Are there any individuals that are named as far as the police FIR goes?
When we speak of this very case, what's important to note is that while this incident came to light, the father has alleged that there was an incident that took place inside the local train. In fact, however, when we spoke to the authorities, they've gone through to confirm that while this very incident took place, the victim in this case is also a Maharashtrian. So the whole debate of Marathi versus Hindi is something that is being investigated. But however, here the question remains as to the fact that the victim himself is a Maharashtrian. So, how would the authorities go to substantiate the Hindi versus Marathi debate? But on the other hand, now, of course, like we've seen that the basis of the complaint of the father, an accidental death report has been recorded at Kalyan. What goes ahead is that if the claims are found true is where an FIR would be registered. Now here, only once the FIR is registered on basis of the father's statement is where there will be further investigation that should take place. But on the other hand, here there are several questions that remain unanswered. While the incident has taken place on the local train, there is no one who's been named so far as to who was it who had an argument with this very victim. On the other hand, the authorities have also gone further to mention that there is no suicide note that has been found to substantiate this very to substantiate what will happen in the local train. Yes, we've heard from the father, and an accident death report has been registered, which we've seen there's a constant political debate that's taking place over the Marathi versus Hindi debate, because of course in the last couple of months we've seen that there has been this shift over Marathi versus Hindi in several parts of the state, and which is we've seen that there were other political parties who are on loggerheads with each other over this Marathi versus Hindi debate. But however, this very incident has, of course, further led to political questions taking place, with the MNS going further to state that they will protect the Marathi identity of the victim, and stating that they stand with the family of the very victim. On the other hand, we've also seen how BJP leaders have gone further to question MNS as well as Shiv Sena, stating that they fueled this Marathi versus Hindi debate, as a result of which this very incident is taking place. Yes.
Now, the BJP has pointed in the direction of the MNS, claiming that this is the kind of poison that they are sowing in society. Raj Thackeray has been blamed because the kind of politics of pride they claim to fight on, that's really parochial and is prejudicial, is what the BJP has been saying. Any reaction, though, from the MNS or from maybe the Uddhav Sena on this?
So yes, we've heard MNS speak about the same. In fact, MNS spokesperson Sandeep Deshpande has gone further to comment, saying that they would not want a Marathi versus Hindi debate to take place in the society. In fact, they've also gone further to state that they would stand with the family of the Marathi victim, and that's what is being said by MNS on record. But on the other hand, what is also important to note is that at this very juncture, when we speak of this very debate of Marathi versus Hindi, MNS has also gone ahead to say that people should not really spew any kind of a poison over Marathi versus Hindi debate. when it comes to this very issue, and people should refrain from Marathi versus Hindi debate in the society, be in a local local or for anywhere else in public. Yes.
Right, thank you so much, Yasha, for highlighting that for us. We'll keep a track of what transpires in that case from here on. Shifting focus now to West Bengal, though, and the Pan-India SIR exercise that is taking place, that the Election Commission is undertaking, but that has escalated now, a face-off between the opposition and opposition-ruled states versus the Election Commission. Several booth-level officers across these three states, unfortunately, have died, and that has now given ammunition to the opposition to corner the Election Commission and the BJP. The TMC has lashed out at the poll panel, calling out the alarming state because of the exercise. The Congress has yet again alleged repercussions due to irregularities. The DMK in Tamil Nadu, which is also another state where this exercise is taking place and which will go to elections next year, continues to voice its dissent. Stalin's party has slammed the poll panel over alleged neglect and disenfranchisement. Kerala too, tensions are being witnessed there. There was a BLO's death that was recorded in Kerala a couple of days ago. The Vijayan government has also approached the Supreme Court, calling the SIR exercise a sham. They also want it to be deferred, given that there are local body elections that are due in Kerala. It has cited the administrative strain due to simultaneous SIR exercise and local body polls on these electoral officers. The BJP, though, stands by its argument, saying that the SIR revision is just being politicized by the opposition because not only do they want to create confusion and chaos among the voters, but they also want to shield illegal infiltrators.
देखिए, शुरू से ही ममता बनर्जी एसआईआर की विरोध कर रही थी, उनकी पूरी पार्टी विरोध कर रही थी। पूरे देश में एसआईआर को लेकर कुछ राज्यों में विरोध हुआ जो मूलतः ऑपोजिशन की ऑपोजिशन रूल्ड स्टेट्स है, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी जैसा विगोरस ऑपोजिशन किसी ने नहीं किया। जब एसआईआर चालू हुआ तो धीरे धीरे ऐसे घटनाएं घटने लगी, बहुत सारे कॉलोनीज खाली होने लगे। कल लोगों को पता चला, कल क्या लास्ट 48 आवर्स से चल रहा है कि बशीरहाट में 300 लोग जो खुद क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि हम बांग्लादेशीज हैं, वो बैठे हुए हैं इस आस में कि उन्हें बांग्लादेश जाने का मौका मिला। तो आज मैं ममता बनर्जी से सवाल करना चाहता हूँ, जो लोग वापस जा रहे हैं वो बंगाली है कि बांग्लादेशी है?
अगर यहाँ पर है तो जेन्युइन नहीं होगा, क्योंकि अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं होता तो बीएसएफ घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अगर जेन्युइन नहीं हुआ तो बीएसएफ घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अभी 2-4 तस्वीर दिखा के क्या साबित करना चाहता है? तो अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं है तो वो इंडिया का धरती में, बंगाल का धरती में घुसा कैसे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि बंगाल और बांग्लादेश में यहाँ पर जो भारत बांग्लादेश की बॉर्डर है, अभी भी 450 किलोमीटर अनफेंस्ड एरिया है, जो बार बार पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार को एक्वायर करने के लिए बोला गया था, लेकिन फिर भी वो लैंड एक्वायर करके नहीं दिया गया। जब एसआईआर चालू हो गया है तो आप लोग देख पा रहे हैं कि हाकिमपुर से किस तरह से बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके वो लोग जा रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ हाकिमपुर के चित्र नहीं, बल्कि रात के अंधेरों में अभी जिस तरह से पहले हजारों लाखों की तादाद में यहाँ पर जो है घुसपैठ हुआ था, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ था, उसी तरह से आज जो लोग घुसपैठ किए थे वो लोग खुद ब खुद डर के आज बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके बांग्लादेश वापस भी जा रहे हैं।
Amid this entire showdown that we are seeing over the SIR exercise, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has now reacted. He says that every infiltrator will be identified and removed to protect the democracy, protect the security of India. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also gone on to warn parties against shielding illegals, because we are seeing this kind of face-off between the BJP and the TMC in West Bengal especially only escalate because of this special intensive revision exercise.
घुसपैठ को रोकना न केवल देश की सुरक्षा के लिए जरूरी है, देश की लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को प्रदूषित होने से बचाने के लिए भी घुसपैठ को रोकना जरूरी है। मगर दुर्भाग्य की बात है, कुछ राजनीतिक दल ये घुसपैठिया हटाओ का जो अभियान है इसको निर्बल करने में लगे हैं। और वो राजनीतिक दल चुनाव आयोग द्वारा जो एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया चल रही है, मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण जो चल रहा है, इसका खिलाफत कर रहे हैं। हम इस देश में से एक एक घुसपैठिए को चुन चुन कर बाहर निकालेंगे।
Now, this is something that the central government, Union Home Minister, has said on multiple occasions in the past as well, that every infiltrator will be identified, and that's exactly what this SIR exercise aims to do, that all those who are illegal, who are not Indian citizens, will not get a right to vote, will be removed off the voter list before these elections, and that's something that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has once again reiterated. Arunima, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. Arunima, even as the BJP talks about weeding out infiltrators, especially in a state like West Bengal, the TMC just turns around and says that, but national security is with the central government. The BSF is guarding the borders. So if these infiltrators came into India in the first place, then it's the BJP that's answerable.
And that's why it's even more significant that Home Minister makes this statement at the BSF Raising Day functions, which is going on in Gujarat at the moment. Even when Bihar elections were still picking up pace, when SIR was announced in Bihar, there were these charges made by both sides. Home Minister, even during Bihar election schedule, said that we will not allow even a single infiltrator to vote, whereas parties like Oasis, AIMIM, or even Congress and RJD, they carried out the Voter Adhikar Yatra, making the same pitch that in the name of SIR, in the name of infiltrators, you are actually trying to disenfranchise genuine voters. But what did Bihar ultimately show us? We've not seen any hue and cry about any genuine voter being left out. Neither there has been any sample size given to us by Election Commission about how many illegal Bangladeshis, Nepalis, or people from Myanmar have been found in that 68 lakh, 69 lakh voters who were ultimately disenfranchised. We were given an overall number, but the breakup of how many were illegal immigrants were not available. Now cut to Bengal. Here the situation is even more severe, because in Bihar it was the SSB which was mainly responsible for border guarding. Here it is the border security force, and BSF has been at the center of TMC versus BJP battle. For the Home Minister to reiterate his government's commitment is something that the Bharatiya Janata Party will underline. But of course, you will once again hear TMC turn around and say, why were you waiting for elections to make this promise that no infiltrator will be allowed? Why did BSF turn a blind eye when these people were coming in?
And this has also taken another turn, because we've seen the kind of scenes, Arunima, at the border between India and Bangladesh in West Bengal. There are several of these people who want to return to Bangladesh now with the fear because of this impending exercise that is going to be, that is being undertaken.
See, there's no denying the fact that there are illegal Bangladeshi immigrants here in India. The number could be disputed. Some say it is in hundreds, others say it's in lakhs. But there is a fact that is accepted, that the riverine border, especially between India and Bangladesh, the part of the border that is unfenced, that has become ground for people from Bangladesh to cross over. BSF has often in its patrolling tried to flag it, detain them, send them back. But it is a reality that people do cross over from the other side every time there is tension. When you speak to BSF personnel, they tell you that their equation on ground with BGB, the border guarding force of Bangladesh, is cordial, and whenever they raise the red flag, BGB does accept nationals whose identity as Bangladeshi is accepted. But what is happening in Bengal is completely political, pure politics, both sides digging in their heels on the issue of infiltration and hoping to polarize voters to cater to their own constituency.
Right, Arunima, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. The political war of words, especially in West Bengal, is not going to die down anytime soon. Reactions trickling in thick and fast. Let's listen into some of those.
से ही ममता बनर्जी एसआईआर को रोकने के लिए प्रयास कर, जब बिहार में चल रहा था एसआईआर, तब जाके महुआ मोइत्रो ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में याचिका दर्ज किया जो एसआईआर बंद हो। बार बार कोर्ट में गया एसआईआर बंद करने के लिए, और ममता बनर्जी उस समय खुलेआम घोषणा किया था, हम एसआईआर होने नहीं देंगे। लेकिन एसआईआर जब चालू हुआ पश्चिम बंगाल में, सबसे पहले टेंट खटा के कुर्सी लेके तृणमूल कांग्रेस का लोग बैठ गया एसआईआर को सहायता देने के लिए। बार बार ये लोग चाहते हैं एसआईआर बंद हो जाए, और इसीलिए मानुष का मौत को इन्होंने साथ में ले लिया और मौत को इन्होंने इशू बना लिया।
Shifting focus now, the Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet identifying Robert Vadra as an accused in a money laundering case connected to UK-based defence dealer Sanjay Bhandari. This is the second money laundering charge sheet that has been filed against Vadra, but the first in which he has been named as an accused. In July, the agency filed a separate prosecution complaint against him in a case that was related to alleged irregularities in a land deal in Haryana. Responding to the latest developments, Robert Vadra strongly criticised the government. He added that the Enforcement Directorate has no evidence despite years of questioning and submission of thousands of documents. He called this case a misuse of agencies and political witch hunt by the central government.
मकान लिया था उसके मामले में जानकारी ईडी के पास थी, इसलिए ईडी ने उनकी चार्जशीट आज राव असेंबली में पेश की है। अब उनको जवाब देना पड़ेगा, चोरी की है, बेईमानी की है तो उसका जवाब तो देना पड़ेगा। अब वो ये कहकर कि मैं पहले परिवार का हिस्सा रहा हूँ इसलिए मेरे ऊपर इस प्रकार की कार्रवाई नहीं हो सकती, बच नहीं सकते। कानून अपनी तरह से काम करेगा।
Anshul, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Anshul, the heat of Enforcement Directorate on Robert Vadra is only increasing. This is the second time that he has been named in a charge sheet, but only the first as an accused.
Well, yes, the name of Robert Vadra has finally appeared in the accused column of the Enforcement Directorate prosecution complaint that was filed recently from the side of the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, before naming him as an accused, he was interrogated twice, at least twice, by the Enforcement Directorate, in which documents related to the alleged property transfer that happened between him and the arms dealer from London, Sanjay Bhandari. It is being alleged that Robert Vadra used the money that he took from that he made from proceeds of crime in the land case over here in Gurugram, and this money was eventually used in initially taking over the ownership of the said property, and then also in renovating it as well. And that became one of the reasons why last year itself the Enforcement Directorate had gone ahead and attached that London property on 12 Grafton Street in London was actually attached by the Enforcement Directorate. So now for the first time he has been named as an accused. He has already been questioned twice. Further investigation into this entire matter is already underway from the side of the Enforcement Directorate, and the Enforcement Directorate is of the opinion that they have requisite evidence that could actually establish the exact chain of money exchanges that has happened, and how Robert Vadra, after earning proceeds of crime from alleged scams out here in India, the alleged land scam that is being investigated in Gurugram and parts of Faridabad as well, and from there this money was used to initially acquire this property and then eventually use it for renovation as well. Remember, there are other property owners whose name has come up because this said property in 12 Grafton Street of London has changed hands several times, including the likes of CC Thampi and others as well. Remember, all these people such as Sanjay Bhandari, CC Thampi have all been under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate for the past many years, and last time around when the prosecution complaint was filed, the name of Robert Vadra had appeared in that as one of the owners who was involved in this exchange of property as well. But this time around, after interrogation with Robert Vadra for at least 2 times by the Enforcement Directorate, he has formally been named as an accused in this entire matter.
Fair. Anshul, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. The BJP, of course, latching on to this, responding to this political vendetta charge that Robert Vadra has made, claiming that everyone is equal before the law and Robert Vadra too should face it.
संजय भंडारी आर्म्स डीलर उसके साथ मिलके रॉबर्ट वाड्रा ने बहुत सारे गलत काम किए। आज पूरे देश को जो हम कहते रहते हैं, आज देश को ये बात की सच्चाई जाहिर हो गई है कि रॉबर्ट वाड्रा किस तरह से आर्म्स डीलर के साथ मिलके देश का जो आर्म्स डील हो रहा था उसमें पैसा जो मिडिल मैन का काम कर रहे थे और उससे वो कमीशन खोरी कर रहे थे। जो पीएमएलए के तहत आज वाड्रा के खिलाफ ईडी ने चार्ज किया है, और मुझे लगता है कि अब सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका वाड्रा को इस बात का देश को जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
Breaking news now coming in from Tamil Nadu, where Udayanidhi Stalin has once again triggered controversy with his remarks. Udayanidhi Stalin there, a minister in the Tamil Nadu government, going on to call Sanskrit a dead language. He's drawn sharp criticism, especially from the BJP, for this comment that he has made, the controversy that he has triggered at this particular event, where Udayanidhi Stalin took a direct jibe at the Prime Minister and his claims of affection for the language Tamil. He questioned the government's language policies. He then went on to say, when you're so eager to learn Tamil, why are you making children learn Hindi and Sanskrit? He went on to say that the union government had given 2,400 crore to a dead language like Sanskrit, but only 150 crores to Tamil in the last 10 years. Purnima, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this as well. Purnima, Udayanidhi Stalin is known to trigger controversies every once in a while. He's had his fair share in the recent past. Once again, the language controversy taking an ugly turn.
Absolutely. Two statements that Udayanidhi made at a book release event yesterday in Chennai. One, he said that the government 2,400 crore rupees has been allotted for a dead language, Sanskrit, whereas only 150 crores for Tamil language. So questions this. And number two, he also talks about how once again makes allegations that the BJP and the central government is trying to impose Hindi in a state like Tamil Nadu, where they've always followed the two-language formula and gives priority to Tamil language. Says that when a PM talks so much about his love for Tamil, why make students in Tamil Nadu learn Hindi? So why are they eager? So that's language is always an emotional as well as an electoral issue, and therefore in the run-up to the 2026 State Assembly polls, the DMK will continue to make this statement about how BJP is trying to implement the NEP and in turn impose Hindi in Tamil Nadu. That's something that the DMK will reiterate. But here he says Sanskrit is a dead language, and the BJP has hit back at Udayanidhi Stalin for the statement he made yesterday.
Right, Purnima, do stay on with us because the BJP has latched on to this, slamming the DMK and Udayanidhi Stalin. Let's listen into some reactions.
No, again and again, we can appreciate and we can salute and we can pray and we can laud our own language. But even the mother Tamil won't allow degrading the other languages. My mother language, Tamil, is with broad-mindedness, and it is a language which is lauded by even the people who are talking other languages. So, again and again, Udayanidhi, I strongly condemn him. Sanatan Dharma, he insulted, and then he is insulting the language, particularly used in our sanctity, in our all our prayers. And though nobody is telling don't pray with Tamil, we are giving equal importance.
Purnima continues to be with us, getting us more details on this. Purnima, the BJP, of course, predictably slamming the DMK and Udayanidhi Stalin for his comments. Any reaction from the DMK so far?
So far, the DMK has not reacted. However, the BJP and several leaders of the BJP will, in fact, raise this issue. They'll condemn Udayanidhi Stalin for the statement he made, especially saying that Sanskrit is a dead language. So this hasn't gone down well with the BJP. We've seen several BJP leaders reacting to this, but so far the DMK has not responded. The DMK also will reiterate the statement made by Udayanidhi Stalin that Tamil language is ignored and funds are not given for the promotion of Tamil language is the statement that the DMK will also continue to reiterate, and that is evident because the DMK will take up this issue in the run-up to the 2026 elections. They'll continue to maintain that it's the BJP that's trying to impose Hindi in Tamil Nadu, and that Tamil Nadu and the DMK will fight back. That's the stance that the DMK has taken so far, and that's the stance that they will continue to take in the run-up to the 26 elections as well, Poonam.
Do stay on with us, Purnima. AIADMK's Kovai Satyan is also with us. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Your first reaction to what Udayanidhi Stalin has said. It's one thing to take pride in Tamil, but it's quite another to berate another language, in this case Sanskrit.
That shows his political immaturity. He's been all fed with hatred and abuses. That's the DNA of DMK. Now, since he has been groomed to take over his father's role, he follows the same footsteps like what his grandfather and others have done in Tamil Nadu. Spread hatred, play the dividend rule, play the divide rule in the name of language, in the name of caste, and in the name of religion. That's the DNA of DMK, and Udayanidhi is no exception. You can't expect somebody who is learned to make such comments. It clearly indicates how political acumen knowledge Udayanidhi has got. His earlier remarks on Sanatan was not received well. He went to the courts and apologized in the courts. Now his remarks on the similar lines, which means that the entire DNA of DMK is hell-bent to ensure that they wield these kinds of abusive languages on one particular religion and community. Sanskrit is still there in the temples, each and every temple, nook and corner of 40,000 temples across Tamil Nadu. So it is not surprising that Udayanidhi doesn't have that knowledge. Like father, like son.
But Mr. Kovai Satyan, how do you respond to the allegations that he's made about how the central government, Prime Minister Modi, talks about Tamil, wants to encourage Tamil, but his words and actions don't really match?
No, it is a matter of pride that wherever Prime Minister goes, not only within India, even when he goes abroad to UN or any other place, he quotes Tamil as the oldest language of the world. Indeed, he has given the due credit and recognition for the language. But DMK plays a divisive politics with respect to the budget allocated for the language. While they borrow 4.5 lakh crores, all they allocate is few pennies for the development of Tamil language. But they play the divisive role of questioning the central government on how much fund is being allocated to Sanskrit and Tamil. This is a divisive mindset. They use language as a tool to play the divisive politics in Tamil Nadu. So whatever they blame on the Prime Minister and whatever they blame on the central government has no merits. That's a sad reality in Tamil Nadu. Since media is controlled by them, media also take their opinions forward and spin their own narratives to play the divisive role.
Mr. Satyan, thank you so much.
State of affairs in Tamil Nadu.
Mr. Satyan, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. AIDMK there too, echoing the sentiment that the BJP has. Purnima continues to be with us, getting us more details. Purnima, this is going to spiral into another controversy because every single time such comments are made by Udayanidhi Stalin or anyone within the DMK, they face immediate backlash, and yet they're none the wiser. We see similar comments being made, doubling down happen every once in a while again.
Absolutely. Several leaders of the BJP have in fact condemned the statement made by Udayanidhi calling Sanskrit a dead language. We've seen Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan also react to the statement. All of them there condemning Udayanidhi Stalin and also talking about his statement on Sanatana Dharma, saying that Udayanidhi Stalin continues to make such statements, and they once again condemn Udayanidhi Stalin. However, the DMK so far has maintained that all the DMK wanted to say is that Tamil is not given priority. While Prime Minister talks about his love for Tamil language, why isn't enough budget being allocated for the promotion of the language? When Prime Minister says he loves the language, why not allocate more funds to the language is something that the DMK raises. But certainly this is also going to snowball. AIDMK BJP says that the DMK leaders' statements
Sorry to interrupt you there, Purnima. Seelam
Thanidharan
of the DMK is with us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The BJP, the AIADMK have all latched on to what Udayanidhi Stalin has said about calling Sanskrit a dead language. How do you respond to that? What's your first reaction? Because the BJP and the AIADMK say that it's one thing to take pride in Tamil, but why berate another language for it?
No one is berating any other language, ma'am. It's only about seeking justice and fiscal federalism, whereby the money allotted has to have some logic. The whole point is, why is that Sanskrit and Hindi put together is given 100 times more money than what has been allocated to languages of Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu? That is the whole point. All languages are equal. Tamil is as old as, or even older than Sanskrit. It's old, with all the evidences, Tamil is older. And it's been spoken by more than 10 crore people in this country, or 12 crore. So in that being the case, why is that Tamil has to be neglected when it comes to union government funding? And it's also a factor of matter of fact that Sanskrit is spoken by less than 65,000 people in this country, right? So when you're spending that much money for a language is not spoken by a number of people, why is the money allocated for other classical languages such as Tamil is 100 times lower? This is all we are asking. It is not about belittling any language. If
But
you're
why
giving
call it a
Sanskrit
dead
2004
language? That
Because
reference
only
is
60
something that has
it is only because
invoked
it's
these sharp reactions.
Okay, so the country's population is what? 140 crores.
Hmm.
And, right, so if 1% of it is 1.4 crores. But the fact is, it's 0.001%, less than 0.001% of the people are speaking this language. It's not in day-to-day use. Are we conversing anywhere in India that people in the household speak that language? No, which is what he meant. I think no one is saying that language is bad. Nothing of that sort. Dead language. What is a dead language? That language is not in use. Is the language in use? It's not in use. So I don't think what is the controversy here. That is not belittling language, a fact. Merely stating a fact.
Mr. Dhanidharan, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18.
Yeah,
The DMK, of course, coming out in defense of what Udayanidhi Stalin has said, slamming their political rivals for creating an issue out of nothing. But this is a controversy over language in Tamil Nadu that will only escalate given that we're just a few months away from elections in the state as well. We'll keep a track of that and much more here on CNN News 18. But it's a wrap from my side on this edition.
India's young athletes inspire. But only one rising star can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Rising Sports Star are Suruchi Bhogat, Kush Maini, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Pooja Singh, Divya Deshmukh. Who will be the Rising Sports Star of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danit.
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's begin with a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Udyanadi Stalin now calls Sanskrit a dead language. BJP says after insulting Sanatan Dharma, he's now insulting the language particularly used in Hindu prayers. Probe into Delhi blast widens. Investigators reveal that handler allegedly shared 42 instructional videos on bomb making with Dr. Muzammil via encrypted apps. Letter war breaks out in Bengal after Mamata Banerjee, now Suvendu Adhikari, writes to the EC accusing the Chief Minister of attempting to intimidate BLOs. Meanwhile, another BLO dies, this time in Rajasthan. Family blames SIR-related stress. Opposition questions the Election Commission. ED files charge sheet against Robert Vadra, alleging PMLA link to UK-based defence dealer Sanjay Bhandari. Vadra calls it a witch hunt. Amidst a crackdown on coal mafia, ED conducts searches in over 40 places in Jharkhand and West Bengal. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues as both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar lobby for a top post. High Command sends a clear message, no change in leadership. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla says Bengaluru traffic is harder than space travel. Minister Priyanka Kharge says will resolve the issue soon. Teachers and headmistress amongst 4 suspended for abetting a Delhi student's suicide. And Donald Trump Jr. tours Vantara Wildlife Center in Jamnagar, does Garba Dandiya with Anant Ambani, Radhika Merchant and Anand Piramal. First up, protests have intensified over the suicide of a Class 10 student from a leading private school in Delhi. In this shocking case, the 16-year-old jumped to his death from an elevated metro station. The teenager left behind a suicide note blaming 3 teachers and the school principal, saying he felt he had no other choice. He also said in his note that his organs should be donated if they were in working condition. His father has now filed a case accusing the teachers and the principal of mentally harassing his son, driving him to take this tragic step. Based on the note, police have registered abetment to suicide charges and the school has suspended 4 teachers, barring them from campus and student interaction, with a 5-member government probe panel that has been formed, expected to submit its report within 3 days.
आज के प्रोटेस्ट में स्कूल खत्म होने के बाद बच्चे भी इस प्रोटेस्ट में शामिल हो गए थे और बहुत सारे बच्चों ने ऑन रिकॉर्ड ये चीज बोली है कि उसके साथ बहुत ही बार ऐसा हो चुका है, उसको बहुत ही टॉर्चर किया गया है और 18 तारीख को उसको इतना टॉर्चर किया, सिर्फ एक बेंच से छलांग लगाने के बाद टीचर ने इतना डांटा, वो रोने लगा। तो रोने के बाद भी उसने, बच्चे के वर्ड है कि मुझे घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, तो रोया कुछ भी हो। उसके बाद उसने यहाँ तक बोला कि मुझे सुसाइड की फीलिंग आ रही है। तो आप मुझे बताइए कि अगर ऐसा बच्चा आपके स्कूल में बोलता है कोऑर्डिनेटर मैडम को, क्लास टीचर को और ये प्रिंसिपल के सामने, तो इन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को फोन करके बोला कि बोलना चाहिए था कि आपका बच्चा ऐसा बोल रहा है, इसको थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन मैडम के थ्रू या हमें बोलना चाहिए था। मुझे कहा था कि ये बहुत शरारती है, चुटकुले सुनाता है, जोक्स करता है, बीच में बोलता है। तो मैंने उनको बोला था कि मैम, बच्चे अगर शरारत नहीं करेंगे तो कौन करेगा, और हम आपको इनके पास भेजते हैं इनको समझाने के लिए, सिखाने के लिए। और मेरी आखिरी इच्छा है, इनको कठोर से कठोर सजा मिलनी चाहिए और मेरे जैसा और किसी बच्चों को तकलीफ ना हो और मेरे जैसे कोई और बच्चा स्टेप ना उठाए, इसीलिए उन सबको न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
जब हमने ग्रुप में मैसेज पढ़ा कि 10th स्टैंडर्ड के बच्चे सूर्य के साथ ऐसा हुआ है, तो वी बोथ आर वेरी स्कैर्ड, क्योंकि मैम हमारा बेटा भी आके कई बार कंप्लेंट करते हैं कि टीचर्स उसको हैरेसमेंट करते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग इग्नोर कर देते हैं कि नहीं चलो बेटे की गलती होगी या फिर कुछ भी करके। हमने कई बार सोचा कि चलो स्कूल में जाके बात करते हैं, लेकिन जब भी हम पीटीएम में आते हैं पेरेंट टीचर्स हमें ऑलरेडी पहले ही बच्चे की कंप्लेंट शुरू कर देते हैं, बेटा ये है, बेटा वो करता है, टॉकेटिव है, शैतानियां करता है, ऐसे करता है। तो हम लोग सोचे चलो हमारा बेटा गलत होगा, लेकिन आज जब कल हमने ये सुना तो मैम उसके बाद हमें ये लगता है कि नहीं, हमें पेरेंट्स की भी गलती है कि हम लोग अपने बच्चों को सीरियस नहीं लेते। हम ये सोचते हैं कि नहीं, हमारा बेटा इतने हाई स्टैंडर्ड स्कूल में पढ़ रहा है तो शायद मे बी ही इज रॉन्ग।
मेरा बच्चा स्कूल में है, वो क्लास 6 में पढ़ता है, तो उसने कल घर आके मुझे बताया था कि ऐसा ऐसा मम्मा इंसिडेंट हुआ। तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे बच्चे के साथ भी ये हो सकता है। तो मैं सोच रही हूँ इस बच्चे ने कितना झेला होगा, कितना उसने टॉर्चर सहा होगा कि इसने इतना एक्सट्रीम कदम लिया है। मैं ये भी सोच रही हूँ उस माँ बाप पर क्या गुजर रही होगी जिसका जवान बेटा ऐसे कूदकर उसने जान ले लिया है। और उसने ये भी लिखा है कि लेटर पर हमें मिला है सुसाइड नोट में से ये भी लिखा है कि मैं अपनी जान दे रहा हूँ, मैं वेस्ट नहीं जाना चाहता है। मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो दूसरे बच्चे मेरे पीछे हैं वो ये सब सफर ना करे। दे शुड नॉट गो थ्रू व्हाट आई हैव गॉन थ्रू।
I want to go across to my colleague Priyanka Khanpal, who's reporting from outside this Delhi school where this incident has come to light. Priyanka, you are there at the protest site. बहुत सारे parents कह रहे हैं कि उनको भी अपने बच्चों की फिक्र है अब।
जी बिल्कुल, मैं फिर एक सीधी तस्वीरें ही आपको दिखा रही हूँ जहाँ पर ये दूसरा दिन है जहाँ पर पेरेंट्स जो हैं ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। और पूरे केस में अपडेट अगर मैं आपको बताऊँ तो जो स्कूल है उसकी तरफ से जो चारों नाम लिखे गए थे सुसाइड लेटर पे उनको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है। और FIR भी अमेंडमेंट टू सुसाइड भारतीय न्याय संहिता के अंतर्गत जो है वो यहाँ पर फाइल की गई है। इसके साथ ही दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने भी एक 5 मेंबर कमेटी बनाई है जो कि हर्षित जैन जो उसको हेड कर रहे हैं और वो पूरे इस मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी। थोड़ी देर पहले हमने दिल्ली के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर से इस बारे में बात की है और उनका कहना है कि मेंटल हेल्थ एक ऐसा टॉपिक है जिसे सरकार गंभीरता से ले रही है और ऐसे में वो भी तमाम स्कूल्स को लिखेंगे कि CBSE जो मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर रूल्स रेगुलेशंस बनाए गए हैं उसको पालन किया जाए। ये जो कमेटी बनाई गई है इसमें ये भी देखा जाएगा अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑल दी एक्यूजेशंस की जो स्कूल है वो क्या फॉलो कर रहा था, जो मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर बच्चों के लिए जो गाइडलाइंस बनाई गई है उसको फॉलो कर रहा था या नहीं। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें हैं जो फिलहाल इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दायरे में है। ये फ्रेंड्स हैं, ये जो उनके कलीग्स थे, जो बच्चे स्टूडेंट साथ में पढ़ते थे उनके पेरेंट्स थे, तो ये तमाम लोग यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं और इनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि सिर्फ सस्पेंड करने से काम नहीं चलेगा, टीचर्स पर एक्शन होना चाहिए।
प्रियंका, क्या बता सकते हो कि ये जो बच्चे ने जो सुसाइड नोट लिखा है उसमें किस तरह का टॉर्चर और किस तरह की हरासमेंट बच्चे ने बताई है? क्यों उसको इतना हरास किया गया कि उसको ये स्टेप लेना पड़ा?
यहाँ पर जो उस बच्चे के जो दोस्त हैं उन लोगों से हमारी बातचीत हुई थी, उन्होंने जो हमें बताया वो मैं जानकारी आपको बता सकती हूँ। ये कहा जा रहा है कि स्कूल में किसी चीज़ को लेकर उसे डांट पड़ी थी और जो 3 टीचर्स थी वो जो हेडमिस्ट्रेस थी उसके पास उसको लेकर गए थे और वहाँ पर भी उसे डांटा गया था, एक तरीके से हैरेस किया गया था और उसको लेकर वो बहुत ज़्यादा दुखी था। और उससे पहले भी कल जब हम यहाँ पर आए थे कई पेरेंट्स से हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर बात की, उनका कहना था कि यहाँ जो PTM का सिस्टम है वो जो है बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं है, जहां पर बच्चे जो हैं वो हैरेसमेंट को लेकर शिकायतें करते हैं लेकिन टीचर्स उस पर कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं करती हैं, उल्टा वो बच्चों के ऊपर इन चीज़ों को डाल देते हैं। और यहाँ पर फिलहाल भी आप देखिए कि तमाम जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो धीरे धीरे आ रहे हैं। हालांकि कल स्कूल ने एक्शन लेते हुए सस्पेंड ज़रूर किया था, बट इस रिजल्ट से फिलहाल जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो खुश नहीं नज़र आ रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि इसे नज़ीर बनना चाहिए, इसे एग्जाम्पल बनना चाहिए कि बाकी जगहों पर भी इस तरीके के हैरेसमेंट जो बच्चों के साथ स्कूल में होते हैं वो ना किए जाएँ, इसीलिए स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन यहाँ लेने की ज़रूरत है।
स्कूल की तरफ से 4 टीचर्स को सस्पेंड किया गया है, लेकिन आपको क्या जानकारी मिल रही है कि स्कूल क्या बोल रहा है? इस तरह की लापरवाही कैसे हुई अगर बच्चे को इतना गंभीर स्टेप लेना पड़ा तो?
अब देखिए बहुत रेप्यूटेड स्कूल है जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं और ऐसे में हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे इस तरीके के एक्शन का होना और जल्दी होना, पर जब शाम को ये चीज़ें सामने आई हैं तो फिलहाल ये कहा जा रहा है कि इनका सस्पेंशन तो किया ही गया है, साथ ही एक इंटरनल इंक्वायरी भी है जो ये चेक कर रही है कि ये क्या चीज़ें थी जिसकी वजह से एक चीज़ के बाद दूसरी चीज़ और ये इतना बड़ा स्टेप जो उठाना पड़ा। मैं यहाँ आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रही हूँ, यहाँ तमाम अब आज और कल में क्या फ़र्क है मैं ये आपको बताती हूँ। आज जो यहाँ पेरेंट्स आए हैं, जो प्लेकार्ड्स यहाँ पर है, इसमें हैंड रिटन सुसाइड नोट भी उस बच्चे का यहाँ पर इन्होंने लगाया हुआ है। इसके साथ ही उन टीचर्स के भी नाम लिखे गए हैं जिनका नाम जो है सुसाइड लेटर में उस बच्चे ने लिखा था। वो तमाम इस चीज़ों को लेकर प्लेकार्ड्स लेकर आज ये पेरेंट्स यहाँ पर पहुँचे और जाहिर तौर पर ये खुद परेशान हैं। कुछ के बच्चे यहाँ पढ़ते हैं, कुछ फैमिली फ्रेंड्स हैं। यहाँ एक मैं किसी से बात भी यहाँ पर करने की कोशिश करती हूँ जो थोड़ा सिचुएशन को इनसे समझते हैं। सर, आप लोग क्या डिमांड आज यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं प्रोटेस्ट के लिए?
जी, हमारी डिमांड ये है
कि टीचर्स को सिर्फ सस्पेंशन नहीं, टीचर्स को रस्टिकेट कर देना चाहिए, बिकॉज जो टीचर्स के नाम शौर्य ने अपने सुसाइड नोट में लिखे थे उसको जस्टिस तभी मिलेगा जब इनको टर्मिनेट किया जाएगा या फिर रस्टिकेट किया जाएगा। और उसके बाद स्कूल का जो काउंसलर टीम है उन्होंने ये मुद्दा बहुत सीरियसली लेना चाहिए, और जब स्टूडेंट्स को मेंटल तौर पे कुछ दिक्कत होती है तो उसको टाइमली एड्रेस करना चाहिए।
आप फैमिली फ्रेंड है या आपका बच्चा यहाँ पढ़ता है?
हम फैमिली फ्रेंड है।
अच्छा, आप फैमिली फ्रेंड है यहाँ पर। तो एक बड़ा मुद्दा जिसको हम लेकर लगातार बात कर रहे हैं, मेंटल हेल्थ, और उसको लेकर जिस तरीके का रेप्यूटेड स्कूल ये है, यहाँ पर ये माना जा रहा है कि काउंसलर्स भी होंगे, तो ऐसे में क्या ऐसा हुआ, क्या काउंसलर्स की हेल्प रेडिली अवेलेबल नहीं थी जब ये केवल एक दिन की घटना थी? क्योंकि कल जब मैं लड़के के चाचा से बात कर रही थी और उन्होंने बताया कि जो स्टूडेंट जो 2-4 फ्रेंड्स थे वो एक टीचर के खिलाफ 4 दिनों बाद कंप्लेंट करने वाले थे कि ये लगातार हैरेस कर रही है, लेकिन उससे पहले ही जो बच्चा है उसने सुसाइड कर लिया। और जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनके जो पेरेंट्स हैं, वो यहाँ बता रहे हैं कि टीचर्स के खिलाफ अगर कुछ ऐसा होता है कि बच्चे घर आके बताते हैं कि हैरेसमेंट है तो सुना नहीं जाता है। ये एलिगेशन है जो तमाम अभिभावक यहाँ जो पेरेंट्स आए हुए वो लगा रहे हैं। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में अगर हम बात करें तो डीओई की भी, दिल्ली सरकार की भी नज़र बनी हुई है, और मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर जिस तरीके से दिल्ली सरकार के मिनिस्टर कह रहे हैं, और अब बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रिक्टली इसे फॉलो कराया जाएगा ताकि इस तरीके के जो घटनाएं हैं वो आगे और ना हो।
Yes, Priyanka, just stay with me. Let's just listen into what Ashish Sood, the Minister of the Delhi government, is saying, because this has become a huge issue as far as all schools are concerned, and Delhi government is now wanting to do a mental health status check across all schools.
हमारी सरकार इन मुद्दों पे संवेदनशील है। मैं केवल शिक्षा मंत्री के रूप में नहीं, एक पेरेंट के रूप में इस घटना को देखता हूँ। मैं एक पत्र लिख रहा हूँ स्कूलों में सीबीएसई के मानकों के आधार पर किस प्रकार से जो मेंटल हेल्थ, मेंटल वेलबीइंग के लिए व्यवस्थाएं की जानी चाहिए, क्या वो सुचारू रूप से हो रही हैं, इसके संदर्भ में मैं स्कूलों को पूछ रहा हूं। और कहीं स्कूलों को अगर ज़रूरत है तो हम उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे, उनको मदद करेंगे। हमारी अगली पीढ़ी मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहे, विषाद के में ना पड़े, इसकी हमें बहुत चिंता है। हम दिल्ली के पेरेंट्स की इस चिंता को शेयर करते हैं।
इतना सेंसिटिव और मैच्योर स्टूडेंट्स को किस तरह से टॉर्चर किया गया या समझा ही नहीं गया बिल्कुल उसको। पिछले 4-5 महीने से ही ऐसे कुछ कंप्लेंट शौर्य ने घर पे की थी टीचर्स को लेके, जिनका नाम उन्होंने सुसाइड नोट में लिया है। और उस सिलसिले में पेरेंट्स, मम्मी पापा स्कूल गए थे, टीचरों से भी बात की थी, प्रिंसिपल से भी बात की थी। स्कूल फ्रेंड है, उनका ये कहना है कि इंसिडेंट के पहले के 4 दिन में तो ये टॉर्चर काफ़ी बढ़ गया था, टॉन्टिंग और उसको अपमानित करना, प्रताड़ित करना, ये काफ़ी बढ़ गया था।
प्रियंका, my colleague continues to be with us. प्रियंका, दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से जो केस रजिस्टर किया गया है उसके बारे में हमें बताइए, क्या चार्जेस वहाँ पे लगाए गए हैं, कितनी टीचर्स का नाम उसमें डाला गया है?
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो एफआईआर दर्ज की है वो सुसाइड नोट के बेस पे की है, जिसमें वही 4 टीचर्स, जिसमें 3 टीचर्स और एक हेडमिस्ट्रेस है, उनके ऊपर चार्जेस लगाए गए हैं एबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड के लिए उकसाने के ये जो आरोप है वो लगाए गए हैं, और उसी दिशा में जो है पुलिस की जांच चल रही है। मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं, यहां आप देख रहे हैं, मैं फिर आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं कि किस तरीके से जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो यहाँ पर फैमिली फ्रेंड्स भी हैं, पेरेंट्स भी हैं, आए हुए हैं, और ये इनके लिए मेन कंसर्न फिलहाल ये है कि इस मामले में जस्टिस मिले और ऐसे आगे आने वाली जो चीजें हैं बाकी स्कूल्स में बाकी बच्चों के साथ ना हो। सर, आप फैमिली फ्रेंड हैं?
जी हाँ, फैमिली फ्रेंड।
अच्छा, आप किस लिए यहाँ पर आ जाए हैं?
मैं बच्चों को न्याय दिलाने के आया हूँ, उसकी ये अंतिम इच्छा थी कि ऐसा किसी और के साथ ना हो, इसलिए। और स्कूल प्रशासन की तरफ से कुछ अच्छा काम नहीं किया जा रहा है। स्कूल प्रशासन ने भी कार्रवाई तब जाके की जब इनको ऊपर से प्रेशर आया, सरकार ने कुछ ऑब्जेक्शन उठाया, समिति गठन की, उसके बाद इन्होंने तब तक उन्होंने 24 घंटे 48 घंटे के ऊपर होने के बाद भी इन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया था, किसी से बात भी नहीं की थी। कल 4 सस्पेंशन किए हैं। हम चाहते और एक सस्पेंशन इसमें ऐड हो। जिस काउंसलर को पता था ये बच्चा सुसाइड करने का सोच रहा है, उन्होंने किसी को इंटीमेट नहीं किया, किसी को इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया, उन्होंने हंसी पे ताल दी बात को। अगर वो काउंसलर इस बात को गहन में लेते तो शायद वो बच्चा हमारे साथ होता।
ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर लैप्सेस को लेकर भी, और जो मैं लगातार बोल रही हूँ कि एक स्कूल में अगर एक काउंसलर मौजूद है जो जिसका काम ही बेसिकली ये है कि अगर कोई बच्चा इस बच्चे की एज 16 ईयर्स है, हम जानते हैं कि टीनेज में बच्चे जो होते हैं वो ज़्यादा मूडी होते हैं और ज़्यादा रिएक्ट चीज़ों के लिए करते हैं, और इसीलिए तो स्कूल्स में इस तरीके के काउंसलर्स को रखने का जो प्रावधान है वो बना हुआ है। और ये जो पेरेंट्स हैं, जो फैमिली फ्रेंड्स हैं, वो आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि काउंसलर के पास भी वो गया था और उसको भी उसने बताने की कोशिश की गई थी, लेकिन वहाँ भी हेल्प नहीं मिली है। और ये पहला मामला नहीं है, इस तरीके के कई मामले हम देख चुके हैं। अभी आपको याद होगा कुछ दिनों पहले की जयपुर से और राजस्थान से एक बहुत शॉकिंग वीडियो सामने आई थी जहाँ 6 साल की बच्ची ने स्कूल में सुसाइड किया था। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें हैं जिन पे मुझे लगता है कि सिर्फ FIR या सिर्फ कानूनी रूप से ही कार्य करके काम करके नहीं होगा। स्कूल्स को लेकर और मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर पेरेंट्स, टीचर्स, स्कूल्स और एज सोसाइटी सबको साथ काम करना होगा। और मुझे लगता है इसीलिए देखें आप तमाम पेरेंट्स यहाँ पर आई। कल मेरी 2 मदर्स से बात भी मैंने की जो बात करते करते रो गई क्योंकि उनके बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, और उन्होंने बोला कि जब हमारे बच्चे आज तक हमें बोलते थे कि मैम ऐसे कर रहे हैं या वैसा कर रहे हैं या सर ऐसा कर रहे हैं, तो हम उनको डांटते थे कि उनकी गलती है, लेकिन अब हमें हर एक चीज़ सीरियसली लेनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि क्या चीज़ कब खराब हो जाए। मैं यहाँ पर जो और लोग हैं मैं उनसे यहाँ पर बात करने की कोशिश करती हूँ, स्पेशली मदर से। मैम आपका बच्चा पढ़ता है यहाँ? अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पर किस लिए आए?
रिलेटिव है।
क्या डिमांड आपको?
वो टीचर को सजा होनी चाहिए, सस्पेंशन हमें नहीं चाहिए, बस सजा होनी चाहिए उनको। तो
अभी पुलिस ने मामला तो किया है
दर्ज किया है, पर कहा अभी कुछ हुआ है? कुछ नहीं हुआ। एक्शन तो क्या लिए इन्होंने? कुछ नहीं लिए एक्शन जितनी जल्दी है उतनी लेनी चाहिए।
तो सिंपल सी बात, यहाँ पर जो पेरेंट्स हैं जो आए हुए हैं कहने के लिए, उनका कहना है कि ऐसे ही एकदम उसने ये फैसला नहीं ले लिया कि आज उसे जाना है और कूद जाना है। उनका कहना है कि एक सीरीज ऑफ इंसिडेंसेस हुए होंगे, कुछ बिल्डअप हुआ होगा जो एड्रेस नहीं हुआ, जो स्कूल ने एड्रेस नहीं किया, और यही कारण है कि वो बढ़ते बढ़ते इतना बड़ा कि बच्चे ने अपनी जान दे दी। ऐसे में स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन की डिमांड यहाँ पर जो पेरेंट्स हैं, जो रिलेटिव्स हैं, वो तमाम लोग यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं। और यही लगातार हम कह रहे हैं कि ये पहला मामला नहीं, इस तरीके के पहले भी मामले हम लोगों ने देखे हुए हैं, लेकिन रिपीटेडली ऐसे मामले होना और रेप्यूटेड स्कूल्स में होना कहीं ना कहीं कई सवाल खड़े करता है। जहाँ पर काउंसलर जैसी मदद भी आपके पास होती है, वहाँ पर भी इस तरीके के स्टेप्स अगर उठ रहे हैं तो जाहिर तौर पर स्कूल को भी इसमें एक जो कहा जाता है कि खुद में देखने की ज़रूरत है कि कहाँ उनकी गलतियाँ हैं। और जाहिर तौर पर इसी का स्टेप लेते हुए कल 4 लोगों को स्कूल ने सस्पेंड भी किया है, बहुत प्रेशर के बाद। जिस तरीके से कल भी प्रोटेस्ट देखा था, परसों भी हम लोगों ने देखा था, और आज भी यहाँ पर पेरेंट्स आए हुए हैं, तो सभी का ये कहना है कि एक्शन होना चाहिए ताकि नज़ीर बने, ताकि एग्जाम्पल हो और फिर कोई टीचर इस तरीके के बच्चों को हैरेस करने का ना सोचे कि किसी बच्चे को अपनी जान देनी पड़े।
Priyanka, thanks a lot for joining us. Let's also shift our attention to that Jaipur case that has also been talked about. Now, the CBSE has issued notice to that Jaipur private school over the death of that class 4 student. CBSE's inquiry into the death of the student in Jaipur has found serious lapses in safety, child protection and school response. The report said that the class 4 student who died after jumping from the 4th floor had faced sustained bullying, including verbal abuse with sexual references, and despite approaching her teacher twice on the day of the incident, she was not referred to a counsellor. My colleague Bhavani Singh is joining us live from Jaipur. Bhavani, this is also a very, very shocking case that has come to light. इस केस में तो वीडियो भी बाहर आया था जहाँ पे वो बच्ची कूद रही है, but certainly there is a lot of responsibility that is falling on the school.
देखिए, पूरे इस केस के अंदर जब शुरू से जब ये बच्ची ऊपर से कूदी थी, हालांकि पेरेंट्स ये भी नहीं मान रहे हैं कि सुसाइड हुए। अभी जो CBSE ने एक टीम बनाई थी जिसने जांच की थी, उसमें 3-4 चीज़ें फाइंडिंग्स मानी है। एक ये था कि जो काफ़ी सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी के काफ़ी लैप्सेस है, क्योंकि 4th फ्लोर से बच्ची ऊपर गई है, ग्राउंड फ्लोर से, तो ऊपर कैसे गई, क्या उसको लेकर सुरक्षा के मानक नहीं थे, फ्लोर के सेफ्टी इंचार्ज कहाँ थे, तमाम चीज़ें थी, CCTV कैमरा की मॉनिटरिंग नहीं हो रही थी। ये उन्होंने माना कि अगर CCTV कैमरा लगा हुआ है, अगर उनकी मॉनिटरिंग होती तो बच्ची ऊपर नहीं पहुंच पाती, इस तरीके से कूद नहीं पाती। काफ़ी सारे लैप्सेस। इसी तरीके से क्लास के अंदर ये माना गया कि जब बच्ची को क्लास के अंदर बैड वर्ड्स यानी बुली किया जा रहा था, उसको जब बच्चे परेशान कर रहे थे, जब उसने टीचर से शिकायत की कि तो उस पर क्या एक्शन लिया था, तो और पेरेंट्स जिस तरीके से शिकायत कर रहे थे कि 1.5 महीने से उसको परेशान किया जा रहा था, इन तमाम चीज़ों पर नोटिस इशू किया। अब स्कूल को एक थॉरोली जांच के बाद में उन लैप्सेस पे स्कूल से जवाब मांगा गया कि आपने क्या स्टेप उठाए थे, और उसको लेकर अगर स्कूल की ओर से सेटिस्फैक्ट्री जवाब नहीं दिया जाता है तो फिर उसके बाद में स्कूल के खिलाफ CBSE एक्शन ले सकती है, जिसमें मान्यता रद्द करने तक का शामिल है। जी,
तो इस केस में जो टीचर्स हैं जिनके सामने ये सब हुआ, जो जिनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी इस बच्ची को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, उनके खिलाफ कोई केस हुआ है क्या? FIR है क्या? केस है इस मामले में?
देखिए, जो FIR रजिस्टर्ड हुई है वो पुलिस ने पेरेंट्स की शिकायत के बाद में एक FIR रजिस्टर्ड हुई। FIR के अंदर जो चार्जेस लगाए गए वो 3-4 कैटेगरिकली चार्जेस थे। एक जो पेरेंट्स की ओर से चार्ज लगाया गया था, जिसमें कहा गया था कि उसको लगातार परेशान किया जा रहा था और टीचर्स को शिकायत की, उसके बावजूद भी टीचर ने एक्शन नहीं लिया। उसके बाद में टीचर से, जो उसके क्लास टीचर हैं और जो उस वक्त टीचर मौजूद हैं, उनसे भी पुलिस ने बुलाकर उनसे भी पूछताछ की है। पुलिस ने उन स्टूडेंट्स के भी बयान लिए जिन पर ये आरोप लगाया जा रहा था कि उसने परेशान किया। पुलिस का ये कहना है कि अभी तक काफ़ी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की गई है, अलग अलग तरीके से बयान लिए गए, लेकिन कहीं पर भी अभी पूरी तरीके से पुलिस की रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक ये पूरी तरीके से एस्टेब्लिश नहीं हो पाया। लेकिन जो CBSE की जांच टीम है वो साफ तौर पर मान रही है कि लैप्सेज रही। एक सबसे बड़ी जो स्कूल की लापरवाही थी, जिस टाइम ऊपर से ये बच्ची जब कूदी थी नीचे, तो उस टाइम उस जो ब्लड स्पॉट है वो जगह जगह से साफ किए थे। तो आखिर स्कूल छुपाना क्या चाहती थी, क्योंकि पुलिस स्टेशन बिल्कुल बगल में था, पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करना था, पुलिस के आने से पहले जल्दबाजी की गई और पेरेंट्स को काफ़ी लेट इन्फॉर्म किया गया। कई सारे आरोप हैं जो पेरेंट्स का लगातार स्कूल पर आरोप है। वो कह रहे हैं कि स्कूल 3 चीज़ें छुपा रही है। एक, स्कूल इस बात का जवाब नहीं दे रही है कि जब बच्ची को लगातार परेशान किया जा रहा था और उसके वीडियो कुछ CCTV के अंदर आया, जिसके अंदर वो टीचर से शिकायत कर रही है बाकायदा, वो कहते हुए आया, लेकिन पेरेंट्स का कहना है कि उसका वीडियो है के अंदर जो ऑडियो है वो म्यूट कर दिया गया, जिसमें से बच्ची कह क्या रही है वो साफ तौर पर आ नहीं रहा, लेकिन लग रहा है कि वो काफ़ी परेशान थी। पेरेंट्स का दूसरी तरफ स्कूल का ये कहना है कि बच्ची पहले से उस दिन परेशान नहीं थी, उस दिन तो वो नॉर्मल स्थिति में थी, बाकी उसको कुछ परेशानी घर से हो सकती है। तो एलिगेशन अलग अलग तरीके से चले। पेरेंट्स अभी भी शिकायत करें, मेरी उनके फादर से बात हुई है, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम काफ़ी कोशिश कर चुके हैं, न पुलिस सही जवाब दे रही है न स्कूल जवाब दे रही है। अब कल एक प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे पेरेंट्स अभिभावकों के साथ में मिलकर अमायरा को इंसाफ की मांग को लेकर। लेकिन इस पूरे मामले में जो काफ़ी संदेह के घेरे हैं, स्कूल खास तौर पर स्कूल को लेकर, स्कूल शुरू से काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं जो क्लियर नहीं करा। अभी तक पुलिस मीडिया के सामने स्कूल एक बार भी नहीं आई, प्रिंसिपल और मैनेजमेंट की आखिर स्कूल की गलती नहीं है तो स्कूल बताए तो सही सामने। स्कूल आ नहीं रहा, छुपा रहा, इसलिए सवाल काफ़ी खड़े हो रहे हैं। जी,
राइट। भवानी सिंह, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। Moving on to some political updates that we're tracking, Congress top brass has denied any imminent leadership change in Karnataka, but has acknowledged that there is growing muscle flexing by rival camps ahead of a possible cabinet reshuffle. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar added intrigue with a cryptic social media post, fueling speculation about future leadership. Meanwhile, MLAs from both camps have left Bengaluru for Delhi to meet the Congress president, signalling active lobbying within the party. The developments come amid ongoing chatter over potential shift in leadership, though Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has ruled out any November revolution, noting that he requested the High Command to consider a routine reshuffle at the 2.5-year mark of his government. BJP, of course, has seized on the speculation, alleging Congress infighting has distracted the party from governance in the state.
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು ಅದರಿಂದ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭ್ರಾಂತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ನಡೀತದೆ, ಚುನಾವಣೆನ ನಾವೇ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕವಾದಂಥ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅನಾವಶ್ಯಕ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದವು. 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ರೀಸಫಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಉಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊಂದಲ? ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊಂದಲ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್
ದೆಹಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಭಾರತ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ. ಅವರ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಈ ಸದ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಈಗ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರು MLAಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ನಾನು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವರು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಚೇರಿ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೆಲವರು ಮರ್ತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಚೇರಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಯವರೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಇರ್ತೀನೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ 100 ಕಚೇರಿ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾವು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಯು. ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 5.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ 6 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಲೈನ್, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ.
उसमें नया कुछ नहीं है. 30 महीने में हमने 15 बार इधर ऐसा मीटिंग हुआ है. यहाँ 10 बार हुआ है, बार 5-6 बार हुआ है. दिल्ली और बार जो चल रहा है उसका उसको लेने देना नहीं है. वो रूटीन हम मिलते रहते हैं, आगे भी मिलेंगे.
Are you going there to back DK Shivkumar as Chief Minister?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Are you going tomorrow, sir?
Yeah, tomorrow we are going, ma'am.
Sir, along with you, who else is going?
Other MLAs are also coming. 8 to 10 MLAs also coming.
Okay. Sir, there's also news that Chief Minister Siddharamaya's close aides have met for dinner last night, and they're also strongly backing Siddaramaya to continue as Chief Minister. Your thoughts on that?
What is there, ma'am? He is our CM. Huh? We are all in Congress.
Right.
Is it not?
Right.
Siddaramaya is our Chief Minister. Now, what is there in having dinner, lunch, other things?
Right. But you stand by your word, sir, that DK Shivkumar should be made Chief Minister?
Yeah, I always stand with my words.
Yes.
He should get a chance.
Right.
So Siddaramaya sir has to give an opportunity for him also
right.
to become a CM. That is our request, that's all. That is our prayer.
Are you also going to meet Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, sir?
Yeah, if possible, ma'am.
Right. Have you
Thank
gotten
you.
any time from the High Command to meet them? Any appointment?
No. We didn't get any time at all.
Hmm.
We'll try our level best to go there. We'll meet.
My colleague Rohini Swami is tracking this development. Rohini, just explain what's happening in Karnataka, because despite the Congress High Command's repeated instructions not to talk about this, not to push for this, there is open lobbying happening between both camps.
This is clearly muscle flexing. This is also very clearly the way the political pressure is being put from the camp of people who are supporting DK Shivkumar. Now, we have seen that this is not the first time that such kind of MLAs, including Iqbal Hussain or Dr. Ranganath, who have, despite the diktat saying that they should not be speaking out of turn and any decision will come from the High Command, they continue to make such moves. With Iqbal Hussain also telling CNN News 18 that they will be traveling to Delhi with 10-15 MLAs itself. The point is the appointments, whether that will be given or not, is also need to be seen. He's very clearly saying they will go and try. Now, the AICC chief, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, is on a two-day tour in Karnataka itself. There have been 2 major meetings, and both of them are dinner meetings. One from the Siddaramaya camp, and they're talking about how they will consolidate the entire Ahinda bloc and let Siddaramaya know that the entire Ahinda bloc is with Siddaramaya. And they also want the High Command to come out clearly and say what the plan is for now, because both of them, DK and Siddaramaya, have been saying that the final decision will come from the High Command itself. The second meeting is of the people of MLCs and certain supporters of DK Shivkumar who met him. But they say the meeting was to do with the Vidhan Parishad and the issues regarding the appointment of the deputy chairman. But that's not the only point. They also talked about how they will be volleying the support and showing the support to the High Command that after the 2.5-year term, it's time for DK Shivakumar to become Chief Minister. Even DK Suresh, his brother, has said that he's sure that Siddaramaiah will keep his word and that the time when it's right, that handover of power will take place. But let's understand one quick thing in this. This is all muscle flexing for now, but even the cabinet reshuffle, if you remember, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah went to Delhi. DK Shivakumar also camped in Delhi. But the High Command told them that right now they will discuss with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and then another meeting will be held. Only then the cabinet reshuffle will take place. So number one, if the cabinet reshuffle is allowed to Siddaramaiah, which right now we know very clearly from our sources is not happening till January, then Siddaramaiah complete his full term. If not, and if it's still kept in limbo, if Siddaramaiah then also presents his budget in March, and which will be the 17th budget that he presents, then clearly he's the man who's going to go for the long run. Otherwise, if there's a change of guard, it will happen, but that we'll have to see whether it's going to be the last 1 year. So a lot of speculations happening, but clearly here this is all about both camps putting pressure on the High Command to say that there has to be some clarity in what is happening in the Karnataka drama.
Rohini, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. All right, moving on, let's shift our focus to the problems that the Indian cricket team is facing. They've hit a selection scramble as Shubman Gill, the captain, is ruled out of the second test versus South Africa in Guwahati. Now, Rishabh Pant will be stepping in as the stand-in captain, but the question is exactly who replaces Shubman Gill in the playing 11 and how does India fix the balance after the Kolkata collapse?
Is Shubman Gill officially out of the second test against South Africa and Guwahati? And will India's vice captain Rishabh Pant now step in as the stand-in skipper? Gill continues to battle the neck spasm that forced him out of the Kolkata test last week, and this isn't just a routine precaution. Medical advice says Gill risks triggering the spasm again if he plays too soon, and that could worsen the injury. So he's been told more rest, no shortcuts. So who walks out in that vacated middle order slot? India is looking at three names: B. Sai Sudarshan, Devdutt Padikkal and Nitish Kumar Reddy. Gill's injury spiral began during the Kolkata test. He faced just 3 balls before walking off, then ended up in the hospital by the next morning. The BCCI ruled him out of the rest of that match, which India eventually lost by 30 runs on a viciously unpredictable surface. On Thursday, batting coach Sitanshu Kotak hinted that India would not gamble with Gill in Guwahati.
The decision will be taken tomorrow evening because the physios, doctors, they will have to take a call that if he is fully recovered also, while game he should not get that spasm again because it is very important. So that one point also, like last game, nobody has discussed much. If Shubman could have batted both the innings, the 30 run may not would have even mattered. So if first inning he batted and had one partnership, so we had 100 runs lead, we would have been fine. That is not an excuse, but that is a reality that 2 innings he could not bat. So obviously the doctors and physios and team management's concern is that it shouldn't happen that. So if he is fully recovered and we have a guarantee that very likely he won't have this issue again, then he will play. If there is a doubt, then I am sure he will take a rest one more game because it won't be helpful to the team.
In Guwahati, the team's practice session threw up some clues, not conclusive clues, about selection. Yashasvi Jaiswal, KL Rahul, Washington Sundar and Dhruv Jurel were the first to bat. Jurel, of course, slotted in at number 4 in Kolkata after Gill's injury. Sai Sudarshan followed soon after. Padikkal, meanwhile, didn't bat early. Instead, rolled his arms over in the spinner's nest. And Nitish Kumar Reddy, freshly back after India A duty, bowled alongside Bumrah, Siraj and Akashdeep. Saturday's pitch should be fairer than the minefield in Kolkata, but the bigger question is who walks out at number 3 or number 4? A left-hander, a right-hander, a seam bowling all-rounder. And more importantly, can India stabilize after a week of injuries, uncertainties and a painful second innings collapse?
Let's go across to our guest joining us, Vineet Ramakrishnan from Cricket. Next is with us, senior sports journalist Ayaz Memon and Chaitanya Nanda, former Indian cricketer, also with us. I do thank you all for your time. Vineet, very quickly, before I go to our experts, I just want to understand from you, as we speak, are there any indications which way the Indian team will go?
Well, the report coming in is that it is official. Shubman Gill has been ruled out and he has in fact flown back to Mumbai for further assessment on the neck injury. In terms of who replaces Shubman Gill, as I mentioned in the report earlier, it's more likely Sai Sudarshan who would come back in. That means Sai Sudarshan might as well slot at number 3 with Washington Sundar coming down at number 5 and Dhruv Jurel at number 4. That would also mean they'll have to make Akshar Patel sit out, and in place maybe Nitish Kumar Reddy, the seam bowling option all-rounder, comes in because the Guwahati pitch seems to be more fresher and more balanced than the Kolkata pitch itself.
Yeah. I asked your thoughts on this. This is not really the kind of position that the Indian team would want to be in. And I'll come to the aftermath of the entire debacle at Kolkata in just a bit. But just purely focus on the Shubman Gill conundrum. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's become a pain in the neck, isn't it, for the Indian team during the series. He was missing in the first test for a large part, and we lost that badly. So India, without the batting mainstay as well as the captain, and that really impacts the team in many, many ways. I think that the playing 11 will have to be sorted out very thoughtfully. I think in the first test, India went in with 4 spinners, which was a luxury, including 3 left-arm spinners, so there was less variety. I don't think that mistake will be repeated in this match. Now it's a question of who replaces Gill. I think Sai Sudarshan, who had a couple of matches against West Indies, has been more frequently playing in the test matches than some of the others, should be the obvious choice. But we never know with this think tank what they are, where their thought processes are leading to. So we'll have to wait and see. But as I mentioned, that Shubman Gill not playing and the fact that you have 0-1 down is a lot of pressure on the Indian team going into this match.
Right. Chaitanya, there is also this whole question of, just how many left-handers can you have in the batting lineup? Some believe that it is a factor. Others believe it's not really something that you should worry about. In fact, the Indian batting coach also referred to this problem, saying that, they do have a leg spinner in their side as well. What are your thoughts on this? Should this be a factor?
Yes, actually, if you see, if you have a equal balance of left-hander, right-handers, it's difficult for bowlers to when they are bowling, so they have to change their line, their length, and they have to bowl accordingly. But if you think that they have a off spinner which is doing well, so you have more left-handers and it will be a problem. No, I don't think that makes a difference, because most of the teams have left-arm spinners, leg spinners in their team, and most of the teams plays with the right-handers. So as a professional player, as a professional cricketer, it doesn't matter what other team have. So you as a opposition, or you as a team combination, you play your best players. So in this era, if you have more left-handers, better left-handers than right-handers in your team, in your bench strength, so you should go with them. You cannot think about it like what combination they are having, what best bowlers they are having, and accordingly you choose your players. I think the players, those who are in form, they should be chosen. They should be played in playing 11, and it doesn't make difference. It's their players' job to perform well, whoever's playing against them.
Let's talk about, some of the questions that the Indian team would be facing as far as the second test is concerned. Ayaz, the whole performance that happened in the Kolkata test match, you've had the batting coach come out and say something very different to what Gautam Gambhir has said. Gautam Gambhir said that you have to bat better, you have to apply yourself better, and so on and so forth. The batting coach has come out and said that, the pitch turned out to be not what we expected and not what the curator expected. It broke up, it was coming apart, and Gambhir took all of the blame because of it.
I mean, look, the fact that he didn't pass the buck, he didn't make the excuse of saying, the pitch was all, which it wasn't really made for great batting. But he didn't blame the groundsman. He actually said that the curator produced a pitch which is exactly what they had asked for. So my question is, as chief coach, Gautam Gambhir, who's essentially been a high caliber international batsman, his priority as a coach would be obviously the batting. Now, what we've seen over the past few series that have been played in India, especially with Gautam as the coach, we've lost 4 out of 6 matches on pitches that have been doctored to suit the Indian players. And we found that the Indian batsmen cannot deliver. So somewhere, you can look at all the support staff and say we have a batting coach whose responsibility is this. But also the chief coach, who's essentially been a batsman, must be looking at what's going wrong. And the other is, if it is going wrong so consistently, then why do you ask for the pitches to be doctored? It doesn't make sense to me. One or the other can't be right. Something is wrong, something is all right.
Vineet, what is the word that you're getting in from Guwahati though? Now pitches at the center of it all, along with the fact that Gill is not playing for the second test match. So what is the word from Guwahati?
In the press conference, both Rishabh Pant, the Indian captain, and Temba Bavuma were posed this question about the pitch, and both of them said that it looks a far more fresher and more balanced pitch than what they got in Kolkata, and with a bit more bounce as well. Variable bounce won't be there; it would be consistent. Bounce would be there, is what both Rishabh Pant and Temba Bavuma had the first impressions of the pitch itself. So going by what we are hearing, it would be a much better pitch than what we saw in Kolkata. And even Sitanshu Kotak also yesterday in the press conference mentioned about the pitch, and it is something that it is more towards their liking, even though the talks of how the pitch was in Kolkata, was it doctored or was something that was told by Gambhir and the management, that's been out of the way now. But the pitch in Guwahati, both from the perspective of Rishabh Pant and Temba Bavuma, both of them said it is a much more fresher pitch and something which would have good bounce, which also would mean the Pacers would also have a larger say as compared to the Kolkata test.
The other big question, Chaitanya, now that we have to look forward to what to expect from Rishabh Pant, for example, as a captain. I mean, he's a stand-in captain. It's never a really great situation for any player to kind of prove themselves in a situation like this. But what do you think we can expect from him?
See, as much I know, Rishabh, as he has played with me, the club cricket as well, we are from the same club, and as he has performed well, and as he is performing throughout his life, throughout his career, he's a strong-headed guy, and he understands the cricket. And being a wicketkeeper is the best place where you read everything by the game. We have seen MSD also doing a great job for India when he was, standing behind the wickets. From behind the wickets, you can adjust the field. You are at the center of the ground. You are, analyzing the wicket. You are taking the ball from the wicket. You know what is the bounce, how's the bounce, what is happening on the wicket. Is it seaming? Is it turning? Is it cutting the balls? So it is becomes easy for a keeper also to decide which change he can do when he's in the ground as a captain for the bowling. And as much I know, Rishabh Pant, he's we don't need to worry about how Rishabh Pant is gonna do it. Team is always the captain is always good when the team is right balanced. So it is more important for India to choose the right team according to the circumstance, according to the conditions of the ground. And I think in Guwahati, I think we might go with 3 spinners and 3 fast bowlers like Nitish Reddy can come in, who can bowl a seam in between, and we can have a more batting depth. And for winning a test match in India or anywhere, you need 5 good quality bowlers, and we have that in spinners as well, in fast bowlers as well. So I don't think there's a problem. Where we are lacking right now, we are just trying to finish the game too early. For me, when you play, teams which are coming from outside, out of India, they need to just, bat a little longer. They should not get an equal opportunity to get Indian team out, because Indian wicket suits Indian players, right? They understand the wicket much better, and if they get a normal wicket, which is like not too much helping any kind of bowlers like spinner or fast bowler, they can easily bat on it and score big runs. But for the foreigners, when they come here, they struggle with the bounce, and especially South Africa. I played in South Africa. South Africa has too much of bounce in their wickets. So if the ball is keeping low, it is difficult for them to even field, even to bat, even to bowl and understand. So for us, if we give a good batting wicket, a good test wicket, which starts helping spin after 3 days, it will be better for India to play that game.
The problem is that right now, out of all the statements that have come out, I asked, now let's say, for example, the batting coach is indicating that is what we expected, that the pitch will turn after 3 days. We didn't expect that it will, quote unquote, break up and collapse and lead to collapses like this within the first 3 days itself. But what does it tell of your mindset if you are looking for a particular kind of pitch at home? Yes, there should be home advantage, but did we push it too far? And what does that tell about our mindset? Because, this seemed to be the mindset of the past. And in today's day and age, or for today's team, we don't expect quote-unquote doctored pitches.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, Shivani, because I think that the mindset is really for me the issue. Where is the ambition? Where is the resolve? Where is the effort to go out there and spend a couple of hours, 3 hours, 4 hours? This is a test match. This is not a T20. You pack your team with all-rounders and say, somebody will bail me out, play batting well for 3 or 4 overs and I'll win a match. You might win a T20 game, but you can't win a test match. And the problem is that we've seen it happen consistently over the past couple of years. Against New Zealand, against a very mediocre West Indies team, we walloped them. But against South Africa, who were, I mentioned this in our earlier programs, they've beaten Australia in the World Test Championship. They've come here after beating Pakistan, where Pakistan, it blew up in their face preparing a doctorate pitch. We seem to have learned nothing from there. And I think somewhere you need guys like, Temba Bavuma. He was the shortest man on the field at the Eden Gardens, but he had a bigger heart than all the Indian players put together. Now that's what you want to see. Somebody out there goes out there, bats for 3 hours, makes maybe 50, but that's a match-winning 50 on a pitch like that.
Yeah. Well, Bavuma certainly showed the Indian players. But I want to talk about Gautam Gambhir here as well, because it hasn't been a great start for him as far as Test cricket is concerned as the coach. Vineet, some of his statements after the last Test matches collapse also did not go down very well. What were the kind of reactions that you were following to what Gautam Gambhir said?
Well, Gautam Gambhir did take the blame on himself in terms of the loss, but again, from Gautam Gambhir's perspective, he would be under pressure as well, because in this Test match, India are not just looking for a win, but they would be looking to avoid a series whitewash for the second time in just over an year. That's not something we have seen with the Indian cricket team in the past. This is under him. It has been fourth home loss. It is equivalent to what you compare it with the era of Kumble, Ravi Shastri and Rahul Dravid. So he will be under pressure. But then again, how Gautam Gambhir came out in the press conference taking the blame on himself, said that you should not be taking a dig at the curators. It is more on how their players, and as Ayaz Memon exactly said, it's about the resolve of these players. But one thing is the fact that with somebody like a Washington Sundar at number 3 playing 3 all-rounders, you probably need specialist batters at specialist positions. So that is one thing that what we are hearing that Gambhir could do, and that is why somebody like a Sai Sudarshan coming back in and slotting at number 3 could be a good option there, with Washington Sundar coming down at number 6. But overall, how Gambhir really came up in the press conference, taking the blame on himself and really putting it down in a clear manner that the batsmen or the bowlers, they'll have to step up. There's no other excuses there for this loss.
So, Chaitanya, do you think some of these statements that Gautam Gambhir ends up making, he's always been known to be a bit of a straight shooter, right? And not someone who minces his words. But do you think, the way he talked about the batters last time around, he could have kind of worded it better? Or do you think this is exactly how the coach should speak?
I think he should use a little softer words, because as a coach, how your players bats, how they are batting. They are aggressive players, and number 3 batter, if you're sending Washington Sundar, it is your decision. It's a combined decision of a team, right? So you cannot say like this, that we are playing like this or we are playing like that. When you are in the dressing room, you discuss your strategy, how you go, you plan your plan A, plan B, plan C. So you understand, that on this wicket, you cannot go aggressive completely. Or if you want to go aggressive, you have to take a calculated risk. Not every shot can be played on the Kolkata kind of a wicket. If you see Bauma, the shots he played, it was decided according to the wickets, which way he gonna make runs. Yes, he was little lucky that the ball were going from the slips and everywhere. But yes, he decided that what shot can be played. And as a cricketer, at this level, the coach and the strategist, the team which is with the coach, they all decide and plan accordingly, like what kind of cricket we should play, what kind of a brand of cricket we should play on this kind of wicket. They are not here to coach, because these players doesn't need coaching. They need just an advice how to go about it, what way we have to play in the next session or the next to next session.
Or probably, alternatively, the inexperience of the side also did, come out as far as these conditions or the match situation is concerned. We should not forget that. But I ask final word to you very quickly on Rishabh Pant as a captain.
Well, the responsibility has been thrust on him. He had to also captain briefly in England in spells when Shubman Gill was injured and off the field. I think he enjoys that kind of a responsibility. But this is a very difficult time for him. Because remember, he also come back as a batsman. So he has to also deliver the runs and he also has to captain the team. And he has to captain the team when you're facing another debacle. You're already 0-1 down. So everybody wants India to square the series at least. We keep talking about the win and defeat, but remember there are WTC points at stake.
Yes, yes.
We've already squandered WTC points in the first test. If we lose the second test, I'm afraid there'll be a sense of deja vu already creeping up on me as to what happened in 2023. We lost to New Zealand and we couldn't make the final. So if you can't win at home, you are actually shooting yourself in the foot. And therefore, the only thing I would say is actually Gautam, yes, he's a straight shooter and all that, but I think somebody needs to crack the whip. You can't assume that people who come to India are there, easy pickings. You can just beat them and send them packing back home. Not when you're dealing with teams like South Africa who are ambitious, who have tasted blood, and who are now experiencing the joys and satisfaction of winning.
Absolutely. Vinit, final word from you as well. A lot at stake for not just a lot of team members. Whoever comes in, for example, in place of Gill will also have some pressure. Rishabh Pant has pressure. Gautam Gambhir has pressure on him.
Well, absolutely. There is massive pressure on Team India. This is the newest test venue. Rishabh Pant coming in as the 38th Indian Test captain, as well as I mentioned, he's just making a comeback. So as a batter also, there's a thing that he has to prove. But again, pressure on Gambhir, as mentioned, WTC points are at stake. You're staring at a second whitewash in just over an year. That's not a record that you want under your belt as well.
Absolutely. We'll leave it at that. I do thank all of you for joining us. Time for a very short break, but on the other side, news and updates continue here on CNN News.
India's young athletes inspire, but only one rising star can stand invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Rising Sports Star are Silchi Phogat, Kush Maini, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Pooja Singh, Divya Deshmukh. Who will be the Rising Sports Star of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you.
the founder of the Al Falah University, is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED's submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following 2 major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for an
They fight for a greener tomorrow. And now one is about to be crowned invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Climate Warriors are Garvita Gulhati, Aditya Mukherjee, Morning Star Cong, Vidyut Mohan, Vinay Manchala. Who will be the Climate Warrior of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. They fight for a greener tomorrow. And now one is about to be crowned invincible. And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Climate Warriors are Garvita Gulhati, Aditya Mukherjee, Morning Star Cong, Vidyut Mohan, Vinay Manchala. Who will be the climate warrior of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. We begin with the headlines first. Udaynidhi Stalin calls Sanskrit a dead language. The Bharatiya Janata Party has said after insulting Sanatan Dharma, he is now insulting the language particularly used in Hindu press. Probe into Delhi blast widens. Investigators have revealed that the handler allegedly shared 42 instructional videos on bomb making with Dr. Muzammil via encrypted apps. A letter war has broken out in Bengal after Mamata Banerjee, now Suvendu Adhikari, writes to Election Commission, accuses Chief Minister of attempting to intimidate BLOs. Another BLO dies, this time in Rajasthan. Family blames SIR-related stress. Opposition questions the Election Commission. Amid the crackdown on coal mafia, Enforcement Directorate has conducted searches in over 40 places in Jharkhand and West Bengal. Karnataka's Game of Thrones continues as both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar lobby for top post. High Command sends a clear message, says no change in leadership. Astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla says Bengaluru the traffic there is harder than space travel. Priyank Khadge says they will resolve the issue soon. Teachers and a headmistress among 4 suspended for abetting a Delhi student's suicide. Now from Junior tours Vantara Wildlife Centre in Jamnagar does Garba Dandiya with Anant Ambani, Radhika Merchant and Anand Piramal. Alright, the Delhi blast probe happens to be our top focus this hour. The National Investigation Agency has arrested 4 more prime accused in the Delhi blast case, raising the total arrests to 6. The 4, Dr. Muzammil Shakil, Dr. Adil Ahmed, Dr. Shaheen Saeed and Mufti Irfan Ahmed have been sent to 10-day NIA custody. Investigations indicate they played key roles in the terror attack that killed several and injured many others. Earlier, the NIA had arrested Amir Rashid Ali, in whose name the blast car was also registered, and Jasir Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support. Sources have revealed that the handlers sent numerous IED making videos and gave specific instructions to spread the footprints of this attack across Indian cities. The NIA continues to probe networks and accomplices involved, aiming to dismantle the terror infrastructure behind this attack. CNN News 18's Anvit Srivastav brings you a ground report from New, which is currently under the scanner. This is where Omar Nabi's rented house has been sealed. Local residents of New and the owners of the house are now being questioned.
We are in Hidayat colony in Haryana's New, and this deserted lane was not as deserted just a few days ago. Heavy barricades, police cordons and cops used to be here, but now you can see this entire lane is deserted. The reason is that this house that you see, this is where Umar Nabi, the main conspirator and the person who detonated that I-20 car right outside Red Fort, killing at least 15 people, he used to live here. At least for 10 days he had lived in this house. This brown door that you see, that is locked, that has been locked by the law enforcement agencies now. This is the door that Umar Nabi used to get in the house and get out. The entire house has been sanitized by the police. Police teams and NIA teams had visited here. Multi-agency probe is underway, and what we are being told is that barricades have now been removed. There are no cops as the house has been locked. Umar Nabi lived here from November 9 to November 1 to November 9. On November 9, he abruptly left in his I-20 car, the same car that he later, the next day, in the evening around 6:55 p.m. detonated in front of Red Fort. The locals have also told police and agencies that Umar Nabi did not leave this house at all in the 10 days. He hardly used to come out. He would not interact with anyone. He would keep to himself and maintain a shy behavior. Also, before he left abruptly, he also had a word with the house owner, the lady Afsana, who is we're being told is an Anganwadi worker. Her husband is a driver. She had also objected to the conditions Umar Nabi used to live in. However, the couple has also been detained for questioning. The cops have been frequenting this area, and that is also one reason why you see a number of houses are currently locked. What we're being told by the locals that people have left this area temporarily. They have gone to their relatives' house. Also, one of the reasons is because cops and agency sleuths have been visiting this area very frequently. Locals are being questioned about how Nabi used to behave, what was his behavior in the 10 days, who all spotted him, if there was anyone he used to meet, and on all other lines, questioning is currently being done. As investigations follow, further details are being procured by the police and agencies to probe this matter in further details.
Its entire investigation. We are getting in more updates on the entire probe. Top sources are telling CNN News 18 that investigating agencies have taken a driver into custody. Why so? Because during an operation conducted in Dhoj in Faridabad, the NIA recovered a grinder, that is a mixer grinder, from the taxi driver's house. It is suspected that this grinder was being used by Dr. Muzammil for grinding urea. That could be, in fact, a very critical piece of evidence for the NIA. This grinder has been recovered by the NIA, and this was, in fact, in possession of the driver. Let's quickly go across to Ishan Vani, who's bringing us more inputs on that news story. So, Ishan, just shed more light on how this could be a very crucial piece of evidence in piecing together how ammonium nitrate was in fact being produced in such large quantities.
Well, yes, this is one of the key, possibly the key to the entire story building if it comes true and investigators are convinced that this was a machine being used. Basically, there are two machines which have been recovered from the residence. It's a grinder machine and an electric melting machine. Both of them were kept with the driver by Muzammil, and he had given some reason to be kept it with him, that he should keep it for a while. Both, how do they get in touch? We have been told that it's possibly because the driver's son had some injuries, and then Dr. Muzammil had treated him. And that's how they got in touch, and he had kept these two machines with him. But what is interesting is that since agencies are looking forward to how did they really melt it, how did the ammonium nitrate basically get refined? And this machine could have been very well used to refine it, because one of those machines that you're seeing on your television screen right now is the one which is used to break down stuff into smaller pieces, to even grind flour, wheat. And that's why there's a possibility that this machine was being precisely used to melt components and to also grind, refine ammonium nitrate to ensure that it could be made usable for them in a larger quantity. But questioning is on. There are multiple people which are being picked from time to time. They have not been arrested.
That's why, Ishan, I want to quickly bring you in on this aspect of how this entire probe is widening. Staff members are also being questioned. What is the connection of this driver with Dr. Muzammil? Was he working for Dr. Muzammil, or was he a driver on the payrolls of the Al Falah University? Can you share more details?
Well, what we have been given to understand, and what we have, reports there are which are available to us, is that this driver's son had some injuries, and later on he took him to the hospital where he had possibly met Dr. Muzammil, who treated him, and then possibly there could have been a friendship that they developed or a contact that they developed. And then he kept those two machines with him, indicating that he needed them and used them, but he does not have a space to keep them. And then he kept it with him, and later on, it was with him, but he was questioned earlier also. We have been given to understand initially he was already questioned. He has given them the machines that Dr. Muzammil had kept with him, and that's why this is now key to the entire investigation. Because the question is that the sort of material that was made, when it was refined, are these the machines which were used by them to refine them? Where did the procurement take place? Where did they buy it from? That will be clue and more interesting to the lead, because the person who has sold it to him will identify Dr. Muzammil, and he would know that who had actually made purchase of this machine. Is it Muzammil? Is it someone else? So there's a deeper probe that needs to be done. There are multiple things that are in layers that need to be unearthed by the investigating agencies, and that's why certain detentions which were earlier made in Kashmir, they have been formally arrested by the NIA and they have been taken to Delhi so that further questioning, cross-examination, or any contacts which they have come in touch with or any transactions that they're able to find, they could do that. One more thing before we end this, there has been a phone which has also been recovered, which is Dr. UMAR, who is also providing them a crucial hint and lead which he had left in his hometown, and then that was thrown out by his family members into a nearby Nala, but that was taken out by the police and later handed over to the NIA.
All of these leads now coming out from the 6 who are already arrested, and of course the bomber who's no more there, that is Dr. Omar. Going to request you to stay with me, Ishan. We're getting in more breaking inputs with regards to the overall investigation. As per top intel sources, what we are told is that Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Parvez Ansari could be brought to Lucknow and Kanpur soon by the NIA. They will be taken to Lucknow and Kanpur, where they used to live, remember, study and even work. Both will be taken to different locations. Let's quickly go back to Ishan, who continues to stay with us on this news story. So Ishan, the overall reconstruction is very important right now for NIA. What is the NIA now hoping to achieve by taking them back to Kanpur and Lucknow?
Well, not only one thing, there are multiple things that they're trying to achieve. One is that to understand that who lured who, what was the web, what was the chain, who was initially the contact, who tried to spread it, who got in more number of people, who initially was so radicalized that he could bring more doctors in. For example, a doctor from Lucknow, a doctor from Haryana. How did they come in? How did they basically get roped in? In Lucknow, there could be some hints and leads of some documents that they have, possibly try to recreate whatever happened. Try to understand, because they were able to understand that there will be a face-to-face confrontation between multiple people who have been in touch in the past, so that there could be further cross-examination of the stories that each one of them is saying. Because one of the main conspirators who carry out the blast is no longer there. So the story of Omar cannot be told from his perspective. So they will have to learn it from the people who he has been in touch with. Be it Muzammil, be it Adil, be it Jasir, or be it other people who are alleged in this case. So all of them will have to speak, and that's why the NIA is not only taking the custody from Kashmir to Delhi, and then to tell the court that we need to basically go back to the scene and try to see that where all did it start from, so that the case could be clubbed together. Because not only is there possibility of a local hand, but also the international hand. So for India to build an international case for the handlers or any other country which can be possibly behind this attack, so they need to bridge all of these gaps together, and there needs to be a solidification of the case. The case needs to be solid, the case needs to be watertight, so that further investigation could be done and fingers could be pointed in the right direction. That's why these detentions are taking place, arrests have been taking place, and these people are being taken back.
So when one is, probing the overall white-collar terror module, there are multiple facets that are being studied, whether it's the radicalization of the educated youth, whether you're looking at educational institutions like the Al-Falah University, or even, say, encrypted apps being used, or DIY videos of this IED making that was being sent out by this foreign handler. What all has now come to the forefront when we talk about the overall module and the way it's been operating?
Akansha, there are a couple of things. One is that there is definitely a foreign hand. There have been chats and messages that have been picked up, and possibly one of the people who have been interrogated, questioned, they have revealed that they were in touch through a highly encrypted app. It's not easy to go through, all these messages if they have been deleted or they have been, they have vanished, because there are timers on Telegram, Signal, and there's one more app which is a pay, which you pay, and its servers are outside India. It's a Swiss app where you can come download and pay and then use it for chatting, and it does not stay anywhere. So these apps, they use the tech.
All right, we seem to be losing that connection with Ishan, but he will continue to bring us the latest updates. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in as far as the NIA is concerned. What we are learning is that the NIA has postponed its annual anti-terror conference. The decision has been taken considering the Delhi blast case. New date of the conference is yet to get finalized, and the annual conference emerged as a meeting point, remember, for operational forces, technical, legal and forensic experts and agencies engaged in counter-terrorism. The key focus of this entire conference remains developing synergies among various stakeholders, which are the various probing agencies agencies, as we've told you that this was also meant to be the merging point for counter-terror specialists as well, and this has also been about bringing the technical, the legal, the forensic experts together and agencies who have been engaged in counter-terrorism. So why has the date been postponed so far? What we're being told is because of the ongoing investigation into the Delhi car blast case. Let's quickly go across to Ishan, who's back with us. So Ishan, it only makes sense to procrastinate the overall conference for now because the NIA currently has its focus, of course, on the Delhi blast probe. It's also unraveling terror modules, not just in the Delhi blast probe, but as we speak, it's also the Gujarat ISIS terror module.
Well, yes, there are multiple challenges in their hand at the moment. One is Delhi, then there is Gujarat, then there is also Naugam incident. Because in Naugam, the sort of material that exploded, they also need to investigate that because they're investigating the case as a whole. So there are multiple challenges. Even the DG was stationed here for a couple of days when the Naugam blast took place. He was personally here along with the IGNIA, along with the lower level officers to understand what really has happened. Because the case originates from Kashmir, then it needs a lot of to and fro from Kashmir to Delhi and then several other states spanning several kilometers. So that's why possibly because of the intensity of the case and the urgency to decode this entire investigation, there's NIA might need more teams, more hands on the ground, and that's why this conference cannot go ahead. And that's why possibly this has been cancelled. Because NIA is not only investigating it, NIA is also trying to build a solid case before they have to charge sheet anybody, before they need to contact to the Interpol now, because NIA is also handling this case, and they're one of the brothers of Dr. Adil, who primarily was initially arrested. His brother had gone to Afghanistan. They also need to bring him back. They also need to send in red corner notices. They also need to get people who are outside. So for that purpose, for now, it seems like that has been cancelled. And looking at the magnitude of the case, wherein the national capital was hit, it was in front of the Red Fort, which has been a kind of a dream for these outfits to carry out an attack. And that's why, for that case to be handled very closely and precisely, even the DG of NIA was in Kashmir. That tells you that the intensity and the investigation pace at which it is going, that's why this conference has been delayed for now, but will be held at a later date.
Many thanks to you, Ishan, for bringing us all those latest details on these breaking inputs. With that, we shift focus over to the SIR exercise. The Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, in a stern warning to those opposing the SIR, has made it clear once again. He said that the exercise was focused at removing all the illegals from Indian soil. He warned the opposition against shielding the infiltrators for political gains. Meanwhile, the showdown over SIR has now escalated with several booth-level officers' deaths, that too across 3 states. While the TMC has lashed out at the Election Commission, calling out the alarming state because of the exercise, the Congress has yet again alleged repercussions due to irregularities. The DMK too continues to voice its dissent, with Stalin's party slamming the Election Commission over alleged neglect and disenfranchisement. In Kerala, the tensions have also been witnessed after a BLO's death and the Vijayan government moving the Supreme Court. They've called for the exercise to be deferred. It has cited administrative strain due to simultaneous SIR exercise and local body polls. The BJP stands by its argument, saying that the SIR revision is just being politicized by the opposition to create confusion and chaos among the people. We bring you some reactions.
घुसपैठ को रोकना केवल देश की सुरक्षा के लिए जरूरी है, देश की लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को प्रदूषित होने से बचाने के लिए भी घुसपैठ को रोकना जरूरी है। मगर दुर्भाग्य की बात है, कुछ राजनीतिक दल एक घुसपैठिया हटाओ का जो अभियान है, इसको निर्बल करने में लगे हैं। और वो राजनीतिक दल चुनाव आयोग द्वारा जो SIR की प्रक्रिया चल रही है, मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण जो चल रहा है, इसका खिलाफत कर रही है। हम इस देश में से एक एक घुसपैठिए को चुन चुन कर बाहर निकालेंगे।
अगर यहां पर है तो जेन्युइन नहीं होगा, क्योंकि अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं होता तो BSF घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अगर जेन्युइन नहीं हुआ तो BSF घुसने क्यों दिया? तो अभी 2-4 तस्वीर दिखा के क्या साबित करना चाहता है? तो अगर वो जेन्युइन नहीं है तो वो इंडिया का धरती में, बंगाल का धरती में घुसा कैसे?
देखिए, शुरू से ही ममता बनर्जी SIR की विरोध कर रही थी, उनकी पूरी पार्टी विरोध कर रही थी।
पूरे देश में एसआईआर को लेकर कुछ राज्यों में विरोध हुआ जो मूलतः ऑपोजिशन की ऑपोजिशन रूल्ड स्टेट्स है, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी जैसा विगोरस ऑपोजिशन किसी ने नहीं किया। जब एसआईआर चालू हुआ तो धीरे धीरे ऐसे घटनाएं घटने लगी, बहुत सारे कॉलोनीज खाली होने लगे। कल लोगों को पता चला, कल क्या लास्ट 48 आवर्स से चल रहा है कि बशीरहाट में 300 लोग जो खुद क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि हम बांग्लादेशीज हैं, वो बैठे हुए हैं इस आस में कि उन्हें बांग्लादेश जाने का मौका मिला। तो आज मैं ममता बनर्जी से सवाल करना चाहता हूँ, जो लोग वापस जा रहे हैं वो बंगाली है कि बांग्लादेशी है?
Shrikanta Majumdar, in fact, echoing what Kamalika Sen Gupta's own report also says, Kamalika, you have in fact traced these Bangladeshis who've been enjoying the amenities in our country. And why is the TMC government continuing to sort of, pose objections to the SIR exercise? What is the argument that's being given by them?
See, the point is they are only putting the entire blame on BSF. They are saying that whoever has come from that side, the responsibility has to be taken by the BSF because it is the BSF who guards the border. So that is that is something which they have been harping on, and that is what they have been saying, that this is not the fault of the state government. This is the fault of the entire BSF because BSF has not been vigilant, and there is some the unholy nexus. That's why they
right,
are
but then all the more reason for them to cooperate with the SIR exercise, right?
Yeah, exactly. And there where the BJP's question is, and also on ground what I saw, that the people who were actually there and we were talking to them, most of them told us that it is the touts who have helped them to cross the border, and they have paid heavy money to them in the middle of the night. And we have to remember that there are near about 400 kilometers where there is no fencing. So there is how to really guard that. That is itself a challenge. Second is they are saying they are cooperating. They are not saying they are not cooperating. The BJP is saying they are not cooperating, but there is a tremendous pressure on the BLOs. There is no doubt on that because the BLOs obviously they are the state government employee. But they are having tremendous pressure from the Election Commission because this role needs to get updated early and everything needs to be done in the timeline. On the other hand, there are works, there are state government works which is also falling on them. Not only that, what Shubhendu Adhikari has said, that this is the BJP allegation that whatever remuneration should have been given to them, that remuneration also pending in finance. That is what Shubhendu Adhikari's blame is. So amidst all these things, we know next week Mamata Banerjee again will be on road. She will go to Thakurnagar where the Mathua voters are there, Mathuas are there. She will do a rally there. Abhishek Banerjee will be again doing meeting with entire party on SIR. BJP is also doing meeting, but the ground reality is that there are infiltrators. There is no doubt in it, and they came into India. They stayed here. Not only that, they even had voter ID card and even government benefits they got. That's the big thing.
Stay with me, Kamalika. We'll need your inputs on our next story as well. But before we bring you some more breaking inputs, let's quickly play out some reactions that have come in.
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि बंगाल और बांग्लादेश में यहाँ पर जो भारत बांग्लादेश की बॉर्डर है, अभी भी 450 किलोमीटर अनफेंस्ड एरिया है, जो बार बार पश्चिम बंगाल की सरकार को एक्वायर करने के लिए बोला गया था, लेकिन फिर भी वो लैंड एक्वायर करके नहीं दिया गया। जब SIR चालू हो गया है तो आप लोग देख पा रहे हैं कि हाकिमपुर से किस तरह से बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके वो लोग जा रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ हाकिमपुर के चित्र नहीं, बल्कि रात के अंधेरों में अभी जिस तरह से पहले हजारों लाखों की तादाद में यहाँ पर जो है घुसपैठ हुआ था, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हुआ था, उसी तरह से आज जो लोग घुसपैठ किए थे वो लोग खुद ब खुद डर के आज बॉर्डर क्रॉस करके बांग्लादेश वापस भी जा रहे हैं।
से ही ममता बनर्जी SIR को रोकने के लिए प्रयास कर, जब बिहार में चल रहा था SIR, तब जाके महुआ मित्रों ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में याचिका दर्ज किया जो SIR बंद हो। बार बार कोर्ट में गया SIR बंद करने के लिए, और ममता बनर्जी उस समय खुलेआम घोषणा किया था हम एसआईआर होने नहीं देंगे, लेकिन एसआईआर जब चालू हुआ पश्चिम बंगाल में सबसे पहले टेंट खटा के कुर्सी लेके तृणमूल कांग्रेस का लोग बैठ गया एसआईआर को सहायता देने के लिए। बार बार ये लोग चाहते हैं एसआईआर बंद हो जाए और इसीलिए मानुष का मौत को इन्होंने साथ में ले लिया और मौत को इन्होंने इशू बना लिया।
Shifting focus over to some breaking inputs coming in. This is with regards to the cash for query case. Getting an update in this entire case as CBI has levelled a big charge against Lok Sabha MP Mahua Moitra before the Delhi High Court. It has called Mahua Moitra's plea before Delhi High Court as frivolous. It says that Mahua Moitra's plea is just a device to delay the overall proceedings. The CBI has told the High Court that she was granted an oral hearing, which is even more than what is permissible under the law. Remember, this is to do with the Lokpal's order, which had sanctioned the CBI to carry on with the proceedings. I quickly go back to Kamalika, who continues to stay with us. So, Kamalika, why is the CBI alleging her plea as being frivolous in nature?
So definitely, this is the cash for query, and there are several questions, and there are the investigations. The CBI is doing the investigation, and here the CBI is mentioning that they wanted an oral query. So the fact that Mahua Moitra has challenged the entire thing, the Lokpal thing. The first thing which the CBI wants is definitely investigation. That's what they're moved to, and that's what they have kept in the court. According to their version in the court is the oral inquiries provision. That opportunity was given. So this is nothing but delaying the entire process, and this is nothing but trying to delay the investigation. That is what the spirit of CBI is, in which they have actually give this deposition in the court.
Many thanks to you, Kamalika, for putting that into perspective for us. With that, it's time for a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 as we return with the latest news and updates.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Fallah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Fallah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Fallah University is concerned. And the Al Fallah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Fallah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Fallah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Fallah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Fallah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Fallah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Fallah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Fallah University.
The entertainment world inspires us, but only one entertainer will be celebrated as an invincible icon. The nominees for the entertainment category are Lakshman Utekar, Rashmika Mandana, Mohanlal, Arijit Singh, Jaideep Ahlawat. Who will be crowned as the Entertainer of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
Hey there, you're watching E360. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin with the stories we're tracking from the world of entertainment. The 74th Miss Universe pageant wrapped up with a dramatic finale in Thailand. Mexico's Fatima Bosch claimed the crown, outshining over 100 contestants, while Thai-Indian Pravinar Singh secured the first runner-up spot. India's own Manika Vishwakarma made it to the top 12 before bowing out, leaving fans cheering a spirited performance. After a 4-year wait, Shrikant Tiwari, played Manu Vajpayee, is back and he's on the run. The Family Man Season 3 dropped today on Amazon Prime Video, delivering high-stakes spy action, personal crisis and a war-threatening conspiracy with new adversaries Jaideep Ahlawat and Nimrat Kaur. In a courtroom twist, Priya Kapoor refuted claims that late husband Sanjay Kapoor's estate had not been paid and daughter Samaira's college fee was also not paid. And displaying receipts, her lawyer confirmed all payments were made, countering Karishma Kapoor's earlier assertion and adding another layer to the ongoing estate dispute. All right, from Upasana Kamineni Kondedela, sparking a nationwide debate with her egg-freezing remarks, to Dharmendra's latest health updates and Tom Cruise, Sydney Sweeney's viral moment from Governor's Awards. We catch up on everything that you've missed from the entertainment world in the day gone by.
From Upasana Kamineni Konidela stirring controversy to rumors of a new romance brewing in Hollywood, a lot transpired in the world of entertainment in the day gone by. So, let's begin today's entertainment wrap. Upasana Kamineni Konidela, entrepreneur and wife of actor Ram Charan, has found herself at the center of a heated national debate after advising female students at IIT Hyderabad to freeze eggs to prioritize their careers and plan motherhood on their own terms. At the IIT Hyderabad session, Upasana said that saving their eggs was the biggest insurance for women because it enables them to be financially independent, and cited her own example, saying she stood on her own 2 feet and was capable enough to earn a living for herself. The remarks, shared in a video on her X handle, soon sparked a wave of sharp criticism pointing to her privilege. But Upasana was not having any of it and came back to shoo the trolls away with another post with the caption, "I am happy to have sparked a healthy debate and thank you for your respectful responses. Stay tuned as I voice my opinions on the pleasures, pressures or privilege that you all have been talking about." She further added, "Fact check, I married for love and companionship at 27, a choice I made on my own terms. I welcomed my first child at 36 and am now expecting twins at 39. In her post, she shared how she had decided to freeze her eggs at 29 for personal and health reasons. Do you agree with her sentiments? Meanwhile, in Mumbai, veteran superstar Dharmendra is recovering well after being discharged from the hospital earlier this month. A source told NDTV that he was fine and was doing better than earlier. The legendary actor was admitted to the hospital recently after his health reportedly deteriorated, sparking false death rumors that prompted Hema Malini and Esha Deol to release clarifications on November 11, affirming that he was alive and recovering. Here is wishing a speedy recovery to the OG He-Man of Bollywood. And rounding up today's list, we have a brief but warm exchange between Tom Cruise and Sydney Sweeney at the Governor's Awards that has now taken over social media. The two were seen deep in conversation. And if you too, like all the fans, wondered what really went down, a professional lip reader has told a media outlet that Sweeney appeared to update Cruz on injuries she sustained while filming her latest film, Christie. According to press, Sweeney told Cruz, "I have never broken a bone, but I sliced my face open." However, Cruz's responses remained unclear since his back was facing the camera. That's all for today.
Alright, and The Family Man 3 is all set to release on Prime Video on November 21st. In an exclusive chat with CNN News 18 Shosha's Titas Chaudhary, actor Jaideep Alawa, directors DK and Tushar Seth and writer Suman Kumar spilled the beans on Manoj Bajpayee's wicked sense of humor. Listen in.
Hello everyone, welcome to News 18. I'm sitting with team The Family Man 3. Hello everyone.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Last minute post-production.
No, post-production is all done. Deliveries, everything's done. The baby has been handed over to Amazon and the technical teams there. So there's nothing we can do other than come here and promote.
That's true. I was just speaking to Raj and he said that when you are coming with multiple seasons of a show, that too a show like The Family Man, which is like a legacy show now, there is always this expectation from you ki you have to make it bigger, you have to amp up the scale. But he said that, but for us, we wanted to keep the soul of the show intact that we always knew. So do you also agree with this? Are there sometimes also external pressures to keep bada banao isko aur bada banao?
Yeah, sure. But you can make a big scale film in one room. So scale, I don't know what scale means, bigger budgets. Like we'll blow up, choppers, whatnot. That's not scale to me. Scale to me, because I speak strictly as a writer, is scale is how do you make the stakes for your protagonist higher. So the story can happen very well in one room or one building. So I think we have when people say scale, they mean budget, right? So I don't entirely, have we upped the stakes for this time in terms of Srikanth Tiwari's journey this time? Yeah, we sure have. But I think we kind of use higher budget and scale interchangeably. I don't think should be the case. There are many movies that have great budgets, but
True.
don't cut it for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. Do you want to add something?
No, I mean that's fine, yeah.
No, he was...
No, I mean, of course there is, when you were coming with a new season, you, like Suman sir said, the stakes need to be higher, but you have to still maintain the quality that is there from season 1 and season 2. And what Raj sir said, you have to also ensure that the sort of, it's still a very rooted sort of a story. It's a middle class man's story. So you have to keep that intact and then try and tell the story in a much more sort of a more dramatic and much more fun, make it a little more fun for the audience.
And Mila Kunis, Josh O'Connor, Josh Brolin and Kerry Washington stepped out in Los Angeles on Monday night for the premiere of Wake Up, Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery. The cast spoke about joining Rian Johnson's latest star-studded whodunit, with Kunis revealing why the film works as a standalone entry for newcomers. Josh O'Connor discusses playing a young priest and the story's themes of faith and redemption, while Josh Brolin reflects on taking on a challenging role that pushes him out of his comfort zone. Listen in.
Sure. I mean, in that regard, yeah, because tonally it's different, thematically it's different. There's one character that's a through line, but everything else is very different. So I guess you don't have to watch those movies, but I was a fan of those movies and I wanted to be in this one. So I don't know. I think in order to be in these movies, you first have to be a fan to be a part of such a large ensemble. So I don't think that anyone would be like, oh, I want to do this, but I've never seen the other two. You know what I mean? But you don't have to watch the other two. You can just pick right up and watch this one. You don't have to watch the others.
I was like halfway listening into there.
How often does that happen when you're a fan of something and then you get to participate in it? And when it happens, how good is it?
This is like the first time it's happened. I've never been like in a second or third of something, you know what I mean? So this is for me a first. I'm ready to be in all of them. I'm pitching myself, okay?
Did you get any hot press tips from Andrew Scott?
No, and Andrew's a great friend and I love Andrew very much. And if you know Andrew, you'll know that he would never give advice without being asked. I actually did ask him and he didn't give it. But no, it was the elephant in the room for sure. Yeah. You know, I find faith really interesting personally, and I think there is an element of like, you know, we live in a time that's very polarized, very black and white. But I think it takes some level of pain or grief or regret or remorse or guilt or whatever that is to bring you closer to an understanding of redemption or change. And redemption and change and forgiveness is something very closely tied to faith. So I don't think it's as big of a stretch as you might imagine, actually.
Here's an interesting piece. The Breakfast Club explored the latest content trend, mini dramas, with special guest Anup Vijay Thanvi, Vertical TV content head. He shares insights on why audiences are so hooked on to mini dramas. Listen in.
Swing, wouldn't you say microdrama is really like the espresso shot of storytelling?
100%.
Fast, intense, addictive. Now, why do you think audiences are suddenly so hooked?
So, I mean, their consumption pattern usually is determined by what they consume on social media, right? And on social media, they usually get content that's really snacky, and they would consume just the first 3 seconds and decide whether they'd want to watch the video. And that's the same consumption pattern that has sort of translated onto fiction as well. Today, nobody has the time to go through too many minutes of an episode or a story or a film and then decide whether they'd want to watch it. They'd want to decide within the first 3 or 5 seconds. And that's what microdramas are about, hooking you in the first 3, 5, 10, or at the max 30 seconds to make sure that you watch every episode that's being shown to you.
But Anup, that also means there's never, or there should never be a low point throughout those 60, 90 seconds, right? So that's a lot of pressure on content creators, on people working on this.
Sure, it definitely is pressure. But the good thing is that now writers have slowly started to understand that even for long form fiction, even for other formats of content, you have to make sure that your first few offerings to the audience or to the viewers are impeccably interesting, and your characters sort of are interesting enough to pull through the entire story. Your characters can never have a low point. Also, their reactions have to be beyond normal, which is what we've realized, that your, subtle reactions, your subtle lifestyle would never engage a viewer, versus everything OTT, everything over the top is something that viewers are actually lapping up.
And of course, with that, just based on what you've said as well, vertical TV is booming as well. That being said, do you think we're also risking oversaturation here?
I don't think so, to be honest, because users generally are used to consume so much content these days, especially on social media, that no matter how much content we put out, our data genuinely suggests that people are consuming hours worth of content every day. So there's, of course, no saturation from the point of view of creative content and people's consumption. Of course, there could be some clutter with not so great content coming in. But I don't think there's a lot of saturation at this point. We're still at a nascent stage.
So with the typical microdrama viewer in India today, Anup, if I can just put it that way, can you classify it? Is it tier 2, tier 3 people? Because a lot of comments have come in suggesting that the tier 1 is still not giving into this content as yet.
I would say otherwise, to be honest. Of course, there's a heavy bent towards tier 2, but tier 1 audiences are catching up. I'll give you just one simple example. When we started out, of course, we had your regular drama stories, but then the kind of stories that started catching up, the kind of stories that started being appreciated, were the kind of stories that a tier 1 audience would also consume and really like, right? And today, the differentiation between a tier 1, tier 2 audience is sort of really, merged. There's no clear demarcation. People have access to, OTTs and so many other films and so much more content through social media that the differentiation in itself is a little blurred.
That's not all. Actor Apurva Arora also joined on The Breakfast Club to talk about the creative process which goes behind making the mini dramas and web series.
Apurva, I'm going to start with a little difficult question this morning for you. And I'm going to place two options right in front. One is Family Aajkal and the other is Ilaka. Ilaka is the micro drama that you've done. So 3 seasons out already. If I were to ask you, what do these two mean for you and how are they different from each other? I'm not going to ask you to pick a favorite because that will be a little difficult. But tell us more about the journey there.
Honestly, I think you've picked the best ones for me because in the last 2-3 years, these are the 2 shows that I've had the best time working on. There's been an insane amount of prep, a lot of discussions with the director, a lot of rehearsals, readings, meeting with the actors, taking time on set to actually, perform the scene, get used to the set, make it your own. Sometimes also come up with new things after a few takes and then sort of incorporate that. With that being in mind, I feel that for an actor, there's absolutely no difference. For an actor, their job is just to do as the director says. Of course, you come up with your own ideas. The idea is to, be the right frequency, be the right pace, be the right mood, the character, and just try to tell the story the way it's meant to be told. That's all an actor needs to do. Doesn't really matter what platform, whether it's a show or a film.
Telling us that there's no difference really between a micro drama and a web series from an actor perspective. Okay, Apurva, speaking of which, speaking of acting and the kind of work you have to put in for this kind of format, do you think it's also enhanced or taken the entire celebrity fan base engagement to another level? Has that changed for you?
It actually has a little bit. It's starting to now. People are kind of getting used to the fact that they might get to see me not only on an OTT platform or a big screen, but also on their phones. And most of the audience is right now aware, that there's a new category called the second screen. So people tend to use their phones a lot, and then that's the kind of shows that are being made now so that people can actually still keep scrolling. So why not give them something to watch while they keep on scrolling? They get to scroll every 30 to 60 seconds. Why not? But also the audience is very, very smart. They're very, very aware of the fact that if it's not a second screen content, they do put the phones down. If you give them something good, something engaging, a good story that's been worked on, they do watch it. If you give them more shows of the film Agra, they will go and watch it. So I think the audience is very, very, very smart, and I'm very glad that I kind of jumped on the bandwagon at the right time, because it's always good to make that kind of space and move with the times, because I have grown up watching films. I have grown up wanting to be in films, but I also need to understand that my thought process might just be outdated at this point. I might just be clinging to that thought of, I will only be seen on a big screen or a long format show. Also, this doesn't feel like it's new to me, the kind of storytelling, because as an actor in my early days, I've been a part of a lot of ads.
Also on The Breakfast Club, we were joined by a father-son duo, Rahul and Bharat Gupta, who are breaking gender norms. For years, the idea that boys don't dance has been treated like an unspoken rule. But they are changing that by embracing the classical art form of Bharatnatyam. I leave you with this inspiring conversation.
Hi Rahul, hi Bharat, how are you? Good morning, thanks for being with us here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for inviting us over here.
Rahulji, you've spent years in Dubai, you're back in India. The last 5-6 months you've been here, the both of you all. Rahulji, first up, tell us what inspired you to pursue classical dance, because that's the reason why your son took it up. He's living that journey with you. But how did your individual journey begin?
See, my journey started with my very tender age when I was just 3 years old. And my mother, Mrs. Saroj Gupta, she's also into dance. She always motivates me to learn this art form. In fact, she's my first guru, I must say that. So my mother inspired me to learn this forms, and I learned this dance form and perform in different stages. And in my school also, she always motivates me to perform in the school functions and the performances. And she sent me in under the guru. Like I learned from Yamini Krishnamurthy also in Delhi. I learned from Suchitra Mitra ma'am. I learned from different teachers. So my mother has a main role, to keep this art form alive in me till now.
All right, and Bharat, let me just come to you. And did you plan for this to happen, and did this just happen organically? Is it just that you were looking at your father and you were inspired? How did this come about?
See, my wife is also into dance. My wife is also a dancer. So our whole family into dance. So naturally, when we're dancing when he born, like he was just 1 year or 2 years, he was look at me and my wife that we are dancing. So this is again in our family. So he's also start his journey like this only to see that like both of us dancing together.
Lovely. Bharat, what role did your parents play in you pursuing classical dance? At what age did you decide that this is what you want to do?
From birth only, I'm watching my father and mother dancing. It was like so amazing watching them. I was amazed whenever they used to dance. And looking at my father dancing was like a next level experience. His expressions, hand movements, footworks, they were so great that I got inspired by looking at him every time he danced. And I started pursuing in this art form.
Right, and did you ever though wonder why classical dance is perhaps looked at with a gender lens and not other forms of dancing? Do you find it unfair perhaps?
Yes, I did feel this thing. Because everyone used to tease me, so I felt very demoralized. But after that, my guru, my father, he used to tell me about the art form. He taught me more things about it. He made me so strong in it that I had the words to tell them that why is not Western criticized and why is Bharatanatyam criticized more. And I told you before also, about Lord Shiva. So after I tell them about Lord Shiva, they all get silent and they can't say anything else after that.
Their achievement earned global accolades. But who among these stalwarts will emerge invincible? And the nominations for the Indian of the Year 2025 Global Indian are Payal Kapadia, Leena Nair, Manish Malhotra, Hanuman Kind, Vijay Kumar. Who will be the Global Indian of the Year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year.
This is the mega exit poll. Overall numbers 140 to 150 seats for the NDA.
BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
What a phenomenal victory. Congress has some very, very critical, almost existential questions that it needs to answer. There's a blast that's been reported near the station. This is a terror attack. That's what intel sources tell CNN News 18 via Manoj Kumar Gupta.
Viewers, as you know, this was a high-intensity blast.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this edition, but let's get you started with the headlines on this edition. Karnataka Game of Thrones continues. Both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar lobby for the top post. High Command sends a clear message. No change in leadership as of yet. Udayanidhi Stalin called Sanskrit a dead language. BJP says after insulting Sanatan Dharma, he is now insulting the language particularly used in Hindu prayers. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee heads to Matua community stronghold of Thakurnagar amid growing concerns in the community over the SIR process. Many grow anxious over pending citizenship applications under the CAA. Amit Shah accuses political parties of protecting infiltrators amid electoral roll revision row, especially in West Bengal. In a significant breakthrough, NIA recovers a grinder machine used by accused Muzammil to crush urea, a key component in the explosives used in the 10/11 blast. CBI challenges Mahua Moitra's plea in the cash for query case, terming it frivolous. Central Probe Agency accuses the TMC MP of trying to delay proceedings. Teachers and headmistress among 4 suspended for abetting Delhi students' suicide. Chorus for justice grows. Two-member CBSE panel probe flags glaring lapses by Jaipur school where a 9-year-old jumped to her death from the 4th floor. Report reveals the girl went to her teacher minutes before the incident but was shouted at in class. Tamil Nadu government submits draft SOP for political rallies before Madras High Court. State lawyer tells the court that the draft SOP has not been shared with parties as yet, as they will start objecting and it will be a never-ending process. Now, the leadership tussle in Karnataka is not a new story, but every few months there seems to be hectic parleys that go on both in Karnataka and the national capital. And this is that time of the year again. It's also marked by 2.5 years of power of the Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka. Now, the Congress top brass has denied any imminent leadership change in the state. But they do acknowledge that there is growing muscle flexing by both rival camps ahead of a possible cabinet reshuffle. Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, DK Shivkumar, has added intrigue with a cryptic post that he put on social media this morning. That fueled speculation even further about what his next moves will be. He spoke about how when there's labor, there will be fruit. Meanwhile, MLAs from both camps are in the national capital. They are going to be meeting Congress President, signalling that even though DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah on the face of it may be saying that there is no change in leadership, there definitely is active lobbying that's happening between both camps, and all of that has now reached the national capital. These meetings come amid an ongoing chatter over a potential shift in leadership, even though the Chief Minister has made it very clear that there is no November revolution or rebellion within the Congress ranks, and it is that the High Command will decide whether there is a reshuffle or not, whether there's a change in leadership or not. But for the moment, he is the Chief Minister and will continue to do so. At least on the record, that's what the Congress is saying. In fact, even as we are seeing that hectic lobbying, Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has now come out and said that eventually it is the High Command that will decide what happens, and both he and DK Shivkumar will have to follow directives of the High Command. But he's gone on to say that the next year's budget will be presented by him, hinting that he's not going anywhere as the Chief Minister of the state.
High Command ಅವರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ರೀಶಫಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಯಾರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವರು ಹಿಂದೇನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ನಾನೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀನಿ, ಬಜೆಟ್ನೂ ನಾನೇ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವರು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾಳೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಾ? ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
Rohini, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. Rohini, as far as the leadership tussle in Karnataka is concerned, in the last 2.5 years, we've seen such kind of hectic lobbying from both camps, both cryptic messages and public comments made in from the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister as well. But has it come to such a pass now that there will have to be some sort of change to quell the murmurs?
Well, what we need to understand is the present situation is pure muscle flexing, and this entire power play that we're seeing in Karnataka as well. On one hand, you have this entire team of people who say they're backing DK Shivakumar and will try and meet the High Command and try to convince them to say that it's time, 2.5 years, it's time to hand over the power to DK Shivakumar. But on the other hand, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also making very clear that he will present the budget, and that the discussion of if you remember the cabinet reshuffle discussion that took place with the Congress chief, that is AICC chief Mallikarjun Kharge, they said they will discuss with Rahul Gandhi and then they'll get back, and then again another meeting is to be held. Number one, the point is that the ball is in the court of the Congress High Command. Both the leaders have put the ball in the court, saying that whatever the High Command says will be followed. Siddaramaiah also made it very clear, saying, be it myself as the Chief Minister or DK Shivakumar, we will have to follow what the High Command says. Number two, now this power tussle that we're seeing, the MLAs that are going up and down, that also DK Shivakumar says that it is not he who is leading them. They are going on their own because the Chief Minister had announced there's going to be a cabinet reshuffle. All of them are probables for ministership. They all want power and to show that they want to be a minister, and they want to show that they're capable of doing so. And they are doing this up and down, and he has nothing to do with it. But this entire muscle flexing that we're seeing, especially from the camps, one on Siddaramaiah camp and the other from the DK camp, because dinner meetings are being held, it's only to consolidate and to back their leaders. But in the bigger picture, the ball is right now in the court of the Congress High Command. Also, there was a call that was made by Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to Mallikarjun Kharge, saying that all this discussion, statements that are being made, travels by MLAs to Delhi, especially to try and meet the High Command, itself is proving to be a bad image factor for the Karnataka Congress and the Congress government in the state. And this should be quelled at the earliest, because governance is important right now, and the delivery of the Congress government is most important, to which he has been told that the issue will be sorted out by Mallikarjun Kharge. We should also remember that Kharge is in Bangalore very shortly. He'll be here for 2 days. So the lineup could be for the meetings with the Chief Minister with Kharge or Deputy Chief Minister with Kharge. But this entire game of thrones that we're seeing here is clearly going to be only the muscle flexing from both camps. One last sentence that DK Shivakumar also said in terms of all the 140 MLAs are my MLAs, and Siddaramaiah quite confident that he still has the backing of the large number of MLAs, clearly saying that the power tussle is on, but finally the decision has to come from the High Command.
Absolutely. Do stay on with us, Rohini, because there is hectic activity that's taking place both in Karnataka and here in the national capital. Speculations around the CM post continue, and amid all of that, Deputy Chief Minister of the state, DK Shivakumar, has now said that making a group is not in my blood. He's talking about making certain cliques or certain blocks and trying to make rival camps within the state unit of Karnataka. He goes on to say that all 140 MLAs are my MLAs, and the Chief Minister has decided that there will be a reshuffle of the government and of the cabinet. So all of them are interested in what role that they can play. He's there denying that this is lobbying for the Chief Minister's post and just lobbying for the cabinet reshuffle that is impending.
Making a group is not there in my blood. All 140 MLAs are my MLAs. My MLAs. Honorable Chief Minister decided they will reshuffle the government. He will reshuffle the government and cabinet. So all of them are interested that they wanted to become ministers. It is quite natural they will go and meet the leaders of the Delhi. It is quite natural they will go out of the Delhi to meet leaders in the Delhi. Apart from that, what I can say, they have every right. I have not taken anyone. Some of them went and met Kharge Sahab. Along with Chief Minister also they went in the plane, some of them. What is wrong? They are going, it is their life, whether no one has called them, but voluntarily they are going and showing their faces.
Now, what exactly is happening as far as the Congress is concerned, at least as far as Karnataka goes? The High Command seems to be for now keeping mum as to what exactly is transpiring. The Congress should have come out and ended the suspense by now, because we've seen the kind of murmurs, the speculation over the CM's chair that has gone on so far. What has been done though is that there is no intervention. We had seen that up until 6 months ago, there were these observers of the Congress party, those who were in charge of Karnataka, like Randeep Singh Surjewala, who was sent to Bengaluru to try and quell this rebellion. But this time around, we're not seeing that particular intervention take place from the national leadership of the Congress party. The Congress should have told both DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah to try and keep their camps quiet, but that hasn't happened either. They should have ensured that no leader feels dejected, but unfortunately that hasn't happened. There has been no attempt that has been made to put out these fires. There is the camp of DK Shivkumar that still believes that he is, that the entire system, the Congress party, is being unfair to him, that there was an unsaid rule as far as the 2.5-year change of guard was concerned, but that hasn't happened either. So those murmurs, especially from the DKS camp, continue. Rohini continues to be with us, but Pallavi is also joining us, getting us more information on this. Pallavi, as far as the Congress High Command is concerned, like I pointed out, the Karnataka observers, Karnataka in charge, Mr. Surjewala, until a few months ago, were periodically going to Karnataka, trying to speak to the stakeholders there. But that sort of intervention hasn't happened up until now. Is that going to be necessary given how the lobbying is taking place in Delhi here?
Well, I mean, the top leadership and Randeep Surjewala, who's the state in charge, certainly have been in touch. See, what they're categorically telling us is that, and this is something which has been conveyed to most of the MLAs, is there's going to be no change of leadership. Please don't look at a CM change now. I think the focus is going to be obviously on the big rally, which is going to take place in the first week of December, which is why they don't want to rock the boat. They want to make it a success story. But more importantly, the cabinet reshuffle, whenever that happens. What top Congress sources have been telling me is that we do understand that this is also muscle flexing time. Both the sides, both the camp, whether it's Siddaramaiah or whether it's DK Shivkumar, both of them would certainly want that more and more people of theirs actually gets their place into a reshuffle, because that's where the power of Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar will come in from. Well, DK Shivkumar has been making all the right noises. He's saying, I'm patient, I don't want to push the envelope. But there is a worry and an apprehension as far as his own a group is concerned, and they feel that even if there's a change of guard, will it be someone who is going to be Siddaramaiah's person and DK Shivkumar will be looked over? Maybe they're going to get the caste combination. That could be the excuse. So these are the important points which are being raised by many of DK Shivkumar's supporters. But over here, Poonam, as far as the central leadership is concerned, for now they've made it very clear to all the stakeholders, please don't look at a change of CM-ship. Yes, we understand that you want maximum of your people to be accommodated in the reshuffle, but that is also something a final call will be taken here in the national capital.
Right, Pallavi and Rohini both stay on with us. We'll get us a sense of what exactly is transpiring there and what the way forward really is to quell this murmurs, quell this speculation, this never-ending debate about a leadership change in Karnataka, whether that will actually end. But let's listen into some reactions that have poured in.
No, we had a dinner at Satish Jarkiwale's place. No political discussions happened. We just had dinner, and we also discussed about our departments, because of the Alamatti approval. All I am saying that High Command will definitely take decisions when it is necessary.
उसमें नया कुछ नहीं है। 30 महीने में हमने 15 बार इधर ऐसा मीटिंग हुआ है। यहाँ 10 बार हुआ है, बार 5-6 बार हुआ है। दिल्ली और बार जो चल रहा है उसको लेने देना नहीं है। वो रूटीन हम मिलते रहते हैं, आगे भी मिलेंगे।
Siddaramaiah will be the chief minister ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. After that ಅದೇ ಲೆಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ACC ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ, DK Shivkumar will be the lone DCM. He will continue up to the parliament election anta helidru.
My colleagues continue to be with us. Pallavi and Rohini are with us on this broadcast. Rohini, as far as Karnataka is concerned, if this 2.5-year unsaid change of guard sort of formula doesn't come into effect anytime soon, could that spell trouble for the rest of the 2.5 years that the Congress is in power there?
Well, see, how you look at it is this way. Number one is that Siddaramaiah has made it clear that he's going to be presenting the budget. that clearly means that he's keeping his deck in order for now. And also the fact that he has reached out to the High Command saying, let's quell this fire because it is affecting governance as such. It has also been communicated by the High Command several times, not just to DK Shukma, not just to Siddaramaiah, but the entire Congress unit also here, that they should not be speaking out of turn, because what they should concentrate on, number one, is to ensure that the governance is complete. The guarantees that they are talking about are delivered to the people, the promises are delivered. And like just Pallavi said, there are several other events that they're looking at, be it a major meeting as well as the SIR, that exercise that is taking place, concentrated on and make it a success, and ensure that these kind of things do not affect the Congress's image or the way people look at it, because they want to use this as a report card to take it forward for the 2028 elections. If you remember, DK Shukmar also speaking about saying that he will be in the front line, he will be a part of the leadership who will take the Congress to elections in 2028. But we also have DK Shukr's brother, DK Suresh, saying that Siddaramaiah will keep his word, his brother will get his time. So a lot of such kind of messaging and a lot of words being exchanged. But the point is, finally, the ball is in the court of the High Command, whether they're going to take a decision or not. And they have been rather quiet only because they have been saying that they do not want these issues to overshadow the major impact that the Congress could possibly have in terms of delivering their promises to the people. If you remember that these guarantees are the ones that were used in Bihar, it was used in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Punjab, and they wanted to make Karnataka an example. So they said, do not spoil the entire effort that is being made of making Karnataka an example of good governance. And these kind of fissures that are causing is only hurting the government more. And this is exactly what Siddaramaiah also communicated to Mallikarjun Kharge. Now, it will be crucial to understand that Siddaramaiah said he's meeting Kharge tomorrow. What that discussion will be. Number two, whether there'll be a decision that will come out of it, because like it is said, it is these fires that are being lit, the various kind of revolt that is being seen, that needs to be quelled at some point of time.
Absolutely. Whether that happens or not this time around, how long it takes, that we'll have to wait and watch. But Pallavi, this is a similar script that has played out for the Congress in several other states, Rajasthan being the most notable of that. The fight between Gehlot and Sachin Pilot was one of the reasons why they lost that state in the election that followed, is what many believe. Is that something that could happen in Karnataka as well? And if it is, then why is the Congress not taking greater action to stop that?
Well, I mean, I think the case which happened in Chhattisgarh, where you saw it between Bhupesh Baghel as well as T.S. Singh, the same in Rajasthan and Sachin Pilot and Gehlot, I think the Congress central leadership essentially picks its side. They decide that who is the person who is more influential, who could be more powerful, who has more sway over the MLAs. In the case of Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, certainly they felt that Gehlot and Baghel respectively were more powerful and influential and had a grip over the MLAs. The story for Karnataka, I would say, is a little bit much more different. I mean, DK Shivkumar is no pushover. He's equally influential. Also, he has been extremely loyal to the central leadership. I remember during closed doors, behind closed doors, Rahul Gandhi has often given the example of DK Shivkumar to point out that despite the pressure, despite the fact that he's been arrested, he's never buckled under pressure. He's never left the Congress to join the BJP. And that is a kind of model which needs to be emulated. And therefore, that sense of belonging to DK Shivkumar, a sense of gratitude to DK Shivkumar also remains as far as the central Congress leadership. But they also know that Siddaramaiah ticks the right boxes when it comes to his grip over the MLAs, when it comes to a caste combination, and he's a grassroots neta. That's the reason why the thing for the Congress leadership is tougher in Karnataka, in stark contrast to Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. You're right, Poonam. This sense of uncertainty will always create a confusion among the cadre. It also gives a huge ammunition to the BJP. And what is possibly worse is it just slows down the entire process of governance. I mean, most of these MLAs who should be there in Bengaluru or ministers are actually over here negotiating with the central leadership. Is that the situation that you want? So this is a worry and apprehension. For now, I've been told no immediate change of guard till at least the budget. And after that, we'll see what has to be done.
Well, we'll wait and watch. The people of Karnataka and the Congress unit of Karnataka is also watching. Pallavi and Rohini, thank you so much at the moment for getting us the latest on that front. Shifting focus now, protests have intensified over the suicide of a class 10 student from a leading private school in the national capital. In the shocking incident, the 16-year-old jumped to his death from an elevated metro station. The teenager left behind a suicide note blaming 3 teachers at the school and the principal, saying that he felt like he had no choice. In the note, he had requested that his organs be donated if they were in working condition. His father has now filed a case accusing the teachers and the principal of the school mentally harassing his son, driving him to take this tragic step. Based on that, the police have registered abetment to suicide case. The school has suspended all of these 4 teachers, barring them from campus and any interaction with students. A 5-member government probe panel has also been formed. It's expected to submit its report within the next 3 days. This comes just days after a horrific incident came to light from Rajasthan, where a 9-year-old girl in Jaipur died by suicide, allegedly because of bullying by classmates and inaction by her teachers. These incidents have sparked investigations and highlighted a national rise in student suicides.
All right, parents of Amira and Shaurya are joining me here on CNN News 18. First of all, I'd like to convey my sincere condolences to both of you. This is a deeply disturbing hour for both of you. We all can understand that, which is why perhaps it's important to take this conversation forward. Mr. Patil, if I may begin with you, what is your last memory of Shaurya? What was the last conversation given that you were not there when the suicide happened?
आप लास्ट मेमोरी कहोगे, ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है मंगलवार को 2:45 बजे और हमारी लास्ट मुलाकात हुई थी मंडे को रात को 12:30 बजे तक हम एक साथ ही थे और 11 बजे हम दोनों ने मिल के स्ट्रॉबेरी मिल्क शेक शेयर किया है दोनों ने मिल के। ये सबसे लास्ट हमारी मेमोरी है। और सुबह उसके मम्मी के साथ जो मेमोरी है वो सुबह 7 बजे स्कूल में जब जा रहा था 7:05 पर स्कूल से उतर रहा था तो उसने बोला था मैं स्कूल से आऊंगा तो मेरे लिए सोया चाप मेरा फेवरेट है, बाहर से मंगा लेंगे। ये सारी ये मेमोरी लास्ट मेमोरी आप कहोगे तो है मेरे पास उसकी।
Alright. Let me quickly go across to parents of Amira also. My condolences to you both, sir and ma'am. If you can share with us what Amira was going through, given that you've also indicated that she had been sharing how troubled she had been by the behavior of some students in the school. What was the kind of harassment that she was being subjected to?
So, from almost 1.5 years, there were like bullying incidents and the carelessness shown by the teachers. I raised the matter. Amira herself raised the matter to the class teacher and the coordinator, as she was the brightest student of the class. So she was herself, raised the matter, and then she informed me. I raised the matter to the class teachers, Mrs. Shweta, Mrs. Punita, and to the coordinator of this year also. And there are many chat with the class teachers. So there was a continuous, but not like the last incidence was in the month of October, in which there was a child who said that Amira is saying, I love you. And Amira complained to me in the night that I said only hello. Hello. And the entire class of Amira was being informed that Amira is saying, I love you to that child. So I raised the matter. I then and there I spoke to the parent of that boy at night around 10:30. We had a call for 16 minutes in which the child apologized for spreading this kind of rumor. So this was the latest one. And then on 31st, Amira raised, there was a digital slate which was being played by a few boys, 4 boys. They were playing, it was a digital, they were writing something which was not okay with Amira. She went to the teacher, informed the teacher. Now on the date of the incidents, which was 1st of November, it was a half day. She, almost till 11 o'clock, everything seems to be fine in the CCTV footage. She was playing, she was dancing, she was eating golgappa, having a chocolate also. And the same set of boys were like again showing her something. She was trying to, to take that slate from them, but they were not giving. She went to the teacher in the last 45 minutes, 5 times, standing there, pleading her and also explaining her by her folded hands to listen to her. But the teacher ignored her. She just said, go away, dismissed her, please. In the last 5 minutes, that was the last conversation which was happening with the teacher. She just went away in mid of the conversation, and she just went away on stairs. There was nothing. The teacher didn't ask when she was leaving, because normally.
And she left in the middle of the class, right?
In the middle of the class, in mid of the conversation with the teacher, because teacher was that time also dismissing her. I am 100%.
And the teacher did not bother to follow her or even ask her why was she leaving the class, where was she going. There was no such question posed.
There were two teachers. One teacher is seen like sitting like this position for half an hour, continuously watching those 18 kids. And the class teacher, Mrs. Punita, dismissed her. Please, she was not being asked when she was leaving this class. She was not being asked. I'm sure she was being threatened, like something like, we'll complain to your parents, we'll complain to the principal.
So clearly there were enough indications that Amira was being subjected to harassment, not just by children in the school, but by teachers as well. I want to quickly bring in Mr. Patil. Mr. Patil, were there any indications that caught your attention that Shaurya was perhaps troubled about something?
अच्छा, कोई इंडिकेशन नहीं था। 4-5 महीने पहले उसने मुझे बोला था, तब हम कोऑर्डिनेटर मैडम को जाके मिल के भी आए थे, प्रिंसिपल से भी मिले थे। यही कंप्लेंट्स थी कि वो बच्चों के साथ चुटकुले सुनाता है, मिमिक्री करता है और शरारती करता है, यही कंप्लेंट्स थी। तो टीचर को हमने यही बोला था कि मार्क्स हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, बच्चे को आप समझाइए, सिखाइए। तो उसके बाद नॉर्मल चल रहा था, लेकिन उसको छोटा छोटा परेशानी तो चल ही रही थी उसके साथ।
लास्ट इंटरेक्शन स्कूल के टीचर्स से कब हुआ था?
हाँ, मेरा 4 से 5 महीने पहले होता। 2 महीने पहले उसकी मम्मा भी पेरेंट्स मीटिंग में गई थी।
अच्छा, तो क्या फीडबैक क्या दिया गया था या क्या कम्युनिकेशन आपकी तरफ से हुआ था टीचर्स को?
टीचर्स ने बोला था इसका होमवर्क कंप्लीट नहीं है, ये स्कूल में बच्चों से ज्यादा बातें करता है और बच्चों की मिमिक्री करता है, ये इसके कंप्लेंट्स थे सारे ऐसे। तो हमने उसको बोला था कि होमवर्क कंप्लीट करके दे देंगे, सब कुछ ओके था इसका।
I want to quickly, on that note, also go across to the parents of Amira. Ma'am, you spoke about how this had been happening consistently. Did you flag it off to the higher authorities of the school? Have they also reached out to you ever since the passing of Amira?
So yes, as I explained to you earlier also, that I reached to the class teacher, to the coordinator. Then there is a time come when the child also doesn't want. I think it is common with all of us that
there was no intervention by the principal, was there?
Amira went herself to the principal.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and since she passed away, there is nothing like. Of course, the school is such, they just washed away the crime scene with the water, and there is no condolence message. We are not expecting anymore. We are not expecting from them because they have killed our child. We are not expecting any kind of condolence message from the principal Indu Dubey or from the class teacher for their sheer ignorance and for this kind of not so human, not at all human attitude. The child.
Absolutely. And in fact, the reports that were coming out from the school in the beginning was that she fell from the railing, which was rather shocking.
Yeah, I still cannot comment upon this because I had not seen, but I'm sure my child was in a kind of a distress, humiliation, threatened. And that's why she went there, she sat there, she doesn't know, she's a 9-year-old baby, she doesn't understand the meaning of suicide, or she doesn't know what happens when somebody, she might be knowing that if you fall, maybe something, I am not sure that she was knowing all this, that she will fall and she will hurt herself. She was not knowing. She just went away in a kind of a distress.
On the morning of her suicide, did she indicate that she was not willing to go to school when you left her? What was the last meeting like?
Actually, the day before it was Halloween. So she was celebrating it in the apartments. Halloween was celebrated with, there were many girls and guys. They were playing all around in the society flat. She collected almost 107 chocolates. And at 11:30, I called her because there was school another day on Saturday. So the meeting was, I gave her milk because I gave her milk and little bit of rice. She ate that. and we went to sleep. And she sent some audio message to her dadi that you are looking very nice. Her dadi was in a marriage at night at 12:30. So she was sending some audio messages. Dadi was also commenting. So that kind of
And
conversation.
on the morning before she was leaving for school,
was a
what was
usual
your
day.
interaction?
It was a usual day for us. It was a Saturday. Her father was like, it was a holiday for her father.
All right.
It was
So
my
what's in
office.
fact coming out is that this is deeply shocking, given that there was no indication that they would do something like this. They were not displaying any symptoms of any kind of depression. But Mr. Patil, I want to in fact also ask you, it's gut-wrenching to in fact learn of that suicide note or the letter he's left behind. If you can share with us the components of that suicide note that Shaurya has left behind.
Sorry, ma'am?
The note that Shaurya has left behind, sir, if you can share the components with us. जो उन्होंने चिट्ठी छोड़ी है शौर्या ने, एक चिट्ठी या पत्र लिखा है आप लोगों के लिए, बता सकते हैं उसमें क्या बोला है शौर्या ने?
वैसे मैं आपको शेयर भी कर देता हूँ
जी।
उसने अपने मम्मी से माफी मांगी है कि मम्मी ने आपका दिल बहुत बार तोड़ा है, लेकिन ये आखिरी बार दिल तोड़ रहा हूँ मैं आपका, मुझे माफ कर देना। भैया को बोला है, उसके बड़े भैया है वो 2 साल, उसने बोला भैया मैंने बहुत बार तेरे को इंसल्ट किया, उल्टा बोला, लेकिन उसके लिए मैं तेरी माफी चाहता हूँ। पापा आपने मेरे से बहुत उम्मीद रखी थी मैं आपकी तरह अच्छा इंसान बनूं, लेकिन मैं बन नहीं पाया। मैंने ये गलती करी, माफ करने वाली नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे माफ करना। और टीचर्स के लिए उसने जो बोला था कि ये इस टीचर ने चारों का नाम लिखे, इन्होंने बहुत मेरे साथ गलत किया, मेरे को इतना टॉर्चर किया, मेरे पास कोई और रास्ता नहीं बचा था। लेकिन मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश है कि इन चारों टीचर्स को कठोर से कठोर सजा मिलनी चाहिए, और पापा इनको छोड़ना मत, मेरे जैसा कोई और बच्चा ना करे, यही मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश है। और मेरे बॉडी के जो पार्ट्स है जो किसी के काम में आएंगे वो डोनेट करने की बात उसने कही है।
बहुत ही दर्दनाक है, क्योंकि माँ बाप अपने बच्चों को पढ़ने के लिए भेजते हैं स्कूल, ना कि उन्हें खोने के लिए। इसीलिए आपसे क्लोजिंग थॉट्स में यही सुनना चाहूँगी कि अब आप किस तरह का न्याय चाहते हैं?
हम चाहते हैं कि ये टीचर्स को अभी टेम्परेरी जो सस्पेंड किया वो टेम्परेरी सस्पेंशन नहीं चाहते, इनको परमानेंट सस्पेंड करके इनके ऊपर केस चलनी चाहिए और इनको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए। और अभी तक पुलिस वालों ने कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया। स्कूल वालों ने कल रात को 9 बजे इनको सस्पेंड किया है, टेम्परेरी किया है, लेकिन इसको अरेस्ट करके इनको पासपोर्ट सीज करने चाहिए ताकि ये कहीं ना जाए। और पुलिस वाले इनको अभी तक इतने बड़े एविडेंस है, बच्चे के खुद का हैंडराइटिंग का सुसाइड नोट है, उसके जो क्लासमेट थे उन्होंने कल टीवी के सामने बोला है कि इतना हमारे सामने किया हुआ है, टीचर ने बोला हुआ है, तो अभी तक अरेस्ट क्यों नहीं कर रहे, क्यों स्कूल को इतना टाइम दे रहे हैं?
Ma'am, I want to quickly bring in your thoughts, given that the entire nation's conscience has been shaken after these 2 cases. As a parent myself, it's been deeply disturbing and tragic. How would you like to address this situation? Do you want the affiliation of the school also now to be cancelled, now that CBSE is also probing this matter?
As after 20 days, there is a report of CBSE which has come up. We have read that. That's the thing which has happened in last 20 days. So we would like that CBSE must go for de-affiliation of this school. This is a very powerful school of the nation. So we would like that that de-affiliation should happen, must happen. And of course, there is no temporary suspensions have happened till today in this case, where the sheer negligence of the teachers can be seen. Nothing has happened. The school is running as it is. The kids are going as it is. Everything is normal for them. Right. Only our life has stopped. We are organizing a protest tomorrow in Jaipur. And we are, after our death, we are only the people who are going from corner to corner, from one body to another body, requesting them for an early probe, which is quite, which is quite visible from the CCTV footage. And we also request the NCR to intervene in this matter. They had visited the school. They had visited us also.
Both of you have shown exemplary courage. I'll have to leave it over here. But this is a mammoth loss for both the families, and we stand by you in this hour of grief. May you find the fortitude to deal with this loss. Thank you for joining in.
Unfortunately, there is another instance that has now come to the fore. A class 11 student of a private school in Madhya Pradesh's Rewa district has now died by suicide and left a note accusing her teacher of torturing her. In the note, the victim has mentioned that her teacher held her hand while hitting her and challenged her to open his closed fist. She alleged that the teacher pressed a pen between her fingers under the pretext of punishment, and because she could not take this kind of humiliation and torture, she decided to end her life. This is the unfortunate case that has come to the fore now from Madhya Pradesh. Over the last 2 weeks, unfortunately, at least 3 such instances of young lives being snuffed out have come to the fore, especially since they have all come out and accused their teachers of turning a blind eye to bullying or mentally harassing them. Manoj, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Manoj, what exactly has transpired in this case in Madhya Pradesh? What can you tell us?
Poonam, we have to first discuss the entire case because it took place on Sunday last, when this girl committed suicide by hanging herself at her home. Then case was not registered at that time, and it was thought that it is a case of suicide. But what is the reason of suicide? So the twist has taken place on Thursday, yesterday, when there is a handwritten notebook which was recovered by the police, and it was which you can say it's a suicide note, on where it is referred that how she was tortured in the school, and it is also mentioned that how she was asked to keep fingers like this and have pen between her fingers, and then it was pressed on the pretext of punishment. These are things which have been mentioned in the notebook of the girl. But what is shocking here, this notebook belongs to, she was studying in class 11th, and this notebook was written when she was in class 8th. Police have been, in fact, probing all these matters, and the family is also demanding that the entire school-related issues has to be inquired first thing, and they are also alleging that she was tortured by someone in the school. But who is that someone? That is important. That is why now police have been, investigating the matter. They have also been planning to interrogate all the teachers of the school, because it's a private school, and they are also collecting other evidence of the girl, and particularly that handwritten notebook where it has been mentioned that she was tortured by a teacher in the school.
Right, Manoj, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We will have to keep an eye out on whether there is an investigation, what comes of it, and whether we see a suspension or action that's being taken against these students as far as allegations made by this young student is concerned. But this is not the only case. We've been talking Delhi as well. There is outrage that's growing across the country. Why is it that our students, young lives, feel the need that they have to take their life because they cannot deal with the kind of mental and physical harassment that is meted out to them in schools, especially CBSE schools? As far as the Delhi case is concerned, action is being promised as protests are only growing, given that it's an extremely popular private school. Let's listen into some more reactions that have come in.
हमारी सरकार इन मुद्दों पे संवेदनशील है। मैं केवल शिक्षा मंत्री के रूप में नहीं, एक पेरेंट के रूप में इस घटना को देखता हूं। मैं एक पत्र लिख रहा हूं स्कूलों में सीबीएसई के मानकों के आधार पर किस प्रकार से जो मेंटल हेल्थ, मेंटल वेलबीइंग के लिए व्यवस्थाएं की जानी चाहिए, क्या वो सुचारू रूप से हो रही हैं, इसके संदर्भ में मैं स्कूलों को पूछ रहा हूं। और कहीं स्कूलों को अगर ज़रूरत है तो हम उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे, उनको मदद करेंगे। हमारी अगली पीढ़ी मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहे, विषाद के में ना पड़े, इसकी हमें बहुत चिंता है। हम दिल्ली के पेरेंट्स की इस चिंता को शेयर करते हैं।
इतना सेंसिटिव और मैच्योर स्टूडेंट्स को किस तरह से टॉर्चर किया गया या समझा ही नहीं गया बिल्कुल उसको। पिछले 4-5 महीने से ही ऐसे कुछ कंप्लेंट शौर्य ने घर पे की थी टीचर्स को लेके, जिनका नाम उन्होंने सुसाइड नोट में लिया है। और उस सिलसिले में पेरेंट्स, मम्मी पापा स्कूल गए थे, टीचरों से भी बात की थी, प्रिंसिपल से भी बात की थी। स्कूल फ्रेंड है, उनका ये कहना है कि इंसिडेंट के पहले के 4 दिन में तो ये टॉर्चर काफ़ी बढ़ गया था। टॉन्टिंग और उसको अपमानित करना, प्रताड़ित करना, ये काफ़ी बढ़ गया था।
Shifting focus now, the National Investigating Agency has arrested 4 more accused in the Delhi blast case. The total arrests are now to 6. Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, Dr. Adil Rater, Dr. Shaheen Shaheed and Mufti Irfan have now been sent to 10-day NIA custody. They were produced in court yesterday. These were the four that were arrested by different agencies since the investigation had panned across Jammu and Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana. Investigation, though, now is indicating that all of these four individuals have played key roles in the 10/11 terror attack that has killed several people here in the national capital, the blast that ripped through Old Delhi. Earlier, the NIA had arrested Amir Rashid Ali, in whose name the blast car was registered, and Jashir Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support or drone support because they were looking to amplify this attack into Hamas-style attacks. Sources are now revealing to CNN News 18 that their handlers allegedly sent numerous ID-making videos and gave specific instructions to spread the footprint of these attacks across Indian cities. The NIA has detained a driver now from Dhauj area of Faridabad. They've recovered a grinder, a floor mill and some electronic machines from his residence. It is suspected that Dr. Muzammil, who used these particular appliances that were found at his residence to grind urea, which is a key component that was used in the explosives that was in the car, the killer I-20 that blew up in the heart of the national capital on 10th of November. Anshul, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details. Anshul, there are a lot of loose ends still as far as the investigation goes. Today as well, there has been one arrest that has been made who's believed to have given the appliances, given shelter to this particular doctor turned terrorist.
Well, yes, it is being said that Muzammil used to use this vehicle, the taxi, of whose driver has been arrested, and the subsequent raids that were conducted at his residence. It has come out that there was some machinery that has been recovered, which actually looks like a mill, and it is suspected that the ammonium nitrate that was used in the Delhi blast was in fact mixed over here in that mill itself, and that is the reason why the driver has now been taken into custody. And apart from that, the machines that were present over there, they have also been taken into custody and have been sent for CFSL testing, so that it could be certain whether this machine was actually being used to mix ammonium nitrate with different chemicals, so that this unstable chemical compound could be made, which could eventually be used in the blast. So definitely there are a lot of layers that still needs to be unearthed. This is a massive nexus that was at play over here in the national capital and different parts of northern India, and hence the NIA is taking its own time in making sure that each and every end of this entire investigation could come out, because this could be one of the biggest investigations being conducted by the NIA, and as well one of the biggest nexuses that could be exposed once the investigation is completed by the NIA.
Right, Anshul, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. But keeping up with news as far as the investigation in the 10/11 blast case is concerned, the departure of Muzaffar Rater from India, his current presence abroad, remains a persistent security threat for the country, is what top intelligence sources believe. They've also now gone on to warn and given us this information via our sources. What we're learning now is that Rater's network is being tracked. His escape to foreign soil has allowed him to operate with greater freedom, and that is a cause of concern. That's something that agencies are now looking to mitigate. Anand Narasimhan, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details. Anand, what more can you share with us?
Well, good afternoon, Poonam, and to our viewers. Now, we are given to understand that there were 3 foreign handlers who were actually training these students, these Kashmiri students. They were radicalizing them, and this was part of the Jaish Ansar Ghazwatul Hind module. But more importantly, they did not want, the foreign handlers wanted terror activities happening outside Kashmir. They did not want it only in Jammu and Kashmir. They wanted to be spread across other parts of the country. And Muzaffar Rater, who's Dr. Adil Rater's brother, his escape or his movement out of Bharat now poses serious problems, because he can now continue to orchestrate, because the authorities still do not know how many more white-collared radicals and white-collar terrorists or intellectual terrorists are there hiding in plain sight. Imagine someone like Muzaffar, whose connections to Afghan and Pak-based handlers, Mansoor, Hashim, and also an Afghan national by the name of Dr. Ukasa. They were all well connected with the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, Jaish and ISIS-K affiliates, and they want this push of not just radical Islam, but they also want to radicalize, and this is an evolution of jihad that's happening, where they are now roping in, radicalizing intellectuals who will hide in plain sight. Now imagine someone like a Dr. Zahoor and a Dr. Masood. Dr. Masood is a neurosurgeon and Dr. Zahoor is a surgeon. and also students of the Al-Falah University, they were all recruited and co-opted by someone like Muzaffar. So Muzaffar actually transformed a group of ordinary medical professionals, doctors, lecturers and a cleric into white-collar terror module with the Jaish and the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind link. Now this Ansar Ghazwatul Hind coming back after Zakir Musa is something which is interesting for the agencies also to note. And they also are worried that because of his knowledge of module members and their digital behavior, he could continue to act and activate other modules or other people who are hiding in plain sight, and there could still be a terror threat for Bharat, and this may not be the only module that currently exists. Also the fact that he knows explosive chemistry, also is aware of the safe house networks, which makes him a high value, high risk operational coordinator, and as long as he remains active, the threat of repeat and remote activated strikes still looms for Bharat.
Absolutely, and investigating agencies, intelligences are all aware of these risks and are working towards ensuring that this does not blow up any bigger than it already has, and that it's controlled at the stage that it is. For the moment, Anand, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Unfortunately, politics on the sidelines of the 10/11 blast has continued. There are several politicians, part of the opposition ranks, that have come out and looked like terror apologists, trying to give a clean chit to these individuals that orchestrated and carried out this deadly blast. Let's listen in to some of those reactions.
इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि जो दिल्ली में हुआ वो काबिल मजम्मत है और उसकी वजह से पूरे मुल्क के अंदर लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है और बहुत खौफ भी है। तो मगर उसका ये कतई मतलब नहीं कि जो हमारे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोग जो मुल्क के अंदर उसको अपना मुल्क जो उनका समझ के वहाँ मजदूरी के लिए जाते हैं, पढ़ने लिखने के लिए जाते हैं, मुझे लगता है उन पे गुस्सा नहीं उतारा जाना चाहिए। ऐसे में मुझे लगता है जो हमारे उलमा है, जो हमारे मजहबी लीडर हैं, जैसे मीर वाइस साहब हैं, जैसे रहमतुल्लाह साहब हैं, और भी जितने लीडर, मैं कितनों का नाम लूँ, उनको सामने आके इस पे बात करनी चाहिए कि हमारे नौजवानों को ये रास्ता नहीं इख्तियार करना चाहिए।
We are in Hidayat colony in Haryana's New, and this deserted lane was not as deserted just a few days ago. Heavy barricades, police cordons and cops used to be here, but now you can see this entire lane is deserted. The reason is that this house that you see, this is where Umar Nabi, the main conspirator and the person who detonated that I-20 car right outside Red Fort, killing at least 15 people, he used to live here. At least for 10 days he had lived in this house. This brown door that you see, that is locked, that has been locked by the law enforcement agencies now. This is the door that Umar Nabi used to get in the house and get out. The entire house has been sanitized by the police. Police teams and NIA teams had visited here. Multi-agency probe is underway, and what we are being told is that barricades have now been removed. There are no cops as the house has been locked. Umar Nabi lived here from November 9 to November 1 to November 9. On November 9 he abruptly left in his I-20 car, the same car that he later the next day in the evening around 6:55 p.m. detonated in front of Red Fort. The locals have also told police and agencies that Umar Nabi did not leave this house at all in the 10 days. He hardly used to come out. He would not interact with anyone. He would keep to himself and maintain a shy behavior. Also, before he left abruptly, he also had a word with the house owner, the lady Afsana, who we are being told is an Anganwadi worker. Her husband is a driver. She had also objected to the conditions Umar Nabi used to live in. However, the couple has also been detained for questioning.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi begins a 3-day visit to South Africa to attend the G20 Leaders Summit in Johannesburg. This year's gathering also marks the 4th consecutive G20 summit hosted in the Global South. On the sidelines, Prime Minister Modi will join the 6th IBSA summit with leaders of Brazil and South Africa to review cooperation and explore ways to deepen their strategic partnership. During this visit, Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold key bilateral meetings to strengthen partnership and reinforce India's commitment to multilateral cooperation. Now, India and South Africa have worked very closely through this G20 cycle, sharing concerns especially about debt relief, climate finance and the need to amplify the voices of emerging economies in global forums. In fact, Prime Minister Modi left early this morning. In his departure statement, he said that this will be a particularly special summit, given that it would be the first G20 summit being held in Africa. During India's presidency of the G20 in 2023, the African Union had become a member of the G20, which makes it extremely special for India. Prime Minister Modi added that the summit will be an opportunity to discuss key global issues and that he will represent India's perspective at the summit, which is in line with India's vision of one Earth, one family and one future. During the visit, he said he looks forward to his interaction with the Indian diaspora in South Africa, which is one of the largest outside of India. Now, at the summit, Prime Minister Modi will outline India's views on the G20 agenda, and he's scheduled to speak in all of the 3 sessions that are based on the theme of solidarity, equality and sustainability. This presents a key opportunity for India. A strong emphasis on countering terrorism is anticipated. India has consistently pushed G20 members to act collectively against countries that support or finance extremist networks. Prime Minister Modi is likely to urge this grouping to once again adopt a firm position on terrorism in the joint declaration that comes out at the end of the summit. This year's summit continues the trend of Global South leadership. It marks the 4th consecutive G20 hosted by a developing nation. South Africa has placed issues such as debt relief, as poverty reduction and access to technology at the forefront of its agenda, and India is expected to push for that exactly, for a stronger South-to-South cooperation, including through India, Brazil and South Africa Forum. On the sidelines of the summit, Prime Minister Modi will be meeting several world leaders to discuss matters related to trade, to energy and to security. Now, the G20 summit in Johannesburg was meant to be a celebration, the first ever gathering of world's largest economies on African soil. But instead, it is set to be remembered for something entirely different, an empty chair. US President Donald Trump has decided to boycott the summit, turning what could have been a moment of global unity into a symbol of division. But the United States has now sought for a departure from tradition. They do want their inclusion in the G20. They want the inclusion of their representative, not of Donald Trump, at least a representative from the US Embassy in South Africa at the formal handover ceremony, because after South Africa, the next host of G20 would be the United States. But will South Africa agree? Well, the South African president has made it clear that he's not one to be bullied.
The G20 to fully live up to its mission of promoting international financial stability and deepening economic cooperation, there should be no unwritten rules about those who feast and those who must be settled for scraps. It cannot be that a country's geographical location or income level or army determines who has a voice and who is spoken down to. And it basically means that there should be no bullying of one nation by another nation. We are all equal.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team.
South Africa's High Commissioner to India says the G20 is simply too big to fail. Despite the US boycott, he insists that the summit will remain impactful. He also made it clear that Prime Minister Modi's presence is especially important. He called the Indian Prime Minister one of the world's most influential leaders of today.
Take us through the role that India and South Africa both have played and Prime Minister Modi has played in sort of mainstreaming Africa to G20, and how can both the countries help in aiding each other in this very deeply divided geopolitical climate?
Well, I think firstly we must again express our gratitude to Prime Minister Modi and India for having mainstreamed Africa during your presidency in 2023. It's unfortunate it took 18 summits for the African Union to become a full member, while the European Union from the outset was a full member. And had it not been for the initiative of India during your presidency, we are not sure whether the African Union would be around the table when the G20 convenes in South Africa shortly. So I think India has demonstrated that we have a long historical relationship between Africa and India.
Let's come to the elephant in the room. Donald Trump, the US president, saying that he will be boycotting, or rather US will be boycotting the G20 because it's happening in South Africa, and they are a country which is an abuser of human rights. He's accused South Africa of orchestrating a genocide. Of course, Cyril Ramaphosa has also come back to that, saying that it is the US loss and that it's high time to call on this politics of boycott. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, it's very unfortunate. We have the deepest respect for the USA. We have strong relationship and have always had strong relationship with the USA. And it's unfortunate that they will not be at the table at the Johannesburg summit. I think it's a major opportunity lost for the leading global economic power to be party to a very historic meeting that's taking place for the first time on the African continent, and at a time when the world needs solidarity of all of the leaders, irrespective of our differences, to come together and have an opportunity to talk to each other. It is ironical that the USA today wants to speak to countries that they have for a long time isolated, be it North Korea, be it Russia. The current president is very keen to meet with these countries because he says it's important that they speak to each other. Now, likewise, as South Africa, based on our own experience, that it is through dialogue, through exchange of views, that we can address our common challenges. By boycotting the meeting, you are actually the loser in terms of the opportunity you would have had to discuss issues that you may think is happening in South Africa. And it's unfortunate that President Trump has never visited Africa. During his first term as president and now during his second term, he would have had the opportunity to go and experience Africa firsthand and see for himself all of these accusations being made against South Africa. Because you must remember, it was in South Africa that we knew the value of human rights, given the abuses that took place under the apartheid regime. So the democratic dispensation has the highest regard for the preservation of human rights and the respect of human rights. And this is enshrined in our constitution.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED's submission that only a small part of Al-Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al-Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al-Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al-Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al-Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al-Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following.
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025.
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin with the headlines first. Karnataka's Game of Thrones continues as both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar lobby for top post. High Command sends a clear message, says no change in the leadership. Udayanidhi Stalin calls Sanskrit a dead language. BJP says after insulting Sanatan Dharma, he is now insulting the language particularly used in Hindu prayers. Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee heads to Matua community stronghold of Thakur Nagar amid growing concerns in the community over the SIR process, with many growing anxious over their pending citizenship applications under the CAA. Union Home Minister Amit Shah accuses political parties of protecting infiltrators amid West Bengal electoral roll revision round. In a significant breakthrough, NIA recovers a grinder machine used by accused Muzammil to crush urea, a key component in explosives. CBI has challenged Mahua Moitro's plea in the cash for query case, terming it frivolous. Central probe agencies accuse the TMC MP of trying to delay the proceedings. Teachers and headmistresses, in fact, a headmistress among 4 suspended for abetting Delhi student suicide. Chorus for justice grows. All right, getting in some very disturbing breaking news coming in. An Indian Tejas fighter has crashed during an aerial display. This at the Dubai Air Show is what we are being told. This is the latest input coming in. Remember, the Dubai Air Show was on right now, and the Indian Tejas fighter jet has crashed. We bring you those visuals in just a bit over there. The Dubai Air Show was supposed to be a very significant one, is what we can tell you. And those are, in fact, the latest inputs that we are bringing to you over here. These visuals, as you can see, is of the Tejas fighter jet going. It's in fact crashed right over there and turns into a ball of fire with columns of smoke billowing out, as you can see on that runway. A deeply unfortunate and tragic incident, this at the Dubai Air Show. News coming in of this Tejas fighter jet crashing over there. What exactly led to that crash, we are yet to find out. Let's quickly go across to Akash Sharma, who brings us that piece of breaking input. Akash, if you can take us through, what are you learning from your sources? What led to this crash?
Right, so we are still, awaiting official confirmation, Akanksha. But this is very unfortunate news where we are learning about this Tejas aircraft, crashing while maneuvering in the air in the Dubai Air Show. And remember, this is the 5th day, in fact, of the air show, and where Tejas has been performing on a daily basis. Total 3 aircraft are there in Dubai. We have been reporting, in fact, we have reported from Dubai that how this aircraft is very much performing on a daily basis. But right now, this unfortunate news where we are learning about this tragic crash. In fact, those who are present on the ground are saying that they did not see any sort of ejection. So there can be some more unfortunate news, but we are waiting for the official confirmation from the Indian Air Force, where we will get to know as to what was the reason behind the particular crash, and also if, pilot has survived the crash.
That's in fact the big point of concern right now, if whether or not the pilot survived this crash of the Tejas fighter jet. But having said that, what are you learning in terms of what was the time when this roughly took place, Akash?
Right. So, right now the air show is in fact going and, ongoing. And as far as the schedule is concerned, so Tejas was in fact the 2nd or 3rd aircraft that was performing in the air show. So possibly it has happened at around 1 p.m., but we'll get to know the exact timing. Right now, what we can tell you is, that from last 4 days, we have been seeing Tejas along with Suryakiran aerobatic team of the Indian Air Force very much, performing in the air show. Also, Akanksha, this is the 2nd crash of the aircraft, in the last so many years of operations, where, last time we saw the aircraft, crashing in fact, the near Jaisalmer when the exercise was happening, where in fact, there was some sort of technical malfunctioning because of which that had happened. And this is the 2nd incident where we are learning about this tragic crash of Tejas aircraft in Air Show Dubai. It is the 3rd year of the consecutive performance of the Tejas aircraft, and it is one of the reliable platform as far as Indian Air Force pilots and their experiences are concerned. And they say that they can rely on this particular platform. Single engine fighter aircraft, of the Indian Air Force, very much indigenous, manufactured by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. 2nd incident where we are learning about this crash that has happened in Dubai Air Show. In some time from now, we'll get some sort of clarity, as to if pilot has survived and under what circumstances this crash has happened.
Absolutely. And what we are also learning from our sources is that the entire aircraft was in a demonstration mode. This as spectators were also viewing this air show. But having said that, for how long did it remain in the air before the crash actually happened?
Right. So, Akanksha, as I mentioned, total 8 minutes, were dedicated to the aircraft, and on a daily basis, it was performing for 8 minutes. This time around also, today also, as far as schedule is concerned, so we are learning that for, total 8 minutes, it was, given opportunity and time to perform in the air. And we are learning that, in fact, during that particular time when it was maneuvering in the air, at that time, suddenly that jet crashed and in fact, there was a big sound and
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Akash, but as he's telling right now, sharing those inputs with us, that it's yet unclear whether or not the pilot was able to eject. Doesn't seem like it. Going by the visuals, as you can see over here, in that entire ball of fire that it in fact turned into when it was crashing over there on at that international airport. Let's quickly go back to Akash, who's there now with us. Akash, please go ahead.
So, Akanksha, I was telling you that how, 8 minutes was the total time, which was given to the aircraft. And we are learning that around 2:15, as per Dubai time, 2:15 was the time when the Tejas, was airborne. And after a few minutes, as far as the individuals who were present in the air show are concerned, they are telling us that after a few minutes, they saw that jet crashed. We still don't know because, as I mentioned earlier, from last 4 days, it has been maneuvering in the air. It is very much a part of air display. It is very much a part of static display in the, particular air show. And this is the third consecutive year. One of the reliable platforms of the Indian Air Force, very much indigenous, made in India jet, which was performing in the air show. Under what circumstances this incident has happened, and also an official confirmation from the Indian Air Force will help us understand as to what actually happened. But right now it is one tragic, news that is coming out of Dubai Air Show. Akanksha, this is the second crash of the Tejas aircraft. First crash, as I mentioned earlier, happened last year when the mega exercise was, happening in Rajasthan, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also a part at that time. Because of some technical malfunctioning, the jet crashed. And right now, this is the second incident where we are awaiting some sort of news of the pilot who was very much involved in this particular air show.
Absolutely, and this is indeed a very disturbing development. Not only are we staring at a possibility where perhaps a pilot could have lost his life, but since you are highlighting that this is the second time a Tejas fighter aircraft has crashed, not to forget the fact that too at an international air show where you're looking at over 200 aircraft carriers participating.
Oh, yes. And in fact, from India, it was a matter of pride for India as well because, Dubai authorities, had in fact requested, UAE authorities had in fact requested the Indian Air Force to send the aircraft. And it is not the very first time. We had a word with exclusive conversation with the Vice Chief of Air Staff. And he also mentioned that how they have received the request and how, they are going to, in fact, send the aircraft. But right now, while it was successfully performing from last 4 days, what went wrong on the fifth day, what went wrong in the, overall maneuvering, this is something a matter of concern and investigation as well. But right now,
stay with me, Akash, stay with me. Now, let's quickly take our viewers through the latest set of visuals that we are bringing to them. This, remember, is from a different angle. As you can see, this is one of the international airports at Dubai. And over here, soon after the plane crashes, you can see the fighter jets just crashed. And that's the amount of smoke that's in fact billowing out. Thick, black, grey columns of smoke billowing out. And this is at the international airport in Dubai. As we've been telling you, over 200 aircraft participated in this. You're looking at various manufacturers. You're looking at various operators who come and in fact, they come together over here at the Dubai Air Show. It's one of the renowned international air shows in the world. Let's quickly go back to Akash, who continues to stay with us. Akash, very disturbing visuals, still not ascertained whether or not the pilot was able to eject. Doesn't seem like a possibility going by the intensity of this crash. But take us through how important this air show has been and for how long has Tejas been participating in this air show?
Right. So first of all, important, piece of breaking inputs. Air Force has confirmed the crash of a Tejas fighter in the Dubai Air Show right now. We are learning that Tejas of Indian Air Force has crashed in Dubai while further details are being ascertained. At the moment, the Air Force Public Relation Officer is somewhere confirming that how a Tejas, has crashed in Dubai Air Show. Akanksha, I was mentioning about the schedule and how it was the fifth day of flying when the Tejas was participating at around 2:15 of the, UAE time, the Dubai time. The aircraft was in fact went in fact for the air maneuvering, and in fact after that, after a few minutes of performance, it got crashed. what are the reasons, if or not pilot has survived is something that we'll wait, and watch for official confirmation. But right now, this is important to tell that Tejas aircraft, is very much a part of Indian Air Force. Around 40 aircrafts are being operated by Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force is also waiting for an upgraded version, that is Tejas Mark 1 Alpha. But these were, Tejas Mark 1. In fact, the jet that has, crashed in the Dubai Air Show is Tejas Mark 1. And this is the second such incident,
Right.
in the years of operational history of Tejas Mark 1.
But when you say that this is a second such crash, and earlier also in Rajasthan, such a similar crash had happened, Akash, take us through what had been ascertained at the time of that crash. What was the issue back then in the Tejas when it crashed?
Right. So, a court of inquiry was ordered, and in fact, the sources, within the Air Force were talking about some sort of technical malfunctioning, possibly, in the engine, but the result of that inquiry never came out in public domain. And this is also a reason why, now when this incident has happened, everyone is looking forward to some sort of, confirmation from the Indian Air Force, because, they are constantly, taking this particular jet in the operations. In fact, during Operation Sindoor, it was very much airborne, against Pakistan. And in fact, in the recent circumstances, we have seen that how one of these squadrons have been moved from southern parts of India to the western front of the India. And, they are very much relying on the platform. And that's the reason why it is very hard to say as to immediately what happened, under what circumstances this crashed. But, again, it cannot be only dependent on the operational, some sort of technical malfunctions or sort of, operational difficulties that may have been faced by the pilot during the time when he was airborne. But right now, we'll wait for some sort of official confirmation.
All right.
In some time from now, we'll get some clarity.
Stay with me, Akash. I'm also joined in by Captain Augustine Vinod, who's joining us on the broadcast as well. Captain Vinod, what can you share with us about your assessment as far as these visuals? If you can see, it's a massive air crash, and one that really leaves very little hope for the pilot's life. I'd like your thoughts.
Absolutely. In fact, in August of this year, we had seen a similar crash in Poland involving an ace display pilot. His name was, I think, Colonel Slav. Very similar on an F-16, where the pilot got out, but the aeroplane's capability, we call it the mush. So the mush sort of took him to the ground. And in this case, I guess a couple of meters more and the pilot could have come out alive. But that is the dangers of the low-level aerobatics. We have had one during 8th October, where we lost another ace pilot on Mirage 2000 carrying out an aerobatics. His name was Joe Bakshi, Wing Commander Joe Bakshi that time. He was the commanding officer of my squadron, 7th Squadron. Again, in a downward spiral role, he crashed. So this is part of the game in low-level aerobatics. So
Captain Vinod, what we are also learning is that this is the second Tejas which has crashed. What can you tell us about the first crash that had happened, and what were the reasons behind it? Is there any learning so far from that previous crash?
They both are unrelated because first, when first crash happened, I happened to be close to Jaisalmer at that time. It was the technical malfunction. In fact, the aeroplane sort of almost landed. It had small engine trouble. But if you look at any single engine fighter in the history of aviation, Tejas enjoys the best safety record till date. The amount of flying hours done, the amount of sorties done, vis-a-vis we call it the rate of Type 1 crashes or where the aeroplane is lost completely. Tejas has the best safety record for any single engine fighter till date, including the Mirage 2000 that we operate.
So, interestingly, according to the HAL website, it is the Tejas which is the most advanced version, especially when it comes to these fighter jets. What more can you tell us about this particular iteration?
Very true. In fact, it is a fly-by-wire technology. It has multiple computers all the time calculating what should be the control deflection so that the aeroplane does not, disintegrate in air due to mishandling of controls, which in a manual aeroplane you could do it. In Tejas or in Mirage 2000 or in Rafale or any modern jet, you cannot do it. So the pilot's demand is, or pilot's control movement is a demand to the computer, and the computer calculates how much of control deflection to do so that the aeroplane does not overstress itself. So fly-by-wire has its own nuances. It keeps you very safe, but in situations like this, when you have to get out, if you need that extra, as we call it, the G's or the acceleration forces, fly-by-wire does not allow you to do that because of the inherent safety.
All right, I'm going to request my team to cut full screen right now over here. As far as these visuals are concerned, that's the moment where you can see the Tejas fighter comes sweeping down or crashes into a ball of fire. You can see thick columns of smoke billowing out. This is the Al Maktoum International Airport in Dubai. This is where the Dubai Air Show was also taking place. It's in fact also sort of, let me in fact request my team to focus more on this, on these particular visuals where you can see this entire ball of fire. It's going on to indicate the intensity of the crash. I want to quickly go back to Captain Vinod, who continues to stay with us. Captain Vinod, if you can see these visuals, let me quickly go across to Akash also, who continues to stay with us. So Akash, if you can bring us more information coming in from the Indian Air Force, just minutes before you informed our viewers here at CNN News 18 that the Indian Air Force has confirmed this crash.
Right. So, Akanksha, this is for the benefit of our viewers. We are learning that on the 5th day of the air performance that was happening, in Dubai Air Show, Tejas aircraft has crashed, and we are learning about this unfortunate story. In fact, we were there tracking all the developments in Dubai. And, till yesterday, I was very much reporting about the maneuvers and the performance of Tejas aircraft and how people were appreciating the performance. Now, today, what went wrong, under what circumstances this crash has happened is a matter of investigation. But right now, Air Force is confirming that Tejas aircraft has crashed, in Dubai Air Show. And also, this is just the second, incident of such crash as far as Tejas is concerned, because when we, see the operational history, it is in the service for years now. One of the platform that Air Force can rely on was very much used during Operation Sindoor. How, recently they have moved one squadron, total 2 squadrons, one squadron from South India to western parts of the country. But right now, this is unfortunate. We can see, in fact, these visuals are where we can see the that how the Tejas crashed, during the performance at the Dubai Air Show. One, aircraft is very much there in the static display. One is there for the maneuvering, and one is possibly for, a reserved aircraft. Total 3 aircraft are there in Dubai. Along with Tejas, we know that how Surya Kiran is very much present, where, on a daily basis, they are performing. 8 minutes was the allocated time, and on a daily basis, this aircraft is getting 8 minutes to perform. And, to somewhere, people were, appreciating the sort of performances, sort of maneuvers, the barrel roll, it was showing to the viewers. But right now, today, this unfortunate incident, in fact, the news is coming from Dubai Air Show. In some time from now, we'll get some sort of clarity, more clarity, in fact, as
in
far
fact,
as
I want to inform our viewers that Akash is very much in Dubai right now as we speak. Let me quickly go across to Rahul Shivshankar, also who's joining me live from the newsroom. Rahul, this is an international air show that we are looking at, deeply tragic and equally disturbing given that there's no information about the pilot yet.
Yes, of course, that remains something of huge concern. But look, Akanksha, these crashes have known to happen in previous air shows also. And we don't quite know the reasons for this crash, so we need to sort of build in a few caveats here. Obviously, at an international air show, when the world's attention is focused on you, and when specifically you've just come off on the back of Operation Sindoor, all eyes were really on the Indian Air Force. And the Tejas has been racking up a lot of praise at this air show over the last 4 days. Remember, this is the 5th time consecutively that the Tejas has been flying and doing sorties at this air show. So it's not all gloom and doom. Yes, of course, we need to find out what has happened to the pilot, if he managed to sort of evacuate in time. We're going to get to those updates. The IF has confirmed that, of course, this crash has happened, but they're going to update us on the pilot, etc. But fundamentally, I just want to say a couple of things, Akanksha, that we had just about inked a 1 billion deal for the 113 Tejas engines that were going to be supplied to us. So the engines, remember, is one component that India hasn't really got into. The manufacture of that is. So we've been looking for partnerships, and we just inked this deal. Clearly, there have also been questions over the airworthiness to some extent of the Tejas, but a large number of people have come out and given it 5-star rating, specifically in the LCA category, which is the light combat aircraft category. Of course, Akash is there live, and we're going to try and connect with him on the ground so that we get a visual image of him at that particular air show. But the picture that you're seeing on your screens, viewers, are very clear, and they come from three different perspectives. One, of course, in the center, you see from where the dignitaries and the audience watch the goings-on at the air show, also close to the tarmac where some of the other aircraft are parked. And then a long shot of this entire expanse, and you can see this huge plume of smoke and number of people looking in that direction. And on the left, a very short-cropped video closing in of that big fireball. So these are three perspectives you're getting. Very hard to say what really went wrong. Was it an aerobatic maneuver that didn't go right? Was it a technical fault? We don't quite know as of now. We're awaiting word. But Akanksha, fundamentally, let's look at the other incidents that have taken place in the past where in different air shows you've had worthy aircrafts hitting the ground. So this is nothing absolutely new or unprecedented. Akanksha.
Take that point forward with Captain Vinod. Captain Vinod, Rahul has just made a very relevant point, and when we talk about the LCA of the Tejas, it's known for its combat accountability, the survivability, all of that. It's in fact even lauded for the world over.
Absolutely, Akanksha, and absolutely with Rahul on these points. In last crash near Jaisalmer, I happened to be there close by. Both these crashes is very close to my where I am. The issue is very, very simple. The previous crash was established a technical malfunction. Here, prima facie, it appears to me, as a professional fighter pilot who's flown thousands of sorties on such aeroplane, single-engine fighter, and having done aerobatics all my life. This is a case of a mush danger that you always play with in low-level aerobatics.
Okay.
Just a couple of months ago in August, like I was saying, one professional pilot, Colonel Slab, in Poland, went down in a very, very similar fashion. And this is very close to the ground. You're trying to do a barrel roll at speeds of 800, 900 kilometers an hour. The margin for error is wafer thin.
So that's why I want to bring you in on the survivability factor. You're looking at a fighter jet. What are the features over here? There's an ESA radar you're looking at, an advanced electronic warfare suit with radar warning and self-protection jamming. Are we potentially looking at a malfunction over here, given that this is a fighter jet, which also comes with its own set of paraphernalia when it comes to the warning system?
No, all these are utilized during war. During aerobatics, all that matters is the way aeroplane handles and the way a pilot gives the control input to the aeroplane, and of the various checkpoints we have when we are carrying out low-level aerobatics, like the entry height, the entry speed at various checkpoints. So these are a few parameters.
I'm glad you touched on that, because that's exactly what I want to bring you in on, Captain Vinod. When you talk about low-level aerobatics, what are the potential challenges?
Yeah, so low-level aerobatics and the technology that the aeroplane has completely unconnected with each other. In low-level aerobatics, it is the pilot, it is the man and the machine, the combination of the man and the machine, both in terms of the aeroplane's ability to, maneuver vis-a-vis the control inputs given by the pilot and the thrust that the aeroplane develops. And in this case, Tejas is an extremely capable aeroplane with wonderful wings to give you lift as much as any other fighter jet can, or better than any other fighter jet can. But again, low-level aerobatics, the margin for error is wafer thin. And mind you, this is Dubai in the afternoon, so it is a hot condition. In the hot condition, the air is thin, so it can happen. The aeroplane behaves in a particular manner in the morning, may not be the similar manner it will behave in the afternoon, because the air has now become thinner. Now, a thin air, you cannot see it, I cannot see it, nobody can see it. So your margin for error now, which was already wafer thin, reduces even further. So that is where I think things have taken a turn for the worst.
Stay with me, Captain Vinod. Let me quickly bring in Rahul also, who continues to stay with us. So Rahul, taking that point forward that Captain Vinod was sharing, you also highlighted a set of caveats. What's important to keep in mind right now, that there could be a host of conditions, in fact, influencing this entire crash, or that led to the crash?
I mean, we'll have to wait for the official line on this. I think there's no point hazarding a guess as to what has led to this particular crash. Look, operationally, it's had a very clean sheet. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be corrected here, but this is only the second crash involving a Tejas aircraft in less than 2 years, of course. But remember, this has a 23-year history. It was commissioned first, maiden flight in 2001. So it's not as if the Tejas has been flying into, all sorts of problems. No, it's been a well-tested aircraft. It has performed very well. It's recognized universally as one of the best in its category as an LCA, which is a light combat aircraft. So I think what the group captain was saying, we should underline here. Too premature right now to get into the reason. I think our primary concern right now should be about the pilots and his whereabouts. Has he managed to ejaculate safely from that craft? We don't know. Eject safely from that craft? We don't quite know. One hopes that there will be good news on that front. But I just want to go across to the group captain once more. Oh, I think we've lost him. We're going to try and hook up with more experts as we go through. But Akanksha, that's the one thing that we have to bear in mind, that the Tejas has had a clean sheet in the last 20 odd years, 2 decades, since it was first sort of did its maiden sortie. This is only the second instance of a crash. Now, there could be a host of reasons which could have led to this. There are obviously aerobatics that are being performed. Could there have been some things that didn't respond as per expectations? All of this will emerge in just a few hours. I think the IF will give us an update from people on the ground. Yes.
Right. So stay with me, Rahul, as we also take our viewers again through these visuals that have come in. This is, in fact, the clearest set of visuals that we are bringing to you before we get in more expert views. That is the moment when Tejas actually crashes over there, as you can see, and soon after it's turned into a ball of fire. Columns of smoke, in fact, billowing out over here. This is the Al Maktoum International Airport in Dubai that you're looking at. There you see the Tejas fighter jet. And what we are also being told is that it happened roughly at around 2:10 p.m. local time. This is the other, in fact, set of visuals that we are bringing to you. Remember, we have 3 sets of visuals that we are playing out for you from the second perspective over here, as we highlighted that this is where the air show has been happening. You can see the other aircrafts have been parked over here at the Al Maktoum International Airport, and that's the moment where you can see it nosedives over there. I want to quickly take this forward with Rahul, who continues to stay with us. So Rahul, your thoughts as we see these visuals? Deeply disturbing.
I've just got an update from a fighter pilot who will be joining us very soon, a former fighter pilot, and he said a key feature of the jet is the Martin Baker 00 ejection seat. Now, this is very interesting. He said it's designed to allow a pilot to eject safely even at 0 altitude and 0 speed, such as perhaps even during takeoff. That's what he was sort of suggesting, or low-level maneuvers. So
we may still have hope for the pilot.
We still have hope, and according to this expert, the system uses an explosive charge to blow off the canopy, thrust the pilot clear of the aircraft, and deploy parachutes to stabilize descent. Now, the one thing we haven't seen in this tight frame that we have been able to access from the Dubai Air Show is pictures of a parachute or of someone sort of being pushed out of the canopy as the plane has gone down. So we're hoping that the pilot managed to eject. The spectators at the air show witnessed this crash, as I said, and you can see that they're viewing from enclosures near the runway. So this is not very far, the perspective that you're getting.
True. Stay with me, Rahul. That's a very important feature that you've shared about the Tejas fighter jet. But let's also quickly go across to Akash, who is reporting live from Dubai, remember, where the air show was happening. Akash, what are you picking up quickly from your sources, apart from the confirmation that this crash has actually taken place?
Right. So, Akanksha, you see, from last 4 days, we are, seeing that how, in fact, this aircraft is performing. And on this particular day, we are seeing these visuals. Rahul was pointing out, that we haven't seen any sort of, ejection. And that is right. In fact, those who are present on the ground, are somewhere suggesting that no ejection took place. But we will wait for some sort of official confirmation on the ejection part and if, pilot has survived. But this is unfortunate. This is the second such, incident involving Tejas Mark 1 aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Remember, around 40 aircraft are being operated and, around 8 minutes were somewhere dedicated for the aircraft. We are learning and, on a daily basis, it is performing. And in fact, on the static display, in fact, we have been reporting that from last 3 days, how people have been coming, taking pictures, taking selfies. Very unfortunate. But again, these incidents happen, when you are involved in operations of such aircraft. Of course, we'll get to know in the investigation as to what went wrong. But in the operational history of more than 20 years, this incident is happening and it has happened in Dubai. Last time around in 2024, we have seen a similar incident for which the court of inquiry, was ordered. In this particular scenario, the priority is to get some sort of news of the survival of the pilot. We have seen, the entire Tejas team, which is there in Dubai, posing with MOS Defense Sanjay Seth and also the Vice Chief of Air Staff. Air Marshal N. Tiwari.
Okay, stay with me, Akash. Let me quickly bring in Captain Vinod also, who's back with us on the broadcast. Captain Vinod, I want to quickly bring you in on what are the key features that can ensure the pilot's safety, especially when it comes to, if you're not looking at combat right now, but even the kind of aerial demonstrations that were happening in terms of what can secure the pilot so far. We're still trying to shelve and harbor hope that the pilot perhaps could have ejected.
See, a couple of things, Akanksha. First and foremost is when you're doing low-level aerobatics, especially in the downward maneuver, your time to take a decision to get out of cockpit is fairly limited. I am yet to see where at very, very close to ground, if someone is ejected, ejected, B, ejected and survived. So, like I said, it's a very double-edged sword. So, though this particular aeroplane has something called the 0-0 ejection seat. That means in a 0 forward velocity and 0 height you can eject, a parachute will deploy and you can survive. It is possible. So that is for situations in which you don't have a very high downward vertical velocity. In this case, if you notice, there is a very high downward vertical velocity. So ejecting when you are going down at very high speed, the 0 height now is not valid anymore because you need to have a much positive upward vector countering this downward vector for the parachute to deploy. So there is the Martin Baker ejection seats are fitted in this, and there is a little bit of technical challenge there.
True. And in fact, we would just be steering clear of any kind of speculation right now. But Captain Vinod, it's very important to highlight right now at the moment that the last crash that had taken place was in 2024, which was after 23 years since the Tejas had been in production that it crashed. And for 23 years, it had a squeaky clean record.
Absolutely. In fact, like I said, any crash at low-level aerobatics the low-level aerobatics pilot is at very limited or very wafer-thin safety margin. Why do we do low-level aerobatics? So that we show it to the public. This is how the aeroplane operates or flies or fights against enemy in the enemy territory, not in low level, but at medium or the high level. So the people get to see such aerobatics and be assured of the capability of our aeroplane. Firstly, and secondly, it motivates many youngsters to join the Indian Air Force and be part of this elite group. So that's the reason we do low-level aerobatics. And in our case, since, like you said, Tejas has had a very wonderful safety record, and such demonstrations, is like is telling the world, come and buy our fighters. In spite of this, I'm very sure many people would be interested in, having Tejas in their fighter group, basically because of its record. And every professional knows low-level aerobatics, and a crash in low-level aerobatics has no indication towards the capability of the pilot, of the aircraft. Like I was saying, Akansha, to you, I am not speculating. Nobody in his right mind and who's worn uniform or sat in this cockpit would. But we are only trying to see the possibilities, A, B, C, D. In one of the A, B, C, D, one of them or two of them or three of them we could put our finger on, because by the time you take out the so-called black box, we call the FDR, flight data recorder, and milk out the data and find out what has gone wrong, it would be month, 2 months, 3 months down the road. By that time, you and I may not be interested in this news. B, it will be kind of a side story. Over to you, Akanksha.
Right. In fact, I just want to quickly play out a report that's just come in. We are getting in some breaking input, but going to hold on to that piece of breaking information right now. But let's just quickly play out a report that we are getting in. Before we play out that report, let's also take you through these set of visuals, 3 set of visuals that we've been able to in fact get. One of them, which is right behind me, as you can see, is the closest. And as Group Captain Vinod was also highlighting, that this is in fact a perpendicular sort of way in which the entire Tejas sort of crashed over there at the Al Maktoum International Airport. Did not perhaps leave any scope for the pilot to have survived, only because it nosedived head on. And that's when it turned into a ball of smoke, in fact a fireball rather, and plumes of smoke in fact billowing out. The second set of visuals on the left side of your screen show the fighter jet in fact crashing in the in the background. Getting in breaking inputs that the Indian Air Force has finally confirmed the death of the pilot who was on this Tejas fighter jet. Deeply unfortunate news coming in from the Indian Air Force over there, which has now confirmed the death of this fighter pilot who was at the Dubai International Air Show, which was taking place. We were waiting for a confirmation to come in. Let me quickly go back to Akash, who continues to stay with us on that piece of news. Akash, second confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force. First was, of course, to do with the air crash. Now, another confirmation coming in, with that being the death of the pilot.
Indian Air Force is confirming that pilot could not, eject, and it is very much, evident from the visuals as well that how, it is directly hitting. In fact, the aircraft is directly hitting, the ground, and pilot possibly could not, get time to eject. But right now, it is very unfortunate where we are learning that we have lost one Indian Air Force's pilot in this particular crash. This is one crash that has happened in Dubai Air Show, where Tejas aircraft was very much taking part and was performing from last 4 days. An investigation will be launched, and a court of inquiry, in fact, has been launched to ascertain as to what was the reason behind the particular crash. But this is very unfortunate where, we are learning of this particular incident that, the Tejas aircraft of Indian Air Force has crashed, in Dubai, Akanksha.
All right. In fact, I want to quickly take that forward with Captain Vinod as well before we play out a quick report. Captain Vinod, this could also be one of the reasons why the pilot could not eject on time. Perhaps it was the angle with which the Tejas fighter jet in fact crashed.
Akanksha, no, to one more, yeah, you're right. One more thing to add to that is, it is a dynamic maneuver. In a dynamic maneuver, the pilot is on controls, flying the aeroplane, and trying to complete his barrel roll maneuver. Secondly, if you notice the point at which the aeroplane impacted the ground, the nose is well above the horizon, which means the pilot is seeing the sky, he's not seeing the ground. So, like most fighter pilots, when we on work go down, we
in fact,
go down in flames.
During the first crash that had happened back in 2024 in Rajasthan, the pilot was able to safely eject.
Yeah, it was a malfunction, technical malfunction on finals. He had adequate time. And like I said, the 00 ejection seat, Martin Baker, very good seat. It has saved so many lives. So at that time, he was able to get out easily. But in this case, if you notice, it was kind of a rolling, looping maneuver. We call it the barrel roll. And the bottom of the barrel roll is the time you get to see the ground. And by the time you see the ground and you recover, he almost recovered. I can see it very clearly. He almost recovered. Couple of meters more, he would have been out. Like I said, the devil in this entire episode is the thin air because of the heat. That is, to me, that appears to be the more plausible reasons than any other reason that we are seeing. Where thinner the air, hotter the air, thinner it is, less lift it will give you. So the same maneuver over and over again, the pilot did it. I'm sure in the morning also he did it on display. But the morning condition and the afternoon conditions are different, especially in a desert area like UAE, where temperature variation from morning to evening is very, very high.
All right, stay with me, Captain Vinod. We are just going to play out a brief report over there, which has just now come in on this air crash that's happened. Let's listen in.
Oh my God. This is very shocking news. We're in the middle of air show in Dubai. Tejas India just crashed. Oh my God. Ini pesawat tempur Tejas Indian. Tadi baru aja crash saat Dubai Air Show. Gua masih shock. Oh my God. Tadi gue nggak sempat ambil gambarnya karena kehilangan.
All right, shocked spectators now putting out their videos on social media of what they've just now witnessed. It's not every day that you see these kind of horrifying air shows, but I want to quickly take Captain Vinod on that. Captain Vinod, as you said, that when it comes to such kind of aerial demonstrations, there's much at risk. All right, we'll try and get back Captain Vinod and Akash on that note. But 4 set of visuals we're playing out for you. And we can tell you that you can expect social media to now be buzzing with a whole set of videos over there that are now pouring in ever since the crash actually took place. To be precise, 2:10 p.m. is when the crash actually happened at Dubai's Al Maktoum International Airport. Those are the visuals, the clearest ones so far that CNN News 18 is bringing to you. As we've been highlighting through the expert views that are coming in, it is the angle with which you see it's in fact crashing on to the airport over there. Let me in fact play that out again when it crashes. That perhaps is the angle which gave no ejection time to the pilot, and in deeply tragic confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force, we've lost an IAF pilot today during that aerial combat that was taking place. It has its own set of challenges. Remember, it's different from wartime. When you look at aerial combat or say aerial demonstrations over here, the typical ones that take place at these air shows, there is much to be looked at. The climate, the temperatures today, the air also could have played a very significant role over there. There's a second set of visuals that we are bringing to you. You can see that point is the point which has in fact been captured over there. In fact, the plume of smoke is what you can see soon after the crash as the air show was taking place. This is an international air show that was happening in Dubai. Over 200 aircrafts were participating in it. Akash is back with us. Akash, what more can you share with us? What information coming in so far with regards to this crash, and what led to the pilot perhaps not even having enough time to eject?
I cannot be very sure, but it seems like, the plane lost its thrust or something, because it is directly hitting the ground. You can see it was a very part of this formation maneuvering, and a number of, formations are there which are being performed by, Tejas aircraft. We have seen in the last 4 days. In fact, till yesterday, I was very much there, reporting from Dubai, and have just returned yesterday. And, till yesterday, I have myself seen that how it was a spectacular performance by the Tejas aircraft, where, in fact, the crowd was very excited to see this particular aircraft that was a very much part of Operation Sindoor, very much performing in the Dubai Air Show. These visuals are somewhere, indicating that, something possibly went wrong, after which, the aircraft directly, in fact, hit the ground, and pilot could not get time to, in fact, eject. And that is the reason why, and we are in fact now getting confirmation that, we have lost the pilot in this particular crash, where in fact the individuals who were present there confirmed that no ejection took place from the aircraft. And the long shot, from the air show is somewhere suggesting that no ejection took place, and that's why, we have lost the pilot. But Akanksha, once again, while it is unfortunate, that we have lost one pilot, we have lost one aircraft in this particular incident. This is the second crash of the Indian Air Force's Tejas. Of course, we'll get to know as to what went wrong, but there are several sort of, social media comments where people are drawing conclusion. It will be very immature to draw any sort of conclusion without the court of inquiry. And that's why, being a responsible channel, we'll wait for some sort of confirmation from the Indian Air Force as to what went wrong. But right now, visuals are somewhere suggesting that possibly it was a loss of thrust or something, possibly that happened, because of which this incident has happened. Unfortunate incident where, the Tejas aircraft of Indian Air Force, Tejas Mark 1, in fact, was very much performing in the show, and, has crashed today.
All right, we are waiting on more information to perhaps come in with regards to what exactly led to the crash. A, B, why couldn't the pilot even get ample time to eject, given that the previous crash that happened, mind you, happened after 23 years of Tejas being in service. It was in 2024, and that time as well, the pilot had ample time to eject. As Captain Vinod had been highlighting, that it's a very capable feature that the Tejas has as far as ejection for the pilot is concerned. But this time around, perhaps it also has to do with the direction in which it was crashing. It was head-on, nose diving over there, as you can see in the visuals that we are playing out for you over here. But let's quickly go across let's quickly go back to Akash, who continues to stay with us. So Akash, you were mentioning that it was the 5th day that the Tejas was flying. How much time is each aircraft allotted to perform? What is, in fact, the procedure that's followed?
Right. So on a daily basis, we get schedule here in Dubai Air Show where, they in fact dedicate time for the performance. Suryakiran aerobatic team is getting 30 minutes on a daily basis. These are the 9 aircraft, the aerobatic team, the signature team of the Indian Air Force, that is performing for 30 minutes. On the other hand, we had this Tejas aircraft performing for 8 minutes on a daily basis. In fact, if I remember it correctly, only it was only yesterday that it did not perform. Otherwise, it was performing on a daily basis. And total 3 aircraft are there, very much there. In the air show where we have the static display, we have the aerial display, and on a daily basis for 8 minutes, this aircraft was performing. As far as this aircraft is concerned, the operational history is concerned. You rightly pointed out, Akanksha, for last 2 decades, it is there operational. And this is the second incident. Tejas Mark 1, we have total 2 squadrons in the Indian Air Force, and it was the third consecutive year that after the request from the UAE administration, this aircraft was sent. And, from last 3 years, it has been performing. And it is not the very first time that it is performing, these maneuvers. In fact, during the Air Force Day also, during the Air Force Day celebration, we have seen the aircraft performing. It is using the USGE engines where in fact, for the upgrades also, we are, expecting this GE engines. For the Mark II version also, we are expecting this GE engines. But this is very unfortunate. We'll wait for the investigation, what went wrong, but we have lost the pilot. We have lost one aircraft as well.
All right, stay with me, Akash. I'm also joined in by another guest. Air Marshal Amit Tiwari is also on the broadcast with us. Deeply tragic day for the entire nation since we've lost an Indian Air Force fighter pilot. Air Marshal, what is your assessment? Because given that there have only been 2 crashes so far, that too the first one happened after 23 years of production as far as Tejas is concerned. That too, the pilot was able to safely eject. This time around, there was, of course, little hope, but what's your assessment of why the pilot perhaps could not eject?
Good evening, ma'am. It's really a tragic day. As far as I know, and I've been associated with LCA in some manner, and one of the best aircraft. It has got the best control law. Everything is good in it. Why it has happened and why didn't the pilot eject? Let the court of inquiry decide on that. This is flying aircraft is quite a difficult thing, and there are a lot of things which can go wrong, and only a court of inquiry can tell correctly.
That's true. We'll have to wait for a proper investigation to have happened, and we are waiting more information to come in on exactly what led to the crash as well. But what can you tell us about the Tejas fighter jet at the moment? It's also known for its combat survivability, for its combat capabilities, and this is one aircraft that has in fact brought laurels to India.
Yes, ma'am. After quite some time, it took quite some time in developing this aircraft, and now in the Air Force we have 2 such squadrons, and different versions of it are going to come, and there's going to be the backbone in times to come for the Indian Air Force. It's a very aircraft. It has got 00 ejection seat, etc. And it has got the latest weapon. The big advantage with this aircraft is that aircraft is designed for Indian condition and Indian requirement. It is tailored for our requirement, and all the weapons which will be fitted on this are tailored for our requirement. So it's not bought from somewhere outside and then you do some modification, etc. It is our aircraft, and it is a very safe aircraft. But then, this was an air show. One doesn't know what all has gone wrong, and when you are performing at low level, there is a certain amount of risk involved in that. And there are a lot of other air shows where even F-16 or some other aircraft have crashed. It is always an unfortunate thing, but let the court of inquiry decide what happened.
Absolutely, and if we talk about the combat capabilities of Tejas, it's already displayed its valor during Operation Sindoor. Air Marshal Amit Tiwari, you are the best person to tell us how it helped in defending India when it comes to our own aerial capabilities.
Ma'am, this aircraft is a multi-role aircraft in a manner that you can use it for the air defense purpose also, you can use it for the ground attack purpose also. It has got all the Indian missiles, Indian radar, Indian flying control system. It is going to get EW system, which will be again of Indian origin. So it will be a backbone of Indian Air Force, because here we don't have to. If you buy an aircraft from outside and you want to do some modification in that aircraft, you have to take permission from the original manufacturer. But here we are the manufacturer, so the whatever amendment, whatever modification we want to do, we can do very easily in this aircraft. There is nothing hidden in it. At times when you buy the aircraft from outside, some source code and all are not told to you. Here everything is homegrown. So it is going to end. Its other versions which are going to join Air Force in future are going to be even better.
And you know, this new squadron has been christened by the Indian Air Force as the Flying Daggers 45. It was after over 3 decades of R&D that you're looking at the Tejas finally being inducted in the Indian Air Force in the year 2016. So that it was ensured by HAL that R&D is not put to waste.
That's true. That's true. The whatever time it took quite some time, and I think the first aircraft came in the Air Force in 2016, and 45 was the first, and now the other squad is 18 squad, and few more squads will come up, and they have done very well in Ops Sindoor also, wherever they were deployed in air defense duties. They have done very well for themselves.
You know, what does stand out is that it was excluded from the Republic Day fly past. In fact, it happened in January this year. That was also because of safety concerns. Can you shed more light on why perhaps that decision was taken?
Ma'am, as a normal I'll say a safety precaution, whenever we fly any aircraft over in Republic Day fly past, or when you are flying over a very large populated area at low level, we don't fly single engine aircraft. So most of the aircraft which take part in Republic Day, say let it be Su-30 or MiG-29 or Jaguar, they are all twin engine aircraft.
All right.
So that is that.
We'll have to leave it at that. Air Marshal Amit Tiwari, thank you for joining in on CNN News 18 and sharing your precious insights. It's deeply tragic, no doubt. We are awaiting a proper investigation into what exactly led to that air crash. But Poonam joins me now with more details. In fact, we could take our viewers through what exactly happened. It's a deeply tragic day, not just for the Indian Air Force, Poonam, but for the entire nation. We've not just lost an aircraft, we've also lost a fighter pilot.
Absolutely, and that's the most unfortunate bit. What exactly transpired in those few seconds while it was mid-flight, and what was the reason that the pilot couldn't actually eject? That's something that needs to be looked at as well, and that is going to be a crucial point as we bring it out to our experts who join us here. My colleagues Akash will continue to be with us as well. But as far as what exactly transpired, why it is that the pilot couldn't eject, was there a particular reason? All of that, of course, will come out once the IAF conducts a thorough investigation on what happens, which will come to the fore in a few months, perhaps a few weeks at least. But as of now, these visuals that you see on your screens, here's what we know is that this was during the Dubai Air Show. For a few minutes, the Tejas was in air. And then you can see it suddenly nosedive, and then there was a smoke that you see, a fireball there on the ground, and smoke billowing from there. Unfortunately, a fighter pilot has also been lost. The pilot who was inside the Tejas unfortunately could not eject. The Air Force has confirmed that. Akash is joining us, getting us more details as well. Akash, what exactly transpired in those few minutes? That's something that is going to be a matter of investigation. The IAF eventually will release, hopefully, those details, which will give us an insight of what happened and how we can avoid it next time around.
Right. So incident happened at around 2 p.m. now, 2:10 p.m. of the local time. This is what we are learning in the latest information. And also, this was when the aircraft was in the air maneuvering, as it was a part of 8-minute show, very much decided by the organizers, after the Surya Kiran aerobatic team. And, for the last 4 or 5 days, we have been seeing that how this aircraft is performing. But today, something went wrong and pilot could not eject. The visuals are somewhere indicating, that it is possibly losing its thrust or something. That's when pilot maybe did not have an idea as to if the plane is not going up in the air or something, this happened, because of which he could not eject, and we are learning that we have lost the pilot as well. Now, whether or not there was some sort of technical malfunctioning or what went wrong, under what scenario this has happened, is something we'll wait for the official inquiry to reveal. But an investigation has been ordered. In fact, we have got a comment from Dubai Media Wing as well, Dubai Air Show Media Wing as well, where they have confirmed the particular crash, and in fact, are somewhere talking about the unfortunate news of the death of the pilot. But as far as IAF Tejas is concerned, so it is one of the reliable platforms. You see Poonam, Air Force pilots rely on it, given that it is there in the operation for last more than 20 years. And this is the second such incident where we have lost the plane and the pilot.
Akash, do stay on with us. Wing Commander Nikita Chatterjee, defense expert, also joins us. Wing Commander Chatterjee, what do you think explains what exactly transpired from the visuals that you may have seen of how it all went down in a matter of just a few minutes? What do you think may have happened?
So, hi Poonam. So the visual that we can see on the screen, as everybody knows, it for Dubai Air Show was going on. The aircraft was carrying out aerobatic maneuvers. So during the time of aerobatic maneuvers, the aircraft is, operating at its maximum capability. The aircraft Tejas, as it has been designed, it is made up of a material which is very lightweight, very convenient, and very operating at speeds and in kind of angles in which that aerobatic show can be conducted. So what exactly happened has not been known yet, but might be that while the aircraft was in a turn or was in a maneuver, in such kind of a maneuver, a technical mishap would have happened, or a technical issue, which the pilot, because the pilot at this point in time is, this kind of a training doesn't happen in a day. A very capable pilot who's undergone multiple hours of training, and after multiple rehearsals come to this stage where he can conduct an air show over a very crowded area. So definitely would have been a kind of an emergency where he was not able to react or did not have a time or was in a position where the aircraft could not have retrieved itself to gain height or come into a position where he could have recovered.
And speaking of that, as far as the ejection seat of the Tejas is concerned, it's believed to be something that allows you, even when you are flying at low altitudes or even at zero altitudes, maybe at takeoff or at landing as well. And despite that, we saw that for a very long time, for a few seconds, even though when the flight was mid-air, there was no ejection that we saw. Is that probably because perhaps the pilot was incapacitated?
Oh, that I cannot assume that. Maybe as we can see, the height of the aircraft is very low, and Tejas is capable of carrying out ejection at that point in time. But what I may assume that the pilot must have tried to rewrite the engine. We know it is a single cockpit, is a single engine aircraft. So all the workload at this point of time comes to a single pilot. And, he must have tried rewriting the aircraft, because no pilot ever tries to abandon the aircraft if he feels he can recover it, is what I believe, after having worked in this profession, air traffic controlling, for such a long time. So that could be what reason that he would have tried recovering the aircraft, and the time limit was so less that he could not.
And speaking of the Tejas itself, Wing Commander Chatterjee, it's believed to be one of the safer ones that we have. This is only the second time that we've seen such a crash after its induction in 2016. So there has to be an investigation, and there will be an investigation into what exactly transpired, so that we can better the kind of efficiency that this fighter has.
Definitely, an investigation will be carried out, because we have Tejas is a class aircraft, and it is one of the best kind of aircraft that we have in Indian Air Force right now, suitable for multiple roles, air defense also, combat also, strike also. So this kind of aircraft undergoing this kind of crash, that too at an international air show, I'm sure investigation would let us know why and what happened.
Do stay on with us. Air Vice Marshal Ravi Kapoor, former Air Force officer, Commanding-in-Chief as well, joining us on this broadcast. Air Vice Marshal Kapoor, if you could just tell us, you must have seen these visuals as well. You must have sort of gotten an inkling. What do you think actually happened in those few seconds, in those few minutes, from takeoff to it being mid-air, then suddenly hitting the ground, turning into a huge fireball?
You see, first I would like to correct the Air Force officer who was commenting on trying to relight or restart the engine. It never happens. These kind of statements are absolutely incorrect, and it's a very, very clearly laid down procedure for a pilot when he can restart an engine and when he cannot. So such speculations I would like to put to rest. That's the first thing. All these air shows, the air displays are extremely well orchestrated, well planned, and very many time rehearsed. They are even rehearsed in a simulator, and so all kinds of minor wrinkles are ironed out before an aircraft goes for an air show like this, especially abroad. Tejas has performed at many international air shows, and it has performed extremely very well. It's a very safe aircraft, and it's got a great control system and a very good engine. All these maneuvers are actually broken down in an air display into very small little packages, and so every second that a maneuver goes on is a changeover from one maneuver to another. And so the pilot constantly checks his energy, his direction, his height, where he in relation to the air show areas and things like that, in relation to the crowd and things like that. And so there are only two reasons which could result in a catastrophic accident like this, where a pilot loses his life, and that is one is there's a catastrophic failure, there is a major technical failure in the aircraft, or second, there is a error of judgment, or because the margins of error are extremely thin while performing such show. And it is I think it is too premature, with just about an hour and a half gone from the time of this accident, to come to any kind of conclusion whether what would have happened. There could be multiple reasons for which this accident would have taken place, and I can assure you that no pilot, today's pilots are so very well trained in Air Force, especially those who are doing these air displays, that they exactly know where to eject and where not to eject. And so when you're talking about ejection seats, there are very many other limitations which I would not like to go into details about. And so yes, it's a 0-0 ejection seat, but there are maneuvers in which in certain conditions a pilot cannot eject, or if he's trying to recover that aircraft, he knows the aircraft could be flyable, he knows the aircraft is not completely gone out of control, and that is a time, if something catastrophic like this takes place, that gives very little chance to a pilot to recover. And that is the only reason, and it is such a sad day for the Indian Air Force and for the nation, to be losing a pilot, that too abroad, in a very high profile air display like this. So my condolences to the family, to the Air Force, and to the nation. And we must, I think, thank this officer who we lost for the great service he did, and great laurels he's brought to the nation.
Absolutely, that loss is going to be incomparable as far as the pilot is concerned. But what happens next, Evas Michael? That also is something that needs to be looked at, isn't it? Because this is, like I was pointing out earlier as well, this is only the second time that we've seen a Tejas in a crash. That the Tejas has crashed in the last 2 decades or so, ever since it's been inducted in 2016. We do have to take some lessons from here, Air Vice Marshal, isn't it?
Absolutely. Every time an incident, I'm not talking about an accident, every time an incident takes place, we draw lessons, and we try and put into effect measures so that such incident and accidents do not repeat. And, I'm 100% sure that Air Force will go threadbare into every, millisecond of this videos, to identify, and there is a flight data recorder and there is a cockpit voice recorder. Both are there in the aircraft, and those will be analyzed in great detail before the final cause of the accident is established. And once the cause is established, I am very sure that corrective measures would be instituted, whether it is on the technical side or on the malfunction side or on the pilot flying side.
Do stay on with us. Wing Commander S. Sudhakaran, former IAF officer, also joining us. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, your first thoughts on what exactly transpired. What do you think may have happened in those few minutes?
One of the first things that I don't want to do is speculate, because it's too early to say anything. We are not there. It's not even in our country. So technically speaking, all that we have is some 10 seconds of a video footage wherein I see the aircraft almost doing a roll of sorts, which possibly is the reason why the pilot has not ejected. And by the time the platform was stable with the nose in its place and the cockpit facing the sky, probably it was too late. That's all that I could see. Beyond that, there is hardly anything to make out. The kind of fall that it is showing, probably it depicts a lack of thrust from the engine, because it is not nosedived. It has fallen like a stone of sorts. That's what we see right now. So the best thing that we can do to ourselves is not speculate, allow the Court of Inquiry to complete its proceedings, and we will all get to know why it happened and what are the remedial measures that need to be taken at present. My heart goes out to the family, because I've just got to hear that the pilot is no more. It's one of my fellow brethren. I'm lost for words. But that's the nature of the business that Air Force is in. There is an everyday threat to the pilot every time, however capable the pilot is. These are things that do happen, and we must understand it. And we must give time to the professionals to do their job, rather than trying to immediately try to find, because nothing can bring that aircraft or the life back. That's all I have to say in the initial, comments that I have to offer for what you have asked me.
Absolutely. India does stand with the family of this pilot. We had the IAF offer its condolences as well. Now we have Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan too coming out, regretting the incident and offering his condolences to the family of the pilot who lost his life. But Air Vice Marshal, I want to ask you this. We were talking about, the Wing Commander was talking about the trajectory in which this went down. Is that something that could give an inkling of what could have happened? Is that something that could give us answers as well? The way it sort of didn't nosedive but went directly in?
See, if you see the footage, whatever little footage at whatever angle is available, it just gives one input, that is that the aircraft has rolled. And after the roll, the aircraft has just gone down. And so it could, why has it rolled at such a low altitude with the nose down, is the question that I have. And after that, if it has rolled and it's gone down at such a fast rate, does not seem to be a kind of a planned maneuver, and that is something that points to a possible technical malfunction, probably a kind of a if there's a control malfunction, fly-by-wire control failure, or even if there was a thrust loss, the aircraft would not roll. The aircraft would still fly wings level if it is just the thrust loss. The question that comes to my mind is, why has the aircraft rolled at that point in time before it is impacting the ground? And that is where probably the investigation would have to go into little greater detail in terms of what were the control inputs, what was the thrust of the aircraft, what was the speed of the aircraft, why did it roll, was it an uncommanded roll or was it a role done by the pilot? So there are a lot of other factors which are there, and at this point in time, it is, I would say that it's too premature to even think to do any kind of investigation on national media.
Absolutely, and we don't intend to do that either. We will wait for the facts to come out as and when they do. The IAF, of course, is going to investigate all of that. And will eventually find out what comes of it, what exactly transpired, and how it can be avoided the next time around. Wing Commander Nikita Chatterjee is also with us. But before I come in with you, I do want to get in a very special guest that joins us here. Air Marshal Anil Chopra, former fighter pilot, is also joining us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us, sir, here on CNN News 18. You survived a Mirage 2000 crash. This was back in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. The scenes that we are seeing today, what do you make of it? What do you make of what may have happened today?
You know, every crash, I must say, is very unfortunate. More so if it's a fatal crash where the pilot, a very great professional, who is the best in the country, best especially chosen to do a display of this kind, is lost. And it really pains, and my condolences to the family. Now, we all have seen the videos, the visuals. I myself have been a flying display director at Aero India 2003. I understand the whole mechanics of carrying out an air show of this kind. The pilots are flying at the limits of the envelope of the aircraft. It's a display. You're trying to impress not only the public, but also the professionals and the possible people who could be buying that aircraft one day. So it is a very challenging task to carry out a display. Therefore, very mature and good fighter pilots or test pilots are carrying out these displays. Now, what we have seen today, of course, I'm not conjecturing, it has been a downward repositioning turn. Some people are calling it barrel roll, but yes, basically he's trying to reposition. And in the downward part of the maneuver, in the terminal part, there has been a mush. That means the speed and rate of descent, our combination is such that the aircraft has gone into the ground. Now, again, as I said, many people have talked about, could it be a control failure, technical failure, engine thrust reduction at some stage? Anything can happen, could be an error of judgment, or error of assessment of the rate of descent. But I must tell you that, you know, I was the flying member of the court inquiry of Wing Commander Joe Bakshi, who crashed in a similar display at Palam Airport, flying the Mirage 2000. And I will tell you that the aircraft is fully serviceable when it flies. LCA has had a good track record, barring one aircraft which we lost earlier about a year back for a technical reason. This aircraft been fully serviceable, and there's unlikely that will be an issue. But you know, the court of inquiry will use a fine tooth comb. They will go into great details. They will look at sabotage. They will look at technical failure. They will read the FDRs of the past flights. They will look at the snags that would have been on this aircraft earlier. So great detail will come out. And mind you, there is a special crew which sits down in the air traffic control, which is specially created for the flying display, where the flying display director sits, and also an LCA pilot fully qualified on type would be sitting there to give advice or to make a corrective action if he deems fit. But you know, the maneuvers are so dynamic that it is not possible or correct to interject as long as the pilot is carrying out maneuvers beautifully. Yes.
Air Marshal Chopra, you were once also in a similar situation. You ejected safely. Why do you think that this pilot wasn't able to? What could have been the reasons for that?
You know, in my case, I had altitude, we had time, and therefore ejection was possible, and we were not doing a display, so they two were quite different. Yes, I did eject, the only Air Marshal in the world to have ejected in the rank of an Air Marshal, but you know, in this case, in a display, the dynamics are absolutely very different. This is not the first time this has happened. There have been air crashes during air shows all over the world. Every 3-4 years, you have had an air crash, and there have been cases like in a Su-27 in a display, hit the ground, and yet the pilots ejected and came out safely. Luckily, they didn't land in the plume of the fire that came out of the same aircraft. So everything is possible. But again, unfortunately, the pilot is no more. We do not know what was in his mind, what was the decision-making matrix, what was he going through, and how he was trying to, continue with the display. So it's not appropriate to compare the two. They were totally different situations. Yes.
Sure, I agree with you there, completely different situations, but just to get a sense of what could have happened, because we do not want to speculate into what may have happened. We, of course, will wait for the Court of Inquiry to conclude, for the IAF to come out and give us exact details of what has happened. But it is still an unfortunate loss, Air Marshal Chopra, that we're dealing with, which is why we're talking about this in the first place. And I do want to ask you this, you know, we were talking about the FDRs, the flight data recorders, and the data which perhaps will give us an inkling and be a part of the investigation as well as to what happened. But given what has happened, the kind of scenes that we have seen, you must have seen the visuals as well. What are the chances of the recovery of the FDR? What are the chances of, getting accurate data from that?
The FDR is normally hardened. It is, placed in such a place that it is caters for a possible crash. We've seen in the recent Air India 171 case where the whole aircraft, practically everybody barring one person died. And yet we were able to take out the FDR. It took time there because it was a large aircraft. It got into a building, but here it's open ground. It's a desert airfield. And therefore the FDR recovery might have already been done by now. We do not know because people move very quickly. The crash crew moved very, very fast. The LCA crew, technical crew who would have been there with the aircraft which would have gone from here, they would have already moved there and might have already retrieved it. So, of course, it pains because it's an indigenous aircraft. It's our flagship aircraft. After the Marut HF-24, this is the first big aircraft that, program that we are running in the country. It's important for us that it succeeds. It has to replace the MiG-21s in large numbers. We have already committed to more than 200 aircraft, including Mark 1A. So therefore, it is all the more painful. Some of the others who are not great friends of India, they might, try to make an issue out of it to try to belittle us, but doesn't matter. This is a time for us to be strong, and I'm sure that we, as a nation, we will pick up from where we are. And we know that these are the risks of not only fighter flying, but especially of the display flight.
And Air Marshal Chopra, the Tejas is believed to be one of the safer fighter jets that we do have. Since 2016, since the time it's been inducted in that one decade, we've only seen 2 such crashes. One happened in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. So there is reason to believe that this is an aberration, really.
If I may use a phrase, nazar lag gayi hai usko. LCA is an aircraft. We analysts who write about the LCA and AMCA program all the time, and we were all the time praising the flight safety record till finally we lost one about a year back because of technical failure. Yes, it has had a good track record. I met the pilots and technicians who have been working on the aircraft. The pilots are very happy. The handling qualities are very good. The fly-by-wire system is exceedingly good. And a lot of weapon integration had already taken place. The technical people are happy with the servicing schedules that they have got. They have got improved now. With 1A, it will be even better. So I think, the aircraft was doing very well. But we know that about 4 or 5 days back when the aircraft was performing in Dubai, some of the Pakistani Twitter handles were making some nonsensical comments, if I may use that word. But that's okay. We are a big nation. We are here to succeed, and we are looking forward to more LCAs and the AMCA subsequently joining the Indian Air Force.
Absolutely. This was India's indigenous story, India's Atmanirbharta story as well as far as the Tejas goes. That's something like you've been pointing out, Air Marshal Chopra, as well, that some countries, some outside of India may not necessarily be very open about talking. They would want to, highlight this particular instance as a failure, so to say. But it's far from it, because the story that India has had, especially with Tejas, it's been decades of work on it, and eventually we've gotten to the stage where we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And, LCA is, as far as technology is concerned, it's a good aircraft. I'm a test pilot. I have watched the LCA program very closely. I was the head of the Air Force, Flight Test Center, the Aircraft Systems and Testing Establishment in Bangalore. I was the commandant. So I have closely watched this program. It's a good program. Yes, there have been delays due to production numbers. The Indian Air Force is waiting for LCA Mark 1A. It's got delayed because of the GE 404 engine and also of some other technical reasons. But the Indian Air Force is excitedly waiting for this aircraft to, join the Air Force fleet in large numbers. There are many squadrons. We require 6 to 8 squadrons immediately of these aircraft. Productions have been increased. We have already got the 3rd LCA line operational in Nasik. We will be able to make 24 aircraft a year, I hope, from next year onwards. And the whole country it's a whole of nation approach, and we are all trying to work towards the LCA program success.
Absolutely. Air Marshal Anil Chopra, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. This may be a blip as far as India's story goes. We are tracking, of course, what happens in this particular case and this tragedy that took place during the Dubai Air Show. Air Vice Marshal Ravi Kapoor continues to be with us. Wing Commander Sudhakaran is with us as well. Air Vice Marshal, let me ask you this. You must have heard the conversation that I was just having. And we're talking about, yes, this one incident, but do you think this is something that could have a larger impact on India's story as far as indigenous aircrafts are concerned?
I don't think so. India's story is a success story, and it will continue to be a success story, primarily because of the safety record that Tejas has had, and the kind of indigenization that we have had. You will find that even after Op Sindoor, the latest US congressional report has brought out that there was propaganda by China against the Rafale, and so such propaganda would certainly take place in some quarters, but I don't think it should affect us. I think it should reinvigorate the whole nation to come stand behind this tragedy and get over it quickly, and then get over it with double the intensity to ensure that we are seen as a very, very capable aerospace industry and air force in the world, which has a very good safety record and a very good production record. So in both ways, I think we should just put this behind us very quickly, though investigate it in detail to see that what was the cause of the accident. Come out with very clear recommendations of after having identified the cause, and then move on, because like Air Marshal Chopra said, these things take place nowhere in the world. F-35, so many F-35s have crashed, but F-35s continues to be a success story across the world. And similarly, I think LCA should be a success story across the world, and we should come out stronger after this crash. And may I just correct that I'm an Air Marshal and not AVM.
I apologize for that, Air Marshal Kapoor. Wing Commander Sudhakaran also continues to be with us. Wing Commander Sudhakaran, do you concur that this is only going to make us stronger? We're going to only make a comeback from what we learned from this?
That's a no-brainer, because, gone are the times when India could depend on foreign powers for its air power requirements. Now you are already knocking and becoming the world's third largest economic power. With this level of power that you enjoy, you need to shoulder certain responsibilities. And that's where indigenization and specifically of weapon systems becomes key. Mind you, the next generation of weapon systems are going to be increasingly intelligentized, and therefore you can't buy it off the shelf and use it. And these kind of things compel us, come what may. Yes, one accident, two accident doesn't matter, but we need to, make our results that much more stronger. And Tejas is it's one thing to talk about exporting it, but primarily it has to fulfill the requirements of the Indian Air Force, which needs 42 squadrons. So if it is not for Tejas, then we are going to have a very, very tough time. We need a lot of aircrafts of this to fill our inventory, in the times to come. And therefore, accidents like this, yes, I agree with the Air Marshal that accidents like these do happen. In fact, we have had accidents across the fleet, but that doesn't stop Indian Air Force from flying. In fact, Indian Air Force is one of the air forces which flies the maximum amongst the world. So, and they will continue to do so, considering the hostile neighbors on the east and west. And these things don't, make us keep one step back, but it only, resolves. And then, of course, we have to be more cautious. We need to learn, and we need to upgrade our SOPs. And then if there is any shortcomings in our manuals, we need to correct it, both in terms of operations as well as in terms of maintenance. But then having said that, my heart goes out to the family of the pilot, and I share the grief today with them.
Absolutely. We stand with the family, with the Indian Air Force as well. Air Marshal Kapoor, if I'm not mistaken, there are two squadrons that are based in the south of India, part of which was the one that was at the Dubai Air Show. There are at least 40 aircraft of the same version that are currently in operation with the IAF.
Yes, you are right. These are the Mark 1s, which are the first block of aircraft that was manufactured by HAL. And 40 of them have been manufactured. There are two squadrons. One is in the west and one is in the south. And both squadrons are completely operational. They do operational roles, and they would have even participated in Op Sindoor. While we await Mark 1A, which has got delayed basically because of the delays in the engine and the integration of some weapons and some integration issues. And we await induction of Mark 1As, which is a upgraded version of Mark 1. So it would be a much more capable aircraft than Mark 1, which is the aircraft which was participating in the air display at Dubai. And so these two squadrons are fully operational, and they have been doing these kind of displays, and they have been participating in all kind of exercises across the world, and have been flying across continents. So they are completely operational and fully ready for any kind of air operations.
Right. So as far as moving on from here on, Air Marshal is concerned, the lessons we will of course take from this as far as this particular version is concerned. But as far as developing further indigenous aircraft like these are concerned, or upgradation of any of these aircraft is concerned, is that something that we could also take lessons from this particular incident?
I think once again it is too premature to start taking any lessons from this incident.
Sure.
But I'm very sure that if there are any technical issues that are identified during the court of inquiries, they would be addressed in a very, very methodical manner. And if they have any consequences for the Mark 1As, that would be incorporated too. But because there are a lot of commonalities between Mark 1 and Mark 1A. And so if there is anything that points to a shortcoming, technical shortcoming, then it would be certainly addressed in the future Mark 1As too, before the Mark 1A gets even inducted. Or if there is any technical shortcoming, it would be addressed in the present fleet of Mark 1s, which are in service presently, the 39 aircraft that are there.
Wing Commander Sudhakaran, the Tejas version of the aircraft has flown at several global forums in the past as well. Since its induction in 2016, at across multiple countries, the Tejas has flown several exercises it has undertaken as well, not just in India but around the world as well. In 2023, if I'm not mistaken, is when there was a turning point as far as the Tejas Mark 1 is concerned, when the first ever international deployment happened for a combat level exercise.
Since I've left the Air Force 5 years back, so I wouldn't be able to exactly comment on,
Sure.
that particular detail. But then I can, of course, tell you that the one thing that stands out is it is not an unusually unsafe kind of an aircraft. It is pretty much a very stable platform. The ratio of crash to fleet, when you actually look at it, they just stands at, roughly around less than a 5% percentile points. And then if you compare the same with the likes of F-16s and F-18s, they are well over into the double digits, into the 12 and 13 percentile points. In fact, the Eurofighter as well as the Rafale are the only ones which rank below the Tejas, given its track record so far. So I don't have any reasons to have any disbelief in the platform. It is pretty much a proven platform. We will have to wait for the results of the court of inquiry to be able to come to any conclusions of sorts. It's too early to pick any learnings from, in under 3 hours. We in Air Force have definitely not been taught to do so, or never we do such kind of things. Aircraft accident or stroke, even an incident, it's a very, very complex phenomena. And it is very, very important we find out the right facts and then try to look at learning. Just because an accident happens, not necessarily means that there is a lot to learn, but that also doesn't mean that there is nothing to learn. It is time that will tell us what is the way forward. How do we minimize these accidents? And in the times to come, when platforms will be controlled by devices and chips and the intelligence from the digital domain, I think we will certainly not lose human lives. A pilot's life is very, very precious. And however competent, however capable they are, you've seen that in a premier event like this, we have lost one of the precious souls of our motherland. And therefore, it's very important to keep these things in the right perspective, not hurry, speculate, try to get into, probably score TRP points here. These things that we must avoid. And what we can best do is wait for the results to come.
And speaking of those results, Marshal Kapoor, how long does it take for a court of inquiry for this investigation, for a thorough one, to be completed before the facts are fully out?
See, it depends on how quickly we can decode the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder once we find it. And once that gets decoded, thereafter it takes kind of all the other people who are present there, we interview them. And in this whole process, could probably the initial part can come out even in a couple of weeks to three to 4 weeks. But a court of inquiry, complete details takes a lot of time. It takes some time. It could take, if something has to be investigated consequently, if something has to go for testing and further investigation, then we have to wait for that much longer. But if there is a clear-cut factor which comes out, then it could get over even within a month or so. But in case, yes, if the engine has to be sent for some investigation and some testing and all, then it could take even longer. So it just depends on what are the kind of reasons for which the accident took place. And depending on the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder, then the future of the investigation then follows. So it could take anything from probably 3 weeks to a month to more than that, depending on how much is the depth of investigation that one has to go to find the exact cause of the failure.
Absolutely, and we'll wait for that court of inquiry to be concluded, for facts to come out of what exactly transpired. I have to leave it there. I thank you both, gentlemen, Wing Commander Sudhakaran and Air Marshal Kapoor, for joining us here with your perspective and sharing those inputs. My colleague Akash continues to be with us, getting us more details of what exactly transpired and what comes next. Akash, we've been talking about the court of inquiry which has been instituted by the IAF, which will give us full details of what exactly transpired in those few minutes from takeoff to after the just nosedived and eventually ended up in that plume of fireball, that plume of smoke that came out on the sidelines of the Dubai Air Show.
Oh, yes, we will wait for the court of inquiry, in fact, the investigation. And as Air Marshal Kapoor was pointing out that, it will take at least 1 month to, get the basic details out of the incident. Because there are a number of things that will be investigated because you see, I was in fact mentioning just a while back that whenever it is about the maneuvering and the air display, so the ground staff, in fact, the support staff is aware of the sort of turns or the maneuvering, that is going to happen. If there was an indication that pilot is facing glitches, if something unusual was noticed or something similar to that, it will be investigated. And also, I was talking about this Tejas Mark 1. We have been seeing these aircraft, very much a part of operations in Air Force. A number of exercises are taking place, and these aircraft are successfully participating in all those exercises. So, one cannot raise question on the aircraft directly and immediately after this sort of incident. Of course, it will be investigated if there was some sort of problem in the engine, if there was some sort of problem with the other technical systems in the aircraft. But this is unfortunate where we have lost one pilot. This was one of the three aircraft that are very much present in the Dubai Air Show, Poonam, you see. One is standing for the ground display, and two aircraft, were there that were used interchangeably, for the air display. In the 5 days, we have seen at least, on 4 days, this aircraft has performed. One of those, 40 aircraft that are very much there, with Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force is operating these close to 40 aircraft. Two are the, of course, trainer aircraft, so around 38 aircraft, are there. Two squadrons I was mentioning, and first aircraft was delivered in 2015. And since then, we have been seeing that how these aircraft were delivered subsequently. Three aircraft were sent, and whenever these aircraft were, are sent to any event, so we see generally a mix of these squadrons where they can send two aircraft from one squadron and one aircraft from one squadron. We'll get all these details, in fact, the name of the pilot, but there is a protocol, which is followed. Normally the family members are informed, and then, Air Force come out with the official confirmation on the name of the pilot. But it is very unfortunate. In fact, I was putting out some visuals where, the Tejas team, the entire Tejas team, met with MOS Defense and, Vice Chief of Indian Air Force on the very first day. We have those visuals. I was very much present. I interacted with, these pilots, in fact, during last 2-3 days. And I was very much present during the air display yesterday and day before yesterday too. But this is unfortunate. Today, this incident has happened at around 2:10 p.m., where we have been given to understand that, this particular aircraft crashed. We still don't know as to what went wrong. Investigation, will lead us to the facts and, somewhere the conclusion of what went wrong. But this is very unfortunate. We have lost one pilot and one aircraft of the Indian Air Force.
Right, Akash, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We will keep a track of what comes of this. We will be awaiting reactions coming in. The IAF has already put out a statement confirming the unfortunate death of the pilot who was on board that Tejas. Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, also put out a statement expressing regret at what happened and, of course, expressing his condolences to the family of the pilot. We'll keep a track of all of that. But for now, it's time for a quick pause here.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Fallah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Fallah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Fallah University is concerned. And the Al Fallah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Fallah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Fallah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Fallah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, is something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi Police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Fallah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Fallah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. A lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Fallah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Fallah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Fallah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Fallah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Fallah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al-Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. And the Al-Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact...
Thank you so much for staying with us here on Nation at 5. A Tejas fighter jet crashed this afternoon during a flying demonstration at the Dubai Air Show, sending a plume of thick black smoke over the international airport even as crowds looked on. That is the fireball that was what the aircraft was turned into. Eventually, there was a plume of smoke that came out of there. Now there is completely barren land after that fire has been doused. The aircraft, a single-seat light combat aircraft that's developed by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, went down at about 2:10 p.m. Local time in Dubai. An official statement has come out from the Indian Air Force giving confirmation on the crash and the tragic demise of the pilot in the incident. The IF has informed that an inquiry team to probe the cause of the crash has also been constituted. A court of inquiry will find out what exactly transpired in the final moments, what led to the crash. The flight data recorder is also going to be extremely crucial as far as ascertaining the facts of what happened are concerned. So what is this fighter jet that went down? This crashed fighter jet, Tejas Mark 1. This is part of the two operational squadrons that India has, that the IAF has of the Tejas Mark 1s. It's considered a fourth generation fighter aircraft. One of the three Tejas Mark 1s that are present in the Dubai Air Show is the one that went down today. There were three that were taking part in the Dubai Air Show that has been going on for the last several days. There are at least 40 Tejas Mark 1 aircraft that are used in the Indian Air Force that are operational as we speak. There were two squadrons in the south of India in Sulur. These three aircraft were part of one of those two squadrons that are based in the south of India. One squadron, I believe, is in Rajasthan. The IAF has issued a statement over what has transpired. It has gone on to say that the IAF Tejas aircraft met with an accident in Dubai. This was during an aerial display at the Dubai Air Show. The pilot succumbed to fatal injuries in the accident is what the IAF has also confirmed, going on to say that they deeply regret the loss of life and stand with the family of the bereaved. Court of inquiry is being constituted. It will ascertain the cause. We will find out more details when the report of that court of inquiry is made public, or if details do come out. The flight data recorder is going to be extremely crucial. Once that's recovered, once we have details of what exactly happened, that's when we will know. That's when the investigating team will know what exactly happened and what lessons can be taken, if any, from this tragic incident. Akash, my colleague, joins us, getting us more details on this. Akash, we've seen condolences coming in from across quarters. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan too expressing his condolences to the bereaved family.
And in fact, we have seen the political leaders, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, and others have been tweeting about this tragic loss where the country has lost one pilot in this particular incident. And it is very unfortunate, Poonam. We have been discussing as to what can be the reason behind the particular incident. But then, several details are trickling in, and we are waiting for some sort of clarity from the Indian Air Force as to what went wrong.
Right, and we will keep an eye out of when we get those details. For the moment, Akash, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. It is a wrap from my side here on this edition of Nation at 5. Plain Speak coming up next.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. In a fresh flashpoint, Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin has now called Sanskrit a dead language, charging at the centre for spending 2,400 crore rupees on Sanskrit while giving a stepmotherly treatment to Tamil, for example. For many, this isn't just a linguistic economy complaint, but yet another attack on India's cultural and spiritual heritage. After all, this isn't the first time DMK has quoted controversy over Hindi or Sanskrit or even the Hindu religion and its texts. Their pride in Tamil language has often been seen as antagonistic to Hindi and Hindus. DMK, born from the anti-caste Periyar movement, has historically challenged Sanskrit as a symbol of Brahminical dominance, but Udayanidhi Stalin's latest comment raises a rather broader question. Why does a political leader, especially of his stature, feel empowered to deride one of the world's oldest languages in service for perhaps some political point scoring alone, and a language born out of India? Is this merely a rhetorical device to appeal to regional sentiment, or is it part of a carefully cultivated strategy that pits Tamil identity against what DMK often frames as hegemonic North Indian culture? But another fundamental question is this: Sanskrit is of this land. It is the language of our historical heritage and culture. Is deriding a native element of our ancient society a liberal fetish? And is this justified in the name of secular politics? We'll take that and more up with our guests in just a bit. So the big debate, the first one coming up on Plain Speak today, is this purely disdain for India's own, especially one that you politically oppose? Also on the show today, we speak to an expert about the rising student suicide alarm in the entire country on the back of 3 such cases coming to light. Later on the show, also stay tuned for a Plain Speak podcast peek with author Deep Haldar on everything that is going wrong in Bangladesh and more. Now, by the literal definition, a dead language usually refers to one that's no longer in active communication anymore. Does this epithet suit Sanskrit? In fact, Sanskrit is widely used in Hindu and Buddhist religions, rituals, hymns, chants, mantras across India and beyond. Its continued use in these integral cultural practices keeps it a living part of everyday life. While not a primary vernacular for many, thousands of people in India still report Sanskrit as their mother tongue, and this number actually has been steadily rising. There are also several villages, for example, Matur and Hosatli in Karnataka or Jiri in Madhya Pradesh, where residents use Sanskrit for daily communication as a result of revival efforts. Sanskrit is an official language recognized by the Indian Constitution and is taught as a second language or optional subject in hundreds of universities and schools globally, with around 1 lakh teachers in India alone. Furthermore, even till date, new literature in Sanskrit continues to be produced and published, including a daily newspaper, Sudama, in Mysuru since 1970. According to the 2011 census, Sanskrit has witnessed the highest percentage increase in speakers since 2001. And according to the 2011 census, almost 76% rise in Sanskrit speakers, while Hindi and Gujarati witnessed 25 to 20% increase in speakers respectively. Bengali, Assamese, Marathi, Kannada, Punjabi and Oriya all have witnessed between 14 to 17% increase in speakers. In fact, Tamil has noted almost 14% increase in speakers over a decade. If you look at this figure, Urdu has actually seen a decline. Would that mean then that money should not be spent on Urdu language anymore if that is just the justification? More than 2,500 crore rupees have been allocated for funding Sanskrit between 2014 and 2015 till 2024 to 2025. And this seems to be the major pain point that the DMK has espoused. Funding for Sanskrit is channeled through 3 central Sanskrit universities and the Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthan. Meanwhile, 113 crores have been allocated under the Grants for Promotion of Indian Languages scheme towards Tamil for the same period of time. But here is what the government says as far as this funding disparity is concerned. The government promotes Sanskrit through 3 central Sanskrit universities established by the Central Sanskrit Universities Act 2020. In contrast, Tamil is promoted through the Central Institute of Classical Tamil, which receives a smaller allocation. Some point to the existence of multiple universities for Sanskrit versus a single institution for Tamil as a reason that there could be a funding gap. The government has also stated in Parliament that funds are allocated based on requirement and utilization. It's not really on a language by language basis. The government also has emphasized its commitment to promoting all Indian languages through policies like the NEP 2020, which do promote multilingualism and particularly a focus on mother tongue in India. So this Sanskrit insult after a Sanatan Dharma insult by the same politician in Tamil Nadu, is this just pointing to a disdain, an inherent disdain garbed as liberalism, secularism for what is India's true heritage?
ஒதுக்கின நிதி எவ்வளவு தெரியுமா? தமிழ் வளர்ச்சிக்கு வெறும் 150 கோடி ரூபாய். ஆனால் செத்த மொழி சமஸ்கிருதத்துக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு கடந்த 10 ஆண்டுகள்ல ஒதுக்கின நிதி எவ்வளவு தெரியுமா? 2400 கோடி ரூபாய்.
We can salute and we can pray and we can laud our own language, but even the mother Tamil won't allow degrading the other languages.
I want to go across to our guest joining us, Kalyan Raman, spokesperson of the BJP with us, Pulla Rao, political analyst from Tamil Nadu, Sumantri Raman, political analyst from the state, and Rahul Ishwar, activist, is also joining us. Pulla Rao, I want to broad base this discussion. I don't really want to make this only about the fact that, you know, this is Sanskrit versus Tamil. Both are Indian languages, both are our country's pride. But why is it okay to deride Sanskrit as a dead language and, you know, even garb it as some sort of a liberal issue in India versus quote-unquote right-wing, because I'm guessing that is the positioning, or a secular issue in India? Isn't Sanskrit to be celebrated by all, even if it's spoken by lesser number of people today?
Let's first come to your point. It should be celebrated, but that's all the government is doing. The government has not done anything for its propagation. Hundreds of crores are being spent. It would be well worthwhile to see what they are doing. What kind of universities are they running? Thousands of crores.
Yes.
And you know, that itself shows the government has failed. When the government is spending so much money, there should be something. You have quoted one village here, one village there. Is this the progress they did in the last 10 years, 12 years to revive Sanskrit?
No, so I will tell you,
failure.
no, 1 second. You're selectively quoting what I said. I also quoted numbers from census, where Sanskrit has reported over 75% increase in its speakers over the last two censuses.
What's the base of 75%?
So that's exactly what I'm saying. If your argument is that the base is small, if your argument is that the base is small, so even 75%, 76% doesn't mean anything, that's a separate argument.
My argument is somebody spending so much money should have thrown something more for it. Number one. Number two, yes, Tamil is the oldest language in India. I believe my friends may say Sanskrit is equally old or whatever, the classical language, but they've really not done anything about it. The Chinese use Chinese language for everything. So therefore, yes, the Prime Minister has said he loves Tamil. What has he done about it? That's what they question. On the third point, I'd say, I just saw the former governor of Tamil Nadu, Tamil side, talk about Sanatan and all that, how bad it is. You know, the Supreme Court chided her, criticized her, and she had to run away from her governorship. So will I say that she is anti-constitution? She is what? She expressed her views, she failed there. And the Supreme Court, the correct word is Supreme Court passed strictures about her performance as governor of Tamil Nadu. So I am not here saying that she's anti-constitution or she should be treated as someone who spoiled the constitution. There is freedom of speech. I don't agree with anybody what they say. You know, they go too far.
So there is a little bit of...
Let us enjoy it.
Okay. No, I take your point, but there is a little bit of conundrum in what you're saying, because you're saying what has government done? They should be judged on whether the funding that has gone to Sanskrit has actually helped Sanskrit or not. I can give you the numbers I have. If you feel that that is not enough increase, then that's a separate case altogether. But even in actual terms, I will get you the figure of you know, what people are saying now. So in actual terms, and we can only count mother tongue, right? I'm only giving the reference of mother tongue, not as somebody who may know Sanskrit but doesn't recognize it as mother tongue, may speak it as a second or third language. But in 1971, there were about 2,200 odd people who spoke Sanskrit. In the or identified it as the mother tongue. I beg your pardon. In 2011, that rose to over 24,000. So it's not as if you know, efforts have not yielded some result to speak of. But this is a classification of Sanskrit as the mother tongue.
Small point.
Yes.
My friends are waiting. One small point. It's thousands. They spent thousands of crores. Now I can tell you, government can save all this money. You have got artificial intelligence. And all these hundreds of translators who are running around, you know, you go dig a little deeper, there may be a scam there. They're being paid for translating. Go dig a little deeper.
Sorry?
I know what they're doing in this Sanskrit university. They can use a better, let them develop a Hindi university.
Okay, one
let them spend it on a Hindi university, I welcome it.
1 second.
You know,
my only issue is that Udyanidhi Stalin is not criticizing that the efforts of the government are not enough or not yielding enough results. What he is doing is actually deriding Sanskrit as a dead language. Kanyal Raman, you please come in here because BJP has raised objections to what Udyanidhi Stalin has said.
See, the first and foremost fact is that the first family of Tamil Nadu is full of Sanskrit names starting from Karnanidhi, Udayanidhi, Inbanidhi, Dayanidhi, Kalanidhi and so on and so forth. So, these people are too ill-informed. The person, Udayanidhi, is a low IQ person who does not understand what is what about languages. He is not a language expert to begin with. And the main factor as to why such controversies are being promoted by Udayanidhi is based on some suggestion by some strategist that when they fail in situations like SIR, on metro issue, on the governor issue, when they take a slap from the Supreme Court, this is what they try to do by diverting the attention of the common man by raising issues which are unwarranted for the society. If we really have to talk about it, he has to sit on a debate and talk to people who know the subject in place. Is Udayanidhi aware that the Sanskrit is taught in 14 German universities? Is he aware it is there in 4 universities of England? Is he aware it is taught in over 20 universities in USA? Is he aware it is taught in 8 universities in Italy? How dare he says that it is a dead language? It is not that he wants to say that it is dead language. He just wants to divert the attention that they had a huge slap on their face in the governor issue by the Supreme Court when the Honorable President had sought a reference on 14 questions, in which it was it was clearly stated that the Supreme Court cannot intervene there in the matters of governor or president for that matter. So, having received such a huge slap, now they have to find a shelter under some issue.
But what do you make of the criticism that there is inordinate amount of funds that go to Sanskrit, despite the fact that it may be an ancient language, it may be the language of our texts, of our mantras, of our chants and everything, but not many people speak day to day Sanskrit.
Can't we counter it with a simple argument that whenever something is seemingly endangered, whether it is a species or an animal or a language or anything which is part of an Indian ecosystem, it has to be revived. It's a simple logic. Let me give a very clear example. We all talk about Tirukural, which is one of the best treatises on social life. Okay, in that itself, there is one word from Sanskritam. That is, he talks about karma. Perumaikum, yenai sirumaikum, tam tam, karmame kattalaikal. Here, the Valluvan, the most wisest of all in Tamil language, talks about Sanskritam, talks in Sanskritam. And Karnanidhi is nothing but Sanskritam. If I have to translate it, I have to call him as Anbu Chelvan, something like that. So, see, they just want to make an issue because they don't have any other issue to talk about it. The government is fumbling. The law and order situation in Tamil Nadu is the worst of all the states in the country. So, they want to run for a cover under something or the other. They have some strategists, political strategists, who suggest them that you please raise this issue so that people will jump on you and they slap on your face.
Binary of South versus North. You keep the binary of Tamil anti everything else, Tamil versus Hindi, Tamil versus North, all of this going. So, Mansi Raman, do you see shades of this here, given that the political climate and the landscape in Tamil Nadu is changing, which is why the likes of the Stalin family continue to harp on these issues versus the issues that they should be addressing ahead of elections?
There are two issues here, Shivani. One of them, of course, is the fact that for the DMK, a lot of this is core ideology-related stuff. So their entire, theory has been to create the sense of othering. So therefore, they need an enemy. Sort of, in some ways, like the BJP needs an enemy or somebody to sort of target, they also need an enemy. So the enemy is for them, has traditionally been the Brahmins, it's been the people who from other states, It's been the quote unquote Hindi language.
Hindi,
a
Hindu,
whole
Brahmin,
lot.
yes.
Yeah. So their core ideology is around that. At least the parent organization, the DK, from which the DMK came, has this as its core ideology. Therefore, this they keep going back to it whenever they want to divert attention, whenever the pressure is on them. So when they face anti-incumbency, they will go back to this. When they face a tough situation because of a court verdict, they will go back to this. This eradication of Sanatana Dharma and anti-Hindi, all of this is basically their modus operandi. And in this case also, there is no logical reason at all. Let's look at it very objectively. Individual state governments have budgets for their regional languages. Tamil Nadu government allots a budget. Sanskrit is, except for 3 states where it is technically an official language, but again, not in widespread usage. I think it's one of the official languages in Uttarakhand and a couple of other states. But let's leave that for the moment. The point really is that this government of India has to fund the Sanskrit universities. They've got to fund. So if you take 2,200 crore or whatever has been spent on Sanskrit, bulk of it would have gone into funding these universities.
Yes.
Now, the individual state governments then need to say that they are funding Tamil universities besides the central Tamil university, for which that 130, 120 crore or whatever is funded. These state governments fund. The Karnataka government funds universities in Kannada. The Andhra Pradesh government funds Telugu universities. So my point is, you cannot equate Sanskrit with the regional language for the simple reason is that Sanskrit is not getting any funding from the state. Therefore, the center has to do something.
No, and
so
even if let's say there were 1 or 2 states, as you mentioned, who may work for Sanskrit revival, the central government still has a responsibility towards Sanskrit as a language. You cannot begrudge that the central government has a responsibility to a language which is one of the most ancient languages anywhere in the world and born in India.
The DMK's problem is that it is part of the Hindu identity of India.
So I don't understand. How can you have that problem in modern day politics, Sumant?
No, they do. They do. See, before elections. So now they've all become Hindus and they will continue to be at least till May. Right? And they keep making this claim. Last time Mr. Stalin said 80% of the party is Hindus and so on. But those are to be used only during elections. So before the election, the party, becomes pro-Hindu. They become supportive of Hindu causes. And after the elections are over, they will again go back to their true colors.
No, but you mentioned an important point. State governments, particularly in India, because states are born out of linguistic identities, state governments are free to promote their own regional language. And can I mention? And they do. I'll mention Tamil Nadu government has allocated 133 crore for translating of Thirukural, 70 crore for archaeological excavations, including 40 crore for gallery at Egmore Museum, 10 crore for translating masterpieces, 10 crore for Tamil heritage overseas, 2 crore for publishing technical textbooks, 2 crore for Tamil book fairs overseas, and 1 crore for Tamil World Tamil Olympiad. So Rahul Ishwar, I don't understand what's the problem. It's your job to promote Tamil, right? Because Tamil is the official language of the state. The center still has to do its job for Sanskrit. So do you see this as a problem which I think is infesting liberal, quote-unquote progressive secular politics, not just in India but globally, where on one hand they will say, oh, native culture needs to be preserved. On the other hand, in the name of secularism, fighting, patriarchy or whatnot, they will derive what is native to this land instead of saying, no, we must come together to preserve it.
Shivani ji, September 10, 1949, Father of Constitution, B.R. Ambedkar moved an amendment which says Sanskrit should be the official language of India. So, Father of the Constitution, Ambedkar ji, the greatest Dalit icon we have, the greatest constitutionalist we had, supported Sanskrit as the official language and support Sanskrit as the national language of India. See, Sanskrit is rightly holding the soul of Hindu culture and many of the Indian aspects. And let us not be shy about it. Second, there is not even a doubt, iota of doubt, that Tamil is older than Sanskrit. A person no less than Modi ji went on record to say, not twice or thrice, but more than 4 times, that Tamil is older than Sanskrit. And he explicitly said this to the next generation. And now let us be politically honest. What is the core debate about? Sanskrit is the language or language more closely associated with the Brahmin and forward caste communities. Tamil is the ancient Dravidian language, or which is older than Sanskrit. So there is always a political strand of debate between two. But Swami Vivekananda says it's brilliant. If Sanskrit is the father, Tamil is the mother of Indian civilization. We need both father and mother. I'm a person who belongs to South India and I belong to Malayalam. And Malayalam is a mix of both Tamil and Sanskrit, and that is the entire essence of India. So there is a caste, religion, community clash in between this, and that is friend-ended, piggybacked by this Sanskrit versus Tamil. What we need is, we should celebrate Sanskrit, we should celebrate Tamil in a great way, and none less than the Prime Minister Vivekananda categorically said this, our Modi ji said this, that Tamil is the oldest language. Tamil is older than Sanskrit.
What does it have to do with Tamil being the oldest language? I'm not understanding. This is then, language chauvinism again. Whether oldest or not is irrelevant to this debate. I'm sorry to say this.
Shivani ji, it is.
Because then you're making about a competition between two languages born out of India and equally important to India.
It needs to be collaboration and cooperation. The reason why Tamil people is telling this is that there is a sense of Tamil pride, and the entire Congress and the National Parties lost out to Tamil Nadu because of the anti-Hindi agitation. See, there is a cultural context, but I am a person who says, or the majority of Indians says, both Sanskrit and Tamil should be celebrated, and there should not be a dichotomy. The issue with DMK is they politicize these issues in a big way. When
so
the election comes...
So in this case, he's not saying, he's kind of garbing it under the whole issue of how much funds are given to Sanskrit. But in that, he has ended up maybe revealing his bias by calling Sanskrit a dead language. If
please remember
millions
the
of
right
people, and not
attitude
just
is Modi ji.
once again, not just thousands, millions of people, sorry Rahul, millions of people, not just in India, but across the world, and it could well be 1 billion if you count all Indians across the world, continue to chant mantras that are still today in Sanskrit. So on what basis do you call it a dead language?
And not only that, Sanskrit is the mother of the ancient most Indo-European language, including the entire Indo-European, what is called PIE or Proto-Indo-European language. Sanskrit is the most Asian language. So we should celebrate that culture and treasure. We should understand the sentiments, and there should be a synergy. Unfortunately, DMK plays politics. And just let me last line. Modi ji's attitude is right. Modi ji says, it is my great sadness I cannot learn Tamil. And he quoted Tamil when he went to UN. So we need to synergize Sanskrit and Tamil and not make a fight over it like the DMK people are doing.
Okay. Pulla Rao, do you think, this is just passe politics? In 2025, young politicians like Udyanidhi Stalin shouldn't be mired in politics of this kind. I understand this is DMK ideology and core ideology, but if you continue to harp only on this, as we are seeing in the rest of the world and in India, the youngsters are going to leave you behind. This is young politicians of the DMK talking like this.
Oh, I don't think so. See, most of the politics is on culture. What is going on in USA, for example? Donald Trump, for example, didn't win because of his economic policies. Basically, culture. So don't underestimate this. I'm not saying you should do this or you should do that. Udyanidhi Stalin, he's smart enough to defend himself. And my friend Kalyan Ramanji, a successful politician always has more IQ than most of us. Maybe less emotional intelligence, whatever it is. But, culture is very important. I would say that, I heard what Mr. Ishwar said. It was good. But if you have gone that step further and said that, raise Tamil, raise other South Indian languages also. That's not being done. And, when such a grievance is brought forward by a Dravidian party, it should be addressed.
What is the grievance? Sir, what is the grievance here?
His grievance is simple. You're not I didn't give a speech to him, but he says Tamil is not being promoted adequately. Sanskrit is being promoted, though it is not being in use as much. I don't want to use the word dead. because no language
But
is dead.
I think both our BJP representative and Sumant Raman talked about why that may be the case. Just a absolute figure number disparity in the funding that comes from centre. I explained this at the start. It happens via 3 universities and a central body.
I heard that.
And Tamil Nadu government is celebrating Tamil or is advancing Tamil cause in its own.
Yes, so one thing is, I entirely agree with what Mr. Ishwar said. Prime Minister said, I wish I learned Tamil. Well, I would even go further. He should have learnt a little bit. He had 4 years' time since the last election. It should have gone well. Tamilians love their language. I may be a little people, they love it more than most other people love their languages because that's their kind
so
of
is this about love of your language? As the BJP says, Mr. Raman, this is because when love for your own language, love for your own, in a diverse, multicultural, multilinguistic country like India becomes antagonistic to others, I think then it becomes a problem. Love for your own is not a problem.
No, this is not about DMK is never about love for anything. It is about hate for others. So the party's ideology itself is largely devolved on hate. A lot like, I keep saying, the BJP and the DMK are 2 sides of the same coin. They can be brothers in arms, actually. It's just that their targets are different.
But different
fundamentally, it's a party which believes in othering. Exactly. So they're 2 sides of the same coin.
Yes, and their whole Brahmin focused politics has also been criticized as extreme othering of a minority amongst the community. But I was also addressing Kalyan Raman here. I forgot I have 2 Ramans on the show today. But yes, Kalyan Raman.
Yeah, see, first of all, we have to understand the irony that 80% of the Karnanidhi family cannot read and write in Tamil. It's a matter of fact. Particularly Kalanidhi, Dayanidhi Maran family, now latest Inbanidhi and co. These people cannot even write and they can only speak, they cannot read and write. This is a matter of reality. 80% of the Karnanidhi family. The irony being that we promoting Tamil as DMK is something laughable. So it is not about the Tamil or promotion or so promoting some other language like Sanskrit and all. For Sanskritam, there is no single physical entity or a geographical entity in the form of a state that is promoting. For Telugu, there is Andhra and Telangana. For Tamil, it is Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Malayalam, and so on and so forth. But not for Tamil, which is one of the oldest, Sanskrit, one of the oldest languages of the world. That is, we say that they are born brother, sister, or whatever, father, mother, whatever you call it as. End of the day, for promoting Sanskrit, which is the oldest language, we must have a mechanism for which there may be some funding happening, which is part of the game. So there is no question about it.
More funding, but the question is please ask for it. The problem is that you can also do it this way. You can say, listen, happy that you're spending so much on Sanskrit, but we
as a government, more. we are sitting on 4.5 lakh crores of funding in Tamil Nadu as part of our budget. A good amount of money is already spent on Tamil promotion by the state, the state government, not by the central government. In the absence of any state government spending exclusively for Sanskrit, it becomes the duty of the central government to spend money on that.
Let's say you want more.
There is no great question about it.
Let's say you want more from the central government, you could always pitch for it. Why do you have to attack another language and call it a dead language?
Always ask for it.
Okay, Rahul Ishwar, final 30 seconds.
The problem is,
my larger point is...
one final submission.
My larger point is that all of this is garbed under so-called liberal secular politics, but the world is moving on, and I don't think the young fall for this anymore because they can see very well what's happening everywhere else.
Young will love the culture, but they don't like culture wars. They will love their roots, but they won't like us fighting in the name of roots. See, I'm a Hindu right activist, and I would like to, also submit to Kalyan Ramanji. The position is crystal clear from Narendra Modi ji that Tamil is oldest, so there is no debate. So we need to synergize between Tamil and Sanskrit, and both needs to be celebrated. And Sanskrit is one of the greatest languages in the world. There is no doubt. So we should celebrate, and please remember, it is the core of Hindu Dharma, and we should celebrate. The majority of India is Hindu community,
and you cannot divorce the comments that Udyanidhi Stalin has made about Sanskrit being a dead language to his previous comments about eradicating Sanatan Dharma. And that is where the entire ideology comes together. I do thank our guests for joining us. Now, over the past few weeks, India has been witness to a deeply troubling trend, a sharp and sustained rise in student suicides. A 9-year-old student in Jaipur, a 10-year-old boy in the national capital, and a 17-year-old student from Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. Innocent children with bright futures who decided to end their own lives over allegations of harassment, bullying, humiliation, neglect to these complaints in school. While we have witnessed cases in the past, the burden has been of purely academic nature, but these cases highlight a rather systemic failure, especially at schools. So a 16-year-old class 10 student died by suicide in Delhi, a 9-year-old studying in class 4 in Jaipur, and a 17-year-old class 11 student in Madhya Pradesh. In Delhi, the student jumped in front of a metro. The class 4 student in Jaipur ended her life by jumping from the 4th floor of a school building, and the student from Rewa took her life, leaving behind a note at her residence. The Delhi student blamed harassment and humiliation by teachers. The student from Jaipur alleged bullying and verbal abuse of by her classmates, but something that was not clearly being dealt with. And her family alleges that she complained to teachers, but those cries fell on deaf ears. The student from Rewa alleged torture by a male teacher. On the investigation front, Delhi police has filed an FIR and ordered a high-level probe. In Jaipur, CBSE ordered an inquiry and it brought to fore lapses by the school. Meanwhile, in Madhya Pradesh, all angles are being probed, but the family is demanding a high-level inquiry. Now, in 2013, India recorded 8,423 student suicides, but a decade later, in 2023, that number rose to nearly 14,000, reflecting an alarming upward trend of 65%. Between 2019 and 2023 alone, the increase was 34%, indicating that the crisis has accelerated in recent years. In fact, students form 8.1% of the total suicide deaths in 2023, a significant rise from 6.2% in 2013. So, as this alarm is ringing all across the country, especially vis-a-vis what schools are doing right and wrong, parents are out on the streets and they're worried. Where are schools going wrong? That coming up with our guest. Rita Kapoor, founder director of Gyanshri School, is joining us. Rita Kapoor, first your sense of all of these cases that have come to light. In most of those cases, there is either harassment, neglect, or practices employed by teachers, which I don't think the education system condones anymore. Your thoughts of these cases that have come to light first. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, a little louder, please.
I'm saying your thoughts firstly on these three cases that have come to light, raising alarm bells and concerns of what's happening inside schools.
Oh yes, Shivani, I think it's the most tragic thing that can happen to a parent, to a teacher, to a school and society at large. And most importantly, a loss of precious life. And the reaction is always shock, grief and outrage. These are the things that happen. And after that, what happens is a blame game that starts. And that part is the most shocking for me. As school teachers, as a mother, as a parent, as a teacher, as an administrator, I think we should create an environment where such things do not happen. That's the only thing we have to do. It's such incidents are a kind of wake-up call. But what is a wake-up call after the damage is done? I'm really, really shocked. I mean, it's very difficult to digest such a news.
So in most of these cases, what is coming to light is that either the kids were being not dealt with properly. I don't know whether I can use the word harassment, but certainly the allegation is that they were either being harassed by teachers themselves, or teachers were not paying due attention to harassment that they may be facing by other students. Is there something the schools are not doing right in this regard? Because so many such cases cannot happen unless it's a systemic problem.
You very rightly said it's a systemic problem, definitely. I mean, there's not one person who is responsible for this, neither the child, nor the teacher, nor the school, nor the parents. It's a collective tragedy. And when we talk about such things happen, why do such things happen? Definitely something has happened which triggered such a thing, and something very, very sad or shocking happened which really pushed the child to do such a thing. And in this case, we are all collectively to be blamed. And I think whether it's a teacher or a school, we have to pull up our socks. At the parents' end, definitely they have to see what is to be done to the child. And
one second, ma'am. Parents today, one second, ma'am. We spoke to many parents today. They are saying routinely when our kids come and say, "Oh, the teacher said this, the teacher did this," we side with the teachers, right? That is the response of most parents because they know their kids can be problematic and troublemakers in classrooms. So they side with teachers to say, no, listen to your teacher. But teachers can't go to the extent where, for example, in this case, in the Delhi school, the kid expressed suicidal thoughts. How was that not a red flag for the teachers or the counselors?
It is a red flag. In fact, it's a warning. It's a deep sign of warning that something is amiss and something has to be immediately done. I'm sure I take this as a lapse at the part of the school. If the teacher has been informed twice by the child and the teacher has not taken the signal, it's a very, very sad story. It's really sad. The teachers are parents in school and they have to feel the pulse of the child. And whether it's 40 kids to a class or 30 kids to a class, I'm sure the teachers can sense what's wrong and where is wrong.
Yeah.
And for this, I feel a very, very good environment, open, flexible environment, good communication, good relationship between the student and the teacher is very important. And relationship can be established if there is a communication, if the teacher and the students know each other very well, where the child feels that he can depend on the teacher and talk his heart out, and the teacher is always there to hold finger. So that atmosphere has to be created, and sometimes, Shivani, in the humdrum of things, these things are lost.
Ma'am, the other concern that is coming to light via parents, and I think all parents will feel this concern, is that when something like this happens, there is a tendency, even in educational institutions, to try and cover up what happened. These are the allegations being made by the bereaved parents in all of these cases that we're talking about today. In fact, in Jaipur, when those CCTV footages came out of that young girl jumping from the 4th floor to take her life, I can't even imagine what compels a young child to do so, but clearly something grave happened. After that happened, there is an allegation that the school authorities tried to clean up the blood from what was a suicide spot or effectively a crime scene. So do you think schools are not taking this seriously? Do you think the government must do something, or can the educationists come together to pull up their own socks? What needs to be done here?
I think we all stakeholders have to come together and have a look at it. It's a school, obviously, not obviously, I mean they should not, but such a thing happens, it's very bad, it's very shocking for the school as well. But what I feel is at this point, when such a thing happens, 5-year-old child or a 10-year-old child doing something what they have done is a signal for the parents also, for all stakeholders. They can also sense that there is something wrong. When a child comes home and talks about, if a child has shared something with the teacher, I'm sure they must have shared with the parents also.
Yes, they did. So in many of these cases, they did. And the problem is that parents the problem is that the parents feel that, they don't know exactly what transpired in the classroom. They have a tendency to side with the teachers to feel that maybe हमारे बच्चे ने ही कुछ गलत किया होगा तभी टीचर ने reprimand किया है या discipline करने की कोशिश करी है. I think parents have that tendency. After these cases, parents will not have the same faith in the teachers. That's the problem here.
I agree with you. I agree with you. There are some parents who are very strict at home and they want the same kind of strictness to be taken to be followed by the teacher as well. There are all kinds of parents, Shivani. It's not only this kind of parents who would come and support the teacher. Okay, you be tough with my child. But there are parents who are who pamper their children to the extent that the children are least resilience and they are not flexible. because they get so much at home that the word is a command for the parents out of love or affection, or the affluence in the family, there are servants around and the child speaks and the things are done. But when they come to school, things are different. They are one of many children in the classroom. So that's another thing where we need to look at the skills of the children also. They should not be lonely. They should be communicative. Parents must at home also keep communicating with the parents, with the children. And in the classroom also, the teacher has to, communication is very important, because communication gives broad signals, whether in the school or at home.
Yes.
Time has come because of lot of other things, because of,
in these cases, I think now attention is whether there's going to be justice meted out, because if teachers were indeed negligent or responsible for ignoring harassment or piling on the harassment, and they weren't able to quote-unquote discipline the child in the right manner or give them the tools to understand the situation, then there has to be clear punishments meted out, because I don't think any scapegoating would be very favorable here for the bond that student teachers or parents and teachers share. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. And in this week's Plain Speak podcast, we bring to you a conversation with one of the authors of the new book, Inshallah Bangladesh, the story of an unfinished revolution. Amidst heightened attention on the country, given 2024 uprising and the recent sentencing of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Deep Haldar shares why this book came about because of his guilt, why there is anti-India hatred today in Bangladesh, and why secularism remains an unfinished project in the country. Here's a sneak peek. So, this book really delves into what Bangladesh has become. The story of an unfinished revolution. The unfinished revolution that you're talking about here is the making or the imagining of Bangladesh as a secular country. That, the path was laid down in 1971.
Yes.
But you're calling it an unfinished, quote-unquote, revolution.
Yes.
Why?
So the reason why we call it an unfinished revolution, of course, has to do with the timing of the book, because the July-August, what they are calling a revolution, which Sheikh Hasina told us is a terror attack on our country. So it's a play on that. But what we are really talking about, and the book goes back into the past, not just into the events of last 1 year, is that 1971 is an unfinished project. There's another book, I don't want to plug anybody else's book, but let me, called Mujib's Blunders by Manoj Ghosh. He's a very senior journalist, really knows Bangladesh, okay? And he has written a book, it came out earlier this year. People should read the book. Those of us who are interested in Bangladesh, after reading Inshallah Bangladesh, should pick it up. It's called Mujib's Blunders. It basically speaks about what are the flaws in Sheikh Mujib. The tallest figure in Bangladesh till August last year, till August 2024, when his statues were brought down and all kinds of things are still being said about him. So I think secularism did not really take shape properly in Bangladesh. It was always a project in the making. Okay, and of course there were sort of points in time when things were better for minorities, not just for the Hindu minorities, for Ahmadiyyas, for Christians, for those for Sufis, who do not follow a very rigid strain of Islam. There were times in Bangladesh's political history where things were better for these sets of people. But it was never quite okay, even during Sheikh Hasina's time, which is why I wrote the book, Being Hindu in Bangladesh. It came out when Hasina was very much in power.
Yes.
So there was a 2021 incident where they would remember where there were attacks against Hindus across Bangladesh. We didn't talk about it too much here because Prime Minister Modi, Sheikh Hasina were strategic allies. And India and Bangladesh strategically were very well off. But in civil society, when I used to travel inside Bangladesh, I saw there is this conscious othering of Hindus and even Muslims. Shahidul, I remember, I used to stay in Shahidul's house very often when I used to go there. And Shahidul, I remember, said that no matter what flaws the current government, which then was the Sheikh Hasina government, has, he used to say, boss, if this government goes,
it will be worse.
Forget Hindus. Muslims like me won't be able to stay in Bangladesh. And it so happened, he had to escape Bangladesh. He's put up a post today saying that I'm doing a book signing at Bahari Sons in Khan Market. I wish I could have done it in Dhaka. But inshallah, someday I'll be able to.
You will.
Yeah. So it's an unfinished business in that sense.
Secularism didn't quite ever take root in Bangladesh.
Yes.
And why do you think that is? Is it because the society is not really accepting of secularism?
Parts of it is. I'm from Calcutta. Okay, so and Calcutta celebrates Dhaka.
Yeah.
Like Dhaka, and also sometimes Dhaka celebrates Calcutta. Not always. So you have this, and it's still going on. You have these artists and sort of singers and songwriters and filmmakers who are always going to Dhaka, and Dhaka Bangladeshi actresses and actors coming to Kolkata, and they're all being celebrated. But they only, these sets of people, they only go to Dhaka and some 5 spots in Dhaka where there are nice cafes and everybody is very modern, very liberal. But I have actually ventured out into the bowels of Bangladesh, into interiors, into the far-flung areas near the border. I've gone and stayed. And it's not as if they're horrible spaces. No, there are villages where Durga Puja is held, and even Muslims go and watch Durga Puja taking place. But in the next village, year after year, without fail, there might be an attack on a pandal. Idols would be found broken. You have seen those pictures on X. Now, past one year, they have really, really gone up. But what you asked, that there was never a time, I think, in the history of Bangladesh, which also explains why Hindus keep coming to Kolkata and other places in India from Bangladesh. The population of Hindus in Bangladesh have come down so much over a period of time. It was never very comfortable. So why was it not comfortable? Because there was not really, secularism didn't really take shape the way it should have, the way it was promised in 1971.
At the time when these protests were happening, they were labeled as students' protests. Now we know they were far from it, isn't it? I think that debate is settled, that there is no ambiguity to the fact that these weren't some spontaneous students' protests. Because, you have also talked about this, that several policemen were killed. They were stripped and hung from bridges. That's not the anatomy of a student's protest.
Where did you see this? Did you saw violent protests in Nepal? Did you see that? I mean, for God's sake, a former Prime Minister's wife was killed, was burned to death. Horrific thing to have happened. But did you see not just one or two, policemen after policemen being lynched, stripped and hung from bridges? I mean, this is a very specific kind of messaging that you are putting out.
What is that message?
That it's an Islamist attack. That we are going to be the sole custodians of law and order in this country. So, there were snipers who specifically shot at children. And I think Sheikh Hasina has also said that, do you think I'm mad that I'll ask my police to shoot children? So, while her administration did come down heavily on protesters, there were infiltration at that time by elements which have not been explained till now. Jamaat was hugely present in the protests.
From leading industries to building empires, only one titan will emerge as the invincible icon. And the nominations in business are Falguni Nayar, Albinder Dhensa, Rajesh Jejurikar, Roshni Nadar Malhotra, Baba Kalyani. Who will be the business person of the year? RP Sanjeev Goenka Group presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2025. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies, Wardrobe Partner, Reed & Taylor, Bond with the Best. In association with HDFC Sky, Make Money Matter, Explore More, Express More, and Polycab, India's safe, happy connection. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noticed that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in reality. Was it, in fact, a terror funding ecosystem? Was it a university that was fueling terror, or whether there are much more than what meets the eye, something that could be uncovered by this multi-agency probe that is being carried out by, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate, the National Investigation Agency, and obviously the Faridabad and the Delhi police itself.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Now, as the probe into the Delhi blast, we're shifting our focus now, as this probe into the Delhi blast deepens, the NIA has uncovered a larger, more sinister terror conspiracy following two major arrests in the past 48 hours. Investigations now reveal that the group was modifying drones to develop rocket-based explosives for a Hamas-style attack in the national capital. A key breakthrough came with the arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, who also is known as Danish, a Jammu and Kashmir resident and a key aide of Umar Nabi. He has been named an active co-conspirator, also accused of providing technical support. This includes the drone modification for a Hamas-style attack and attempts to build rocket-based bombs. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested Jawad Ahmad Siddiqui, who is the founder of Al Falah University, in a money laundering case as well. As you know, when it comes to the Al Falah University, when it comes to its records, its accreditation, its finances, there is a lot to unpack. There a lot remains unanswered when it comes to that as well. The arrest follows evidence which was gathered during the recent searches at locations connected to this entire terror module. Now, CNN has also accessed order which is sending the Al Falah owners to 13 days ED custody, as I just told you. The founder of the Al Falah University is in custody. Saket Court says his custodial interrogation is imperative to unearth the larger terror ecosystem, the Al Falah ecosystem. Saket Court also noted that the ED submission that only a small part of Al Falah ecosystem has been identified till now. And they've also said that his family members are in the Gulf and he might flee the country as well. So that is a threat that remains. However, the owner has been sent into 13 days custody and that remains imperative. He is a very, very crucial link here. As you know, Al Falah was truly at the center of all the terror that was emerging from this university, and we're yet to uncover what was really going on behind the scenes. For more on this, we have with us Ananya. Thank you so much for joining us, Ananya. We really are learning more and more about this Al Falah University. It only goes to show how far and wide this entire network had spread.
Well, absolutely. In fact, this is a big breakthrough that the Enforcement Directorate had as far as the funding of the Al Falah University is concerned. And the Al Falah Trust owner was actually taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate yesterday. And a 13-day police custody remand was granted after he was produced late last night before, in fact, the additional sessions judge at the Saket Court. And very important to highlight is that the court has noted that not only his family members are in the Gulf, but there is a big risk that he might flee the country. And that's the reason why custodial interrogation is necessary. Not only that, a small chunk, the Enforcement Directorate says and tells the court that a small chunk of the Al Falah ecosystem, which amounts to over 415 crores, is something, that has been uncovered, and it could be much larger in nature, and that is why his custodial interrogation is necessary, since he's somebody who knows about all the financial roots of the Al Falah Trust and the kind of funding that comes through the Al Falah University. And that's the reason why, in fact, this particular person needs to be in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. 13 days of police custody remand is what has been granted. 14 days was actually sought. And that is something, that makes it very, very imperative as to what was this university actually in
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. This Friday edition is a special edition, viewers, and we begin with a simple question. What has 15 months of Mohammad Yunus's interim rule turned Bangladesh into? And there's a reason we ask this question and turn the spotlight in that direction, because regional stability and what happens in Bangladesh will directly impact Bharat. 15 months, a period marked not by stability but by a deepening political vacuum. The Awami League banned senior netas, nearly 100 MPs and ministers, netas incarcerated. The country's largest political force pushed out of the domestic arena, raising serious questions about political freedom itself. Radicals and terror outfits being given a free run. In fact, stooges of the ISI and far greater Islamist radicals, clerics, are being allowed a free passage into Dhaka to go ahead and spew their venom and vitriol amongst the masses. In the middle of all this is a person who's a Nobel Peace Laureate. And the charge against him is of weaponizing the judiciary against his political opponents, and while using the same judiciary to turn around charges, proven charges of graft for which he was pronounced guilty as of the 1st of January 2024. A man who says that he upholds judiciary and respects it is currently accused, as per the Rights Watch, as per the rightsrisk.org, of forcing nearly 21 judges to resign, including the Chief Justice of Bangladesh. Now, as per the state machinery that collapsed, what followed was unprecedented. Bangladesh's vacuum opened a playground for Pakistan's terror tanzeems. With law enforcement paralyzed, foreign radicals slipped in effortlessly. Pak-linked operatives thriving in the worst security meltdown in the country seen in years. Now, terror fronts rebranded, revived and reorganized in this chaos. A total law and order breakdown, creating safe zones where extremist cells could regroup. Looting armories, quickly turning into fresh supply hubs for radical networks. And it didn't stop there. Prison breaks and mass releases flooded the terror pipeline. Now, in the anarchy that followed, foreign handlers have set up new routes, and the state vacuum has allowed cross-border propaganda cells to flourish unhindered. An interim government struggling to establish control, its weak grip enabling militant infiltration deeper than ever before. And as Bangladesh unraveled, so did the firewall against extremists and extremism. Failed governance, giving Pakistan-linked networks a free pass. With borders unpoliced and mobs ruling the streets, radical groups surging back. Old tanzeems regaining ground and foreign funding channels reactivated in this entire turmoil. In fact, Mohammad Yunus under scrutiny, as there are 4 major charges that raise deep concerns over governance. Accountability and financial transparency. Charge 1. Yunus is accused of violating the Grameen Bank ordinance, which claims that he operated outside the legal framework meant to govern the microfinance institution he founded. Charge 2. He faces allegations of misusing trust funds for personal benefit. Charge 3. Questions have also emerged over asset irregularities in the handling and reporting of foundation properties, with auditors pointing to inconsistencies in valuation, disclosures and control. Charge 4. And finally, Yunus is under scrutiny for irregularities in foreign donation accounts, including issues of compliance, transparency and the lawful management of overseas funds. So, is a Nobel laureate weaponizing the judiciary? The numbers emerging from the past year paint a stark, disturbing picture. Political opponents charged 5,16,327. The source is rightsrisk.org. Over 500,000 cases filed against those seen as critics or rivals. 878 journalists attacked. Reporters, editors, media workers targeted, threatened or assaulted, raising grave concerns over press freedom. The Cyber Security Act cases itself count up to 51. Laws meant for digital safety are allegedly being used to silence dissenting voices online. 2,485 recorded attacks on minorities. Communities targeted, homes torched, places of worship vandalized. 21 judges forced to resign. A judiciary under pressure, with resignation signaling possible intimidation and erosion of institutional independence. 637 mob lynching deaths, lawlessness spreading across the country as the justice system falters, and perhaps the most telling indicator, NHRC members, National Human Rights Commission members, all of them forced to resign. The very institution meant to defend human rights has been dismantled. So how did Mohammad Yunus weaponize the judiciary? Cases against Mohammad Yunus vanished within days of the power shift. So 5th of August 2024, the shift happens, and within 3 to 4 days, the entire graft charges, all the cases done away with. Files that had moved slowly for years were suddenly dismissed, one after the other. ACC and Labour Court cases were cleared at unusual, unprecedented speed. And this is all with the freshly appointed, pliable lawyers who have not been appointed there in an independent system or a democratic system set up. All the previous judges were asked to resign, including the Chief Justice. They were terminated, services terminated. Investigations that typically take months, even years, were wrapped up in days. What was the hurry to do this, especially when one of the Labour courts had convicted him? CNN News 18 is in possession of the judgment copy, 1st of January 2024, and it's also chronicled in Bangladesh media that he was pronounced guilty of violating labour laws of Bangladesh and defrauding the shareholders, the people, of money that was due to them. and he was charged a personal fine too. Now, foreign donations, trust-related cases quietly disappeared from the docket. Observers flagged what they called fast-track relief for Mohammed Yunus. Legal files moved from active to close overnight, with little public explanation, raising questions about transparency, motive, and judicial independence. And through it all, the opposition alleged selective justice under the interim rule, claiming the judiciary was being used not for accountability but for the protection of one man. Let's try and go across to our guests at this point. There are multiple parts. We'll also come back to the overall human rights violations and what this all stands. Joining us this evening, Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat. Dr. Anand Ranganathan is with us. But first, I'm going to go across to Barrister Masood Akhtar, Advocate Appellate Division of the Bangladesh Supreme Court and former Chief Legal Advisor of the Grameen Bank, Bangladesh. Barrister Masood Akhtar, thank you for your time. We are also hoping to be joined by Mohammad Ali Siddiqui, human rights activist, and he was also the head of the Human Rights Council, the Bangladesh Human Rights Watch, and he's written a long note to the Secretary General of the UN headquarters on the 5th of November 2025. I have this entire note. We're hoping for Mohammad Ali Siddiqui also to join us in a bit. But Barrister Masood Akhtar, your charges were rebutted. You filed a case against Mohammed Yunus, and he's also trying to come after you. Please tell us what's happening in Bangladesh.
Thank you for having me. My greetings to all your audience who are listening and watching these programs. As I am speaking to you from actually United Kingdom, London, because I had to leave the country on 8th of August 2024 because Dr. Yunus took oath, and with the precautions and the advice of the people with me, I took the decision to leave the country. And prior to that, I was working as the Chief Legal Advisor of Grameen Bank. And when Dr. Yunus took over the power, and I know from my research and from my understanding, he will come after me. Because Dr. Yunus, if you want to understand Dr. Yunus, because I have done comprehensive research on Dr. Yunus. So to understand him, he's a person with a personal grudge, a person who will take revenge in a very micro level. He will take revenge in a micro level. So that's why, being a lawyer, many of my legal colleagues from my fraternity, from opposition, from the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, from other political parties, those supports, I have no problem with them. I'm a lawyer. But why I had to take this decision to leave my practice and everything in there, because I knew Dr. Yunus's inside workings, how he operates, because he's a very vindictive person. And it was a right decision, because many people told me, you are just a lawyer, why he will come after you? Because if you look back, during the time of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, his lawyer, Mr. Abdullah Mamun, was shouting, means verbally abusing the Prime Minister, everyone. And there's no legal action against him because it is normally understood. That is, if you are a lawyer, you represent your client. Whatever you speak on behalf of your client. So your personal liability is not there. But Dr. Yunus doesn't understand this, that you have seen this 15 months of his regime. That is one thing he doesn't understand. That is called rule of law. Dr. Yunus believes that is he is above the rule of law. So whoever he wants to take action, he will come after. And look at the scenario, the way he has conducted this 15 months, 15 days, the complete mob justice, mob violence everywhere, judiciary, our bureaucracy, our military, everywhere, what he has brought in, lawlessness. Rule of law completely absent from there.
But
and
Barrister Saab, let me ask you, aren't you giving too much power to one very simple octogenarian who's a Nobel Peace Laureate? He's done everything for Bangladesh. He has no money of his own. That's what everybody says.
Unfortunately, this is a myth. Back in 2024, in June, I conducted a press conference after Dr. Yunus's press conference because he brought some allegation against us. At that press conference, I explained to the people that is, whatever we are bringing the allegation against him, these are based on fully evidence-based. We are not lying. We are not bringing anything against him. Now they come to the issue. That is, you will see he's thinking when he, NORAD, we might know an organization called NORAD, a Norwegian development organization, which actually raised the alarm bell in international level against his corruption at the first time. And in NORAD, in his defense, he is telling that he has done that to avoid taxes. This is a guy who doesn't want to pay tax. Tax avoidance is in his blood. He is a guy who operates, who wants to operate beyond the estate operations. Estate is taxation. Estate will be, if you work in any estate, any civilized states, there will be taxation system. And he wants to avoid that system completely. And regarding his wealth and assets, what we have gathered, that is, he has used wealth and assets, but he has disguised. I have shown once in Bangladesh television a diagram which was put forwarded, which you can also still find in Bangladesh Bank's report. Bangladesh Bank's report is still, this document is available, a Bangladesh Bank's review report, in where it has shown how Dr. Yunus has actually funneled the money from Grameen Bank, from Grameen Phone to his personal gain. So these all evidences are there. That's why when he took over the power, his first job, what we heard from the internal things, he actually made sure that all these evidences are disappeared from the Grameen Bank so that nobody can hands on it. We when we came out from the Grameen Bank, we couldn't take many of the evidences, but still he destroyed most of the evidences. And during 2011 to 2018, his cronies were in power in Grameen Bank, were serving as managing directors and various capacities, and they also destroyed many evidences. It's still the evidences we found, which are convincing evidence how Dr. Yunus has operated. Dr. Yunus is a man with lots of luxuries, but what it is, I coined a term for him, for which when he filed a case against me, in that case, only allegation against me, in a press conference, I have told him, quote unquote, pathological liar. He was so offended with this term. But I think after 15 months, the whole country, whole world will say he's a pathological liar.
All right.
He can't speak the truth.
So, Barrister Masood, you say that he's not as simple as he seems to be, and he's not as poor and people's person as he seems to be.
Because he operates the way he operates. He has a way of his funds. Look, just I'll give an example where the NORAD comes in play. NORAD gives the money to Grameen Bank through Bangladesh ERD. This comes from the Ministry of Finance, and then fund goes to Grameen Bank for loan purposes for the poor. Now what he does, he transferred that money, he created some illegal entities, which he doesn't have power to create under the Grameen Bank ordinance. That's called Grameen Kollan. Now Grameen Kollan, this fund remains seated in Grameen Bank. Look, the fund remains seated in the Grameen Bank, but officially he has transferred the fund to Grameen Kollan. Now, Grameen Kollan give that money as a loan to Grameen Bank and charge 2% interest. So, just if I give you that wave, how he operates, then how these all funds goes to his trust, his personal trust, and his wealth, it is a very complex and
So it's not just graft, it's also deceiving the people of Bangladesh openly is what you are charging. That's your charge. I've just got Mohammad Ali Siddiqui, Dr. Ranganathan, Ambassador Deepak Vora also with us. There are many parts to this. Mohammad Ali Siddiqui sahab, thank you for your time. I'm just going to quickly come to you also. You have written this long letter on the 5th of November 2025 where you've appealed for an independent investigation into the OHCHR's Bangladesh report, and this is addressed to the Secretary General of the UN headquarters. Why have you raised this issue? Because what you have done is you have QR coded article by article, instance by instance of what has happened under Mohammed Yunus and in Bangladesh.
Yes, thank you.